following is a presentation of Flow Sports.
Good afternoon, FloRacing. Happy race day.
Just how lucky we are to be able to tune in the Flow and watch pretty much any race we want.
This is what you saved so much money for. We are free.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. So you guys made your rounds, talked to everybody?
Yeah, I talked to a few people, so yeah, it would be fine.
Cool.
Yeah.
That'll be exciting. I think we'll be looking at new track up.
Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, that'd be good.
So we did some old midgets, practicing ball time.
Right.
So,
Yeah, it's good. Good stuff.
Thanks, man.
Thank you, Reed. Appreciate it. Yep. I don't hear anything. Do you? A little bit. They just started the stream. They're sticking cameras, getting it shot. Okay. Somebody's talking. Oh, they just say we got an audio problem. That's probably why I can't hear anything. You want me to tell them you're not hearing anything? They know. He said we've got an audio problem. Yeah. Now we got the porta potties in the shot. Well, here, let's scoot up. Yeah, I'd say let's get away from this. I'd rather be.
The inaugural running of the Race for the Million, presented by Sunbelt Rentals, is green at Five Flags Speedway.
Man, McCune spun the tires big there on that start. Glad that he was able to keep it going the right direction.
Everybody trying to sort it out as they come off of turn number 2. Side by side for the third spot, Bobby Santos and Aaron Willison. Willison able to take over the third position. And Colton Bettis is off the pace. He's pulled it down into the infield. So tough break. Your leaders have caught lap traffic as here comes Montgomery. We got J.J. Dutton off the pace. What a move. Aaron Williamson is on the move. He got around Cody Swanson. Now he tries to go after the leader. Oh. He's sideways off of turn number 4. Or side by side right in front of your leaders. That's not going to help clean air here for the 33 of Montgomery as Blonde got down and cuts off the 33. Here comes Aaron Willison. Willison side by side with your leader and almost using him as a pick, but Montgomery says no. He jumps up in front, holds on to the lead. Great move.
And there we go. They're going to be too wide down into 3.
Willison tried on the bottom. Again, just using lap cars to his advantage. Again, Michael Lewis is pretty even with these two leaders. Here comes Willison to the bottom. Willison sends it off down into turn 1 and 2. He gets around your new leader is Aaron Willison down to the lead as Montgomery has to try to settle back in, but Willison stuck in a ton of lap traffic. And everybody else mired in lap traffic. Oh, car hard in the wall over in turn number 4. And Willison on the front row. Willison's on the gas. We're back underway. Great start for your top 2. Here comes Jeff Montgomery. Montgomery going to stay wheel to wheel down the back straightaway. Now he makes his move to the inside. Wheel to wheel as they go into turn 3. Willison holds firm and says, not today. Comes across the start-finish line. Still your leader. White flag waving in the wind. One more time around here at Five Flags. Aaron Willison has put on a feature tonight really good in lap traffic. He'll come into turn 3, off of turn number 4. The inaugural Race for the Million winner is Aaron Willison.
Yeah, what do you need? Okay. Yeah, just let me know where we're going when we go to break, whatever you need. Hi everybody, welcome to Owosso Speedway. Let's try this again. Are we picking us up here? Check 1, 2. Hi everybody, welcome to Owosso Speedway. And we are having some audio difficulties with the broadcast booth that we're trying to get tightened up here. Mic is on. Well, oh yeah, part of it. Everything works the day before, and then when you turn everything on for real, I know, it gets fails. It never fails. Engineer's fault? Absolutely. It's like you're in NASCAR racing at track.
Or you can turn it on. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Mic check 1 2, test 1 2. See, now I can hear myself in my own headset now with this mic. Microphone testing 1 2 3. Blake Walker, here's Tanner.
Hello, hello.
Mic check 1 2, testing 1 2. Blake Walker's voice, here's Tanner's voice again.
Mic check, mic check.
We can both hear each other on this mic. Yep, we can. Mic check 1 2. There, I can hear myself. Can you hear me? Check 1 2. Tanner's turn has.
Correct.
Correct.
Oh, got me too.
We are both on main. And Tanner's chewing.
Sorry, I'm sure Blake loves that right in his ear.
Testing microphone 1 2.
Testing 1 2.
Welcome back to Owosso Speedway here in Central Michigan for race number 2 of Race for the Million presented by Sunbelt Rentals. Just about set to get going here for on-track action here at the Owosso Speedway. Blake Walker, Tanner Swanson along with you here this evening. A beautiful day for racing here, Tanner, at one of the best premier tracks up here in the upper north, Owosso Speedway. Great venue, has had a lot of improvements over the years and a lot nicer seating as you can see around the racetrack.
No, that's the truth. I got to run a wing pavement sprint car here back 10, 12 years ago now, and it was a different facility then, that's for sure. In this place, the money that they put in here is unbelievable. It's an incredible facility here in Owosso, and glad to be here.
Yeah, it's a great day for racing, great weather out, great crowds starting to make their way into the facility. There you can see on the drone shot, plenty of cars working their way in here as the season's gone on. Here's our point standings here for the Race for the Million. Aaron Willison picked up the win in that highlight package that we showed, 25 points to the winner. You can kind of get a feeling of how the point system works, Tanner. Jeff Montgomery right down 18 points, Bobby Santos 15th. You're going to have to finish well. You can't just kind of sandbag middle and finish 10th and be all right with it, but results matter, as you can see here in the top 10.
Yeah, exactly. A huge premium on a win, and Aaron Willison has a great start, right? So very similar to the Formula One points makeup, and it's going to be a fun 4-race series here.
Yeah, no extra points for laps led, anything like that. It's all just straight up as the season continues to roll on against, race 2 of race 4 here this season. We had practice earlier today, so let's look at some of the highlights here from practice number 1. Again, we had this at Race for the Million, race number 1 at Five Flags, but this time just a little bit thrown in here with our Hoosier Tire hot lap sessions. A lot of guys just trying to get the racetrack filled in, Tanner. Track's tricky, as many people saw. No wrecks, but a lot of guys trying to get good laps in.
Yeah, luckily, a lot of these guys all got a lot of time last night to continue working on their race cars, and so that really played in today. You could tell a lot of guys only made a couple laps real quick, took their scuffs on their new tires, their new Hoosier tires, and are going to get ready here for qualifying starting shortly.
Jake Traynor was quickest in practice to 12:199. Then Chase Cabry, Aaron Wilson, Jeff Montgomery, and Davey Hamilton Jr. rounded out your top 5. The track record here is a 12:297. That is most likely going to be broken as we get ready to get going here in the next couple hours, because the speeds pick up. And we were talking to some drivers, and some drivers believe they could get down to 11.5 if the racetrack gets down to it. But guys just trying to shake out their cars and whatnot. There's Eric Humphreys. He was involved in that crash there at the Race for the Million, race number 1. Here's practice number 2. Everybody got back out on the racetrack, ran a couple more laps. Fastest in practice number 2, well, it was Cody Swanson, 12:387. You always wonder, Tanner, how hard are you pushing in hot laps? And for Hoosier Tire hot laps, I don't think everybody was pushing. You only get a certain amount of tire sets, but still laps are laps around the racetrack.
Yeah, exactly. You got to those Hoosier tires, you got to get a little bit of that gel mold off of them, and so you got to scuff a couple laps, but you don't want to abuse them at all. So it's always a delicate kind of dance there with trying to push hard enough but not too hard, and so I think we're going to see some times drop here for qualifying. Some guys really hustle these things around. But you're right. You know, some great race cars, and they look like they're handling well. Quite a few of them. You know, Cody, Montgomery, Humphrey, Santos, Willison. They're all looking strong.
Yeah, that's the top 4. Brian Gossel was 5th quick, so good speed all across the board. All right, well, I'm Blake Walker. He's Tanner Swanson. We're up here in the booth. We got a third member of our crew, and that's Dylan Welch. Dylan Welch is down in the beautiful concrete, what do they call it? Concrete castle, if you will, of pavement.
Yeah, anything.
Dylan, thanks for joining us here. Great to have you here at the Race for the Million. What do you see down there on the pit side?
Great to be with you. There we go. I'm clearly still learning how to do this again down here at the short tracks. Great to be with you guys. I'm just excited to be here. I've never been to this racetrack, first of all, and what a magnificent facility this is. Second, worlds here. We've got sprint cars, and we've got non-wing midgets, as well as a pavement open wheel guy by trade. It does my heart good to see all of these race cars in the pit area. And something that I'm interested in watching, and Tanner certainly may be able to explain this a little better too, is the VHT, the traction compound basically that has been put down on this racetrack. That's not uncommon for wing sprint car racing on pavement, which again is something that is new to me, that I'm learning kind of about for the first time here. Not unfamiliar, of course, at other levels of the sport, but I'm curious to see how that reacts with these race cars. I spoke with Christopher Bell, who's here in one of the All-Star midgets, and he said in the midget, it really sticks that car into the racetrack, but it behaves a little bit differently when you're behind the wheel of one of these wing sprint cars. So kind of seeing how different guys approach that, especially in qualifying here as we get ready to go with that coming up here shortly, I think is going to be really interesting. The sun is also not out baking this racetrack anymore like it was earlier in the day. There's been some clouds that have rolled in. I don't know if that's going to alter things that much, or if that's not going to be much of an issue, but just some things that I'm going to kind of keep my eye on and hope to get the thoughts of some of these competitors down here and certainly share with you guys and you, the viewing audience. So glad to be with you guys. Excited to be back at a short track and can't wait to see some cars on the racetrack here in just a moment.
All right, thanks so much, Dylan. We'll catch up with Dylan more as the evening continues to roll on. Speaking of the evening, it's a beautiful evening here at Owosso Speedway. The weather has been gorgeous. Everybody got in for practice days yesterday. Let's take a look at how your weather shapes out. 81 degrees, 6-mile-an-hour winds, scattered clouds here in Ovid, Michigan. We got good weather back down in Florida, Tanner, and I'm sure the drivers appreciate it just as well. But it is warm enough that it's a little hot.
Yeah, exactly. Especially standing down there and all that concrete in the direct sunlight is a little toasty. But slight breeze here is nice, and as the sun starts continuing to move, it's going to be a really nice evening here.
Let's take a look at how today's schedule is going to shape out. What are you going to see on action here, or in action here tonight on Flow? We're going to run sprint car qualifying here to start things out. Obviously going to be a little bit behind on our timing because we've had track prep because of a spin out in practice for one of our midgets. Our pre-race ceremonies, then we'll jump into racing. Sprint car heat races. 10 laps will be the distance, taking the top 4 in those heat races. Top 2 will go to the dash. Then we'll have our dash draw of 8 drivers. Dylan Welch will explain that later in the evening. We'll run our sprint dash. 8 laps is the distance, then our sprint B main. And then your midget feature. Your midget feature straight up tonight, Tanner. They qualified before. They got all that done. There are no heat races. They'll run that straight up 25 laps. We'll jump into driver intros, and then it is time for our feature for the Race for the Million presented by Sunbelt Rentals. 55 laps around Owosso Speedway. It's a packed night of racing, but it's great to have the midgets here as well, and a big time here for these fans to be able to enjoy this racetrack. A racetrack that's been here a while. Here's your track facts for Owosso Speedway. If you've never been out here to Ovid, Michigan, built in 1939, opened in 1939, 3/8 mile, 9 to 15 degrees of banking. You've raced here, Tanner, what'd you say, about 12, 14 years ago? It's changed a little bit, but the overall foundation, they've tried to keep it the same.
Yeah, it's impressive that they've kept the same track shape. They said they even came through and used a laser and mapped the place and kept some of the bumps and some of that character that's there. So that's awesome. Some of these racetracks, when you get them repaved, they take all the character out of them, and it really takes away a lot of the excitement. And glad that here with Owosso they did it right, got it repaved, but kept some of that character that we love at these tracks so much.
Yeah, it's a beautiful facility. They always host the Owosso Nationals here the 25th and 26th. Like I said, was a dirt track, but transitioned to pavement in 1988. We have another great field of cars here tonight for Race for the Million. Here's a look at some of the notable drivers coming into this evening. We got a couple big-time winners, former winners that we've seen, Tanner, but then we also got a couple guys that maybe not have won yet, but are some guys that haven't even been in a sprint car, like the man on the bottom.
Yeah, exactly, right? Ryan Newman has been here. You know, he said he tested one 25 years ago, got some laps last night, not a whole lot, and so has been here for practice this morning. So that'll be exciting to see how he gets started. Colton Bettis also very limited practice last night, had some troubles with some fueling issues, but has speed here today and has won 5 pavement sprint car races already this year. So excited to see how he gets the night off started.
Joey Ligori was really fast yesterday in practice. Bobby Santos, obviously fast wherever he goes. Your Little 500 winner, Cody Swanson, in the field once again, now a 4-time Little 500 winner, and then obviously our previous defending winner here for Race for the Million at Five Flags, Aaron Wilson, who would love nothing more than to go back-to-back and have a chance to keep stacking on the money. You can see the beautiful pit area there, all the cars getting ready to go for qualifying in just a little bit. Track record 12,297 for Aaron Wilson. We'll see if he can break it or if somebody else does here in just a little bit. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, more racing here at Owosso Speedway here in Ovid, Michigan. You're watching the Race for the Million presented by Sunbelt Rentals. Welcome back to Owosso Speedway here in Ovid, Michigan for the Race for the Million presented by Sunbelt Rentals. Track prep still working as we clean up the oil. A lot of oil that was spilt over there off of turn number 2. A lot of the drivers were going over and checking out that, including Dylan Welch, who was down there with a couple drivers. Dylan, what do you got down there in the pit area?
Yeah, we've got CJ Leary down here who is getting ready to climb aboard his race car. So first things first, have you gone up and looked at the racetrack here since this delay and kind of evaluated maybe what the conditions are going to be like when you guys have to go out here and go fast?
No, I haven't actually. I think the guys here at Owosso Speedway got all the right equipment to make sure the racetrack's good and safe for us before we go back out. The garage door, the Armstrong's Garage Door 99's been a little up and down this weekend. We fought some power steering issues yesterday, and then Corey with Advanced Racing Shocks has been working on our shock package a little bit. We've had a couple issues, but Joe, Devin, Brad, all the guys here on the 99 have been working really hard. It's Brad's birthday weekend, so hopefully we can do some good and get the 99 up front. You know, it's the whole reason we're here. So, you know, this racetrack is a lot different than when we ran there in Florida. So, completely different. My third wing race on pavement, and it's definitely a challenge.
Yeah, you're new to this discipline of racing, and we've talked about this DRC that is new to this discipline of racing as well. So what is the challenge of you trying to get comfortable just driving this type of race car while also still doing?
Just learning the adjustments and seeing what works and what doesn't work, and the umbrella on top there definitely plays a huge role in what we do with the race car, and there's just a lot of unknowns for me and for Joe and Brad, and like I said, we got a lot of resources here, so a lot of brain power, and we're just doing some test and tune and trying to make it better. So I just super thankful for these guys letting me drive it and see if we can't qualify up front and make my job a little easier.
All right, what feels fast? 180 miles an hour at the end of the straightaway in a Crown car at Gateway, or one of these rockets?
It depends where we're racing at. Like Five Flags in Florida was wicked fast. Like, it's hard to explain how fast that was. And Gateway, honestly, we're booking around there, but it doesn't feel that fast until something happens, and that's when you realize that you're going really fast.
Thank you, Jay. Glad to have him back in the field with us in the DRC 99 car, as he's been the last two races here.
Yeah, good to have CJ Leary here as always. And Tanner, he talked about it. That Five Flags experience, that was new. I mean, that was a new car, just kind of jumped in, said he was going to do it. I'm happy to see him here at Owosso because he felt like one of those that, maybe could have showed up, maybe could have not. But that's a guy that will take on all forms of racing and just not worry about it.
Yeah, no kidding at all. That's impressive, and they had great results out there, especially in a whole brand new race car chassis, manufacturer, all of it. So a lot of variables there to get up to speed, and they're really shortening up that learning curve. That Brad Armstrong team, great group of guys, and hopefully they can have some success here tonight.
He's been busy the last couple days. He had 2 top 5s at Knoxville over the weekend, over in Iowa with the USAC AMSOIL Sprint Car Series. So he's been busy. Again, great to have him here at the racetrack as well. And like he said, track cleanup still continues to roll on. We got the Lightning McQueen, what do you call it, street cleaner, if you will?
Yeah, Lightning McLean, actually. Okay. I like it. They got it plastered there on the side of that. Saw that earlier. So, that is that's a nice piece of equipment, and they unfortunately are having to put it to too much use right here.
Well, and as you can see, there was a car that spun just over there and then kind of did the loop, and that's kind of what created the oil spill that kept going forward, and that's what we're currently cleaning up. Well, we're at race number 2 for Race for the Million, and here's what we got left on the schedule. It's just a 4-race season. We started out with Five Flags over in Pensacola. Now we're here at Owosso. On July 25th, we go to Berlin Raceway right here in Michigan as well, and then August 22nd, Colorado National Speedway over in Colorado, just outside of Denver. Berlin's fun, Tanner, because guess what? We get twin features. The winner of the first feature has to start all the way in the back. We'll have more details coming out about that in the coming months, but a chance to possibly gain a little bit more money as he works his way through the field. And Berlin, boy, they put on a heck of a show. Yeah, no,
these wing sprint cars go there a lot, and it's going to be exciting. Starting, 24th in a wing pavement sprint car field is going to be no small feat to try to come back and win that thing, but hopefully a couple cautions land the right way, and maybe somebody will be walking out of there with a whole boatload of money.
Here's the points payout for how things work and how the playoff, or I should say point standings, what the championship payout is. $40,000 to the winner. Again, it's $30,000 to win a race, so that's pretty big, but $40,000 to the winner. You can see how it works itself on down. Great paydays, Tanner, for a series that, you don't really see a lot of big-time paying races, really, besides what you see down in Las Vegas.
Yeah, exactly. No, getting to see, 5th and 6th there, they said $30,000 a piece. That's a great payout for a 4-race series on top of what we're making tonight.
It's going to be a fun night of racing ahead. We're excited to see how everything works out. We talk about guys racing multiple facets of racing. Dylan Welch finds another one that has also plenty of racing under his belt. Dylan?
Yeah, that's Dakota Arms. We see in all sorts of different disciplines of cars. Your feet underneath you in those. So what was it like at Five Flags, kind of getting thrown into the five?
Yeah, you show up for the Super Bowl of wing racing. We learned a lot. We're still learning a lot. Yesterday we were way too free, and today we got way too tight. So hopefully we'll nail this thing and pick it up here. But we're missing a little speed, but a lot of that I think it's just a little experience on me, and then just not knowing where our baseline needs to be. But having a lot of fun doing it. These cars are so fast, so it's always fun to come out here. Cars you haven't done before, so we'll go have fun.
It's hard, as you said, racing against the best and the highest level of competition, but of where you need to improve.
Because when you stink, you really stink. So, yeah, like I said, we're working on it. I think we'll get there. We'll just take a little time. I think we'll be better here, and then we'll see what happens for this race. Thanks, Dakota. Thank you.
Good to see Dakota Armstrong here at Owosso Speedway. Finished 11th with us back at Five Flags, coming off a third-place run at the Little 500. I'm going to bring up Little 500 a couple times here tonight, Tanner, because I feel like the pavement side does transition, but a lot of these guys that we'll talk about in the field did run really well in the Little 500. And wing on top, no wing on top. You've raced both. There's a nice little balance between the two.
Yeah, no, they're very, very different in the way that they race. Some teams, like the 26 Sam Pierce car, they've run both wing and non-wing this year. But a lot of guys have special built cars. Dakota's racing a different car here tonight than when he ran in the Little 5. But like you said, all top 3 finishers from the Little 500 are here tonight and are all definitely contenders. So it's going to be exciting to see how that transition is, but it is a big difference between the speed that you can carry with the wing, the dirty air. I actually got to talk to Dakota and his crew chief Kevin Biesecker in the hotel breakfast nook this morning, and that's something that we were talking about. The dirty air is so prevalent in these wing cars, and you can't have any way that you can replicate that, right? You can't take that, go to a test session and make laps and get used to it. So it's really hard. Even though you can make as many laps as you want in practice, you can get super comfortable, get the cars fast, you just can't replicate that seat time that a lot of these guys in this field, Santos, Willison, Jason Blonde, have years of experience in these things.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of Jason Blonde, shout out to Jason Blonde. He was a feature starter in the High Limit Racing Series just on Saturday at Butler, Michigan, so good to have him here at the racetrack as well. We're going to take another break, and when we come back, more racing coming up as we continue to get the track all cleaned up. You're watching the Race for the Million, presented by Sunbelt Rentals here at Owosso Speedway. We will be right back here on FloRacing. The Race for the Million is proud to be presented by Sunbelt Rentals. With more than 1,600 locations across North America, Sunbelt Rentals provides the equipment and support that powers construction sites, live events, and even racetracks like Five Flags Speedway. Just like the teams competing tonight, Sunbelt is built on hard work, precision, and getting the job done right. From setup to the final checkered flag, Sunbelt Rentals is helping drive this series forward. Sunbelt Rentals, powering the Race for the Million.
FloRacing Studios live.
Tune in to Flo and watch pretty much any race we want. This is our Daytona 500. This is it.
The largest crowd.
It's the biggest race of the year.
Destiny fulfilled.
This is the biggest race I've ever won.
The best dirt late model series in America.
This is exactly the group you need to put on a big event like this.
The biggest night in pavement late model racing history.
High Limit Racing.
You're watching the greatest sprint car drivers in the world right here on FloRacing.
Welcome back to Owosso Speedway here in Ovid, Michigan for Race for the Million, race number 2, presented by Sunbelt Rentals. Blake Walker, Tanner Swanson along with you here this evening in the booth. Dylan Welch down pit side for all the action this evening. We went to Five Flags back in April, Tanner, and it was a heck of a race, but track's different. It's still pretty big, but there are differences when it comes to the Speedway and what we saw back at Five Flags.
Yeah, no, we got a 3/8 mile here, which, like you said, still big. They still, I think, averaged 122 miles an hour last night, Aaron Wilson did in practice, so still carrying a lot of speed. But the way that it's shaped, Five Flags has that nice curving back straightaway that you can really carry a lot of speed with that wing on that sideboard. And here at Owosso, it's a little more of a traditional oval. But still a lot of speed. 11 seconds around here is moving quick. So it's a nice facility and really great what they've been doing with this place.
So the midgets coming back out onto the racetrack. This is the All-Star National Pavement Series here this evening. Just over 20-plus cars tonight. Again, they're qualifying, and then they're just going to race their feature. No heat races or anything of the sort. But because of that wreck only happened 13 cars into the practice session or qualifying session. There's Christopher Bell. Good to have Christopher Bell here tonight, racing in your All-Star National Pavement Series. He'll come up and join us in the booth in a little bit later this evening. Having a heck of a season so far with the NASCAR Cup Series, currently 7th in the point standings, coming off a runner-up finish at Nashville. Again, good to have here in that number 29 machine. Going to be fun to watch. He was fast in practice. It's going to be fun to see what he can do. He's the 2013 USAC Midget Champion as well. Brings a lot of speed. He was in a big block just a couple weeks ago for Stuart Friesen out on the East Coast, and Christopher Bell is one of those guys, Tanner, that races everything. And I guess kind of like you kind of raced everything on and off.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll give yourself a little bit of credit.
Yeah, back when TVs were black and white, and you know, unfortunately, FloRacing wasn't really around yet. But yeah, I ran quite a bit of this open wheel stuff with a wing, without a wing, dirt, pavement, and was really fortunate what I got to do, and even got to spend a little bit of time as a teammate to Christopher back at Keith Coons back in 2012. So. Yeah, it's awesome to see him get to keep this flexibility to come race some of these things. I know some of those bucket list items like those big blocks had to be to get in them, just see what those things feel like, how they react, and what you can do, right? How you can compete. So glad to see him here tonight in this field on a Wednesday.
Couple notable names here for your All-Star National Pavement Midget Series drivers. Dakota Armstrong running double duty tonight. Christopher Bell, Kaylee Bryson here in the field this evening. Chase Locke running double duty as well. Brooklyn Newman and her dad Ryan Newman also here tonight. Ryan Newman decides, I'm going to hop in a sprint car as well. First time he's even sat in one in 25 years. Excited to see what happens there. Cody Swanson, Sammy Swindell at 70 years young, also in a race car, Jake Trainer as well. So they're going to have a really, really great feature later tonight, and we'll be talking about that. 25 laps in the distance. These are kind of like the cars that you've driven, Tanner, and we look at it. I see them all the time at IRP and whatnot, what happens there. But these guys, we were talking about it with Dylan as well. Here in the booth, they look so tiny. I mean, they are so small. I'm used to seeing these over in Tulsa for the Chili Bowl, but man, these things just fly around here.
That's what I told Dylan. You know, looking at these things, no wonder people thought we were crazy when we'd go run the Milwaukee Mile or Phoenix in one of these things. You know, they're so small, but back the traditional midgets, those bigger engines, those higher horsepower were so much fun to drive. And talking to these guys here in the pits, I haven't ran one of these, but taking a look at them, these newer motor packages, so many guys say that they drive really well and are excited to see how they handle here tonight.
Well, they're going to continue their qualifying here. Again, it's just straight up. It's group qualifying. Where you qualify is where you'll start the feature tonight. So they're going to keep rolling through here as qualifying times keep coming across the board. Nathan Bird, by the way, if you're curious, is fastest with a 14.827.
In the pits, check.
So
change battery, check.
Qualifying, they'll get these guys in and get their laps straightened in. I'll get a car count for you here momentarily. But again, we've talked about it. Great crowd coming in. This is one of those different things, Tanner. We're sitting on the front stretch. We are, in fact, on the front stretch. But the entire crowd, there's no one that sits here on the front stretch. They're all on the back straightaway. You'll see them several times throughout the evening, and it's a great crowd filing in. That's just kind of the special things that Owosso's doing. That is a beautiful facility on the other side.
Yeah, no, you take a look at that great shot there. When I ran here 10 years ago, that was a cornfield or woods or something back there. I don't remember what it was. There was no back straightaway catch fence, and there's a whole lot of runway back there. So impressive how much concrete they've poured here. I would hate to know what the number is. But those grandstands are great, and it's got to be an awesome experience here at the racetrack.
And we were talking about the racing surface. This surface is the same exact surface that they use at the Daytona International Speedway down in Daytona Beach, Florida. So this is a surface that it takes abrasive weather in all facets of the way. We were talking to a couple guys earlier today. It snowed here a month ago, which is just crazy here in Michigan, but then before that they were hammered with severe thunderstorms and tornadoes. This is a surface that will get beat up over time.
Yeah, no, it'll get beat up. Those winters will be tough up here, and Makes me even more thankful for the weather we have today, right? Especially when you say severe thunderstorms and tornadoes. Guys from California don't like those. So, yeah, we're glad we got some sunshine and 80 degrees.
59 total cars signed in this evening. 33 of our Race for the Million 410 sprint cars. 26 of the All-Star National Pavement Midget Series sprint cars here, or midgets here this evening. Going to be a great show. Again, everybody will make the feature. No B main for those guys as they continue to get going out on the racetrack. Nathan Bird is currently quickest so far. Ayrton Huke is second. Ryan Newman is third. Ben Mkhitaryan is fourth, and Trey Osborne round out your top 5. Latest to go out was Kaylee Bryson there, who was 6th quick. Here comes the next group out onto the racetrack. Again, as we have qualified 19, we got one more group going out here. Sammy Swindell leading the way. One of the top all-time World of Outlaws sprint car drivers. Sammy races everything. Good to see him here at the racetrack as well. Good look down the back straightaway. You can see the little bit of banking here in the straights. 9 degrees of banking, 15 degrees of banking in the corner. You were talking about it earlier, but we got that resin down here, and Christopher Bell, one of those guys that was saying, man, if I hit this right, I think I could get in here full throttle.
Yeah, I mean, it looked, I was watching him last night in practice, and it looks like you're racing a car on a sticky mousetrap in the corners in that VHT compound. So these cars, they're so light, and like we said, not a... It's still got quite a bit of horsepower in comparison, but compared to a sprint car, not a whole lot of horsepower, and so they can really utilize that VHT well, and it should be good. Who would have thought that you'd see 2 NASCAR stars and a sprint car Hall of Famer racing D2 midgets tonight?
It's unbelievable to see that, you know, out here, all the names that have come out. Great to have Christopher Bell here. Great to have Ryan Newman here, all the success that he's had. Even after racing, when he's retired from NASCAR, 2008 Daytona 500 champion, and obviously, like we talked about it, Sammy Swindell here as well. 3-time World of Outlaws champion, Pacific Coast champion back in 1981, Super Dirt Car Week Sprint Nationals, 1983 Knoxville Nationals winner, multi-time Chili Bowl winner as well. Great to have him out here on the racetrack as well. They're going to put on a heck of a show as they got one more group of qualifying set to go here on FloRacing as we continue to work our way through the program. Again, had a big delay for a car that spun around in qualifying. He spun, and then he did another 360 trying to like get back going, and the oil just went everywhere. You'll be able to see it over in turn number 2 out by the pit exit where that speedy dry was put down. And like Dylan talked about and like CJ talked about, good facilities here. They got really nice branded Owosso pickup trucks, good push trucks, and then Lightning McQueen, sorry, not Lightning McQueen, but Lightning McLean, the sweeper truck, doing a great job. This really is a beautiful facility as we got one car that's up in smoke over there in turn number 2, or excuse me, turn number 4. Parked over there in the corner.
I believe that's Michael Lewis there in the 66, so.
Yeah, I believe that is correct. And, well, we were just talking about oil.
Yeah, exactly. That fluid there does not look like it's spelling something good for Michael's night. And also, that was the car that blew up in turn 2 was Nathan Bird, who's currently your quick time qualifier.
Yeah, they are currently putting the speedy dry down very quickly. They're going to hop on this. They're going to try to get this figured out as quick as they can here. Obviously, not wanting to do what they did last time. Now, granted, they do have the cleanup here. So they got a car parked over here, as that is Michael Lewis, like we talked about. We're going to take a break while they get some cleanup done. When we come back, more racing coming up at Owosso Speedway here in Ovid, Michigan. It's Race for the Million, presented by Sunbelt Rentals. We'll be back on FloRacing. Welcome back to Race for the Million, presented by Sunbelt Rentals here at Owosso Speedway in Central Michigan, Ovid, Michigan, the town just outside of us. Beautiful day for racing as we continue to roll along here with pre-race activities, if you will. Qualifying wrapping up here for the Midget Series, the All-Star National Pavement Series currently wrapping up. Just had a incident over there in turn number 4. The oil has gotten cleaned up. They're taking one more look around the racetrack for a chance to clean things up, get everything all situated before we get ready to roll into our qualifying here this evening with the wings on top. They have patiently, Tanner, been sitting in staging for quite a while. This has been a long effort here for pavement qualifying. I don't exactly know when the midgets started qualifying, maybe around 4:45, 4:30.
A long time ago. It's been a little bit.
They have been rolling. There's a look at Christopher Bell and Jake Traynor teammate. Christopher Bell going down the front straightaway. He was taking a look at the track. No, it was Jake. Jake was over there on turn number 2 or turn number 3. He was taking a look at the racetrack, making sure everything looks good. Two guys that expect to be fast here this evening. There's Jake, ran with us in our first race for the Race for the Million down at Five Flags Speedway. Finished 10th at Five Flags, and that was after he started in the back. He had that provisional to get into the feature. Let's take another look at the crowd there on the back straightaway. Great crowd still filing in here at Owosso. A beautiful Wednesday night. We appreciate you for watching on YouTube or on Flow, wherever you're watching. Fun night of racing up ahead. Blake Walker, Tanner Swanson along with you here. Dylan Welch down in the pit area. Also, hello to those watching on Flow 24/7, Flow Racing 24/7. Welcome to the Race for the Million presented by Sunbelt Rentals. Still wrapping up midget qualifying as it looks like they're going to get the cars back rolling. And this should be the last group. Yes, it is. Last group still going out. So they never put in lap times. So now they're officially going to put in their lap times. Again, no heat races, anything else for these guys. So it's straight up where you qualify. That's where you're going to be for tonight's feature. 25 laps. There's a look at your qualifying grid there on the left side of your screen. Nathan Bird currently quickest, but Tanner talked about he was the one that spun over there in turn number 2.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know if they have I don't know exactly what happened to it. He kept driving a little bit after the oil spill, so I don't know if it was a line or if it's something a little more fatal to that number 40 machine.
So lap times coming across the board for everybody here as we wave the white flag here on qualifying for your midgets.
Cody tried to repaint the back straightaway fence there. A little touch up. It was Owosso Speedway. Nice white fence, and now he put that nice black stripe in it.
It is impressive. I wonder how often they do paint the fence, because I mean, if it, or the wall, you kind of have to almost every time. You'd think. Nathan Bird still quickest, a 14.827. Christopher Bell jumps up to 4th quick with a 14.974. Cody Swanson now a 14.893. That's 2nd quick. And it looks like the checkered flag has waved. And this should be the end of qualifying here tonight for your All-Star National Pavement Series. There's a look at Christopher Bell heading off. 90.2 average mile per hour speed. That's pretty fast around a track like that, Tanner.
Yeah, exactly. No, those midgets, they're so light. And so they will get moving around some of these tracks, especially that VHT compound. It'll really lock them in through those corners.
Well, and we were talking about it. You might be able to see it. Yeah, you can see it a little bit on the camera. Just a weird pattern. Like you talked about it. It looks like somebody sat on the back of a golf cart and just went left, right as they kind of put that stuff down.
Yeah, exactly. That looks like my best imitation of a Bob Ross painting. But, you know, it is. It's amazing, those things, that compound, how much that can really change a racetrack, change your line, and change the grip. It's impressive stuff and can really adjust a pavement track a lot. So we'll see. Hopefully it's up just a little bit tonight. Hopefully it's got enough space there that we can see some good two-groove racing and some close racing here.
There's Rick Hawley as he's going to be pushing out, and For the first time tonight, our first car will be rolling out for our Dan Olson Racing qualifying session. And looks like we're going to bring them all into the infield. Make things quicker tonight, so they'll all park the cars down in the infield, get everybody all set up, and then we will roll for qualifying. They get going, Tanner, and then it's straight up 2 laps. You don't get a warm-up lap. You're on the gas, and you're on it for 2 laps. Again, it'll help us line up our heat races here later tonight.
It'll be about 30 seconds of holding your breath, and we'll see. Some of these guys are, I think, going to get, they're going to work hard to lay down some laps. These wing pavement sprint cars, you can really abuse these things. You can get in there hard and really drive them off the corner with that wing, that sideboard, give you some forward drives. So there's going to be some excitement here in this qualifying session, trying to see who can set a new track record here.
We talked about it, Tanner, but the lap record here for a wing sprint car, 12:297, set by Aaron Willison back on August 31st in 2025, so not that long ago. The speeds yesterday and the traction compound on the racetrack, Tanner, it sure feels like we could be looking at an all-time track record here coming up in the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think last night they got below it. They got Hoosier tires here this weekend that are awesome. I think with that compound, we're going to see some quick laps, and this weather here today, maybe a little bit later here in the evening, even helped a little bit some more. So we should see some good speeds, and hopefully should see a new track record.
Drivers talked about maybe an 11.5 was possible. I mean, that's 7/10 quicker than the current track record. That is unbelievable about those speeds. And like I said, it would be the all-time, the fastest lap that has ever been set here at Owosso Speedway. Really big stuff here happening in just a little bit. Cars making their way out into the infield, and then we'll get everybody rolling here for qualifying. Obviously, all going to go in one go, as we'll get rolling here in just a few minutes as the guys continue to push down from that turn 2 area. Got the tire barrier up there in turn 2, obviously the only way to get in and out of the racetrack. So if a car has issues during a race, we kind of saw it during hot laps and our practice earlier for Hoosier Tire hot laps, Tanner. It's hard to pull in. I mean, there really is no good pull-in area or pull-off area. You can see the tire barriers. They had a wreck here a couple weeks ago. A guy went into the tire barrier, but it's a different configuration that if you have a problem, you kind of got to putt around. Yeah, exactly. Got to get low and try to find an opening. The nice part is that this place is all concrete in the infield, so any opening you can find, you got somewhere good to park. So plenty of safety staff down there, looks like tonight, and that's always good to see. We heard in the drivers' meeting, it was talked about the racing limits. Can you go anywhere? Can you not go anywhere? Wall to wall is what the drivers were told. Do you think we see anybody really, truly use under the double white yellow line here, or the yellow line here? I don't know. I know certainly that I'm not brave enough to try to do that, but maybe that's why I'm not sitting in one of these things anymore. So I as a fan, I hope we see somebody do it. I want to see somebody get a little creative, but in all practicality, I don't know. It's going to be pretty hard to not be utilizing that banking up the racetrack like that. And we really don't expect a ton of people to go too high. You're going to see a lot of the guys stick in between that resin. You'll see lap traffic, like we saw at Five Flags, probably going to be a big factor here tonight. Yeah, I think so. I think, starting 24 cars tonight at this racetrack, if you're still making laps in the low 12-second range, you're going to catch them quickly. And so that's going to be, that dirty air is going to be very key. But, yeah, you said that VHT compound, nobody's going to be above that. That's for sure. Quite a few of these sprint cars actually in the center of the corner look like they were getting down below it with those wings. They have enough downforce, so I don't think they have to rely on it quite as much. So it'll be interesting to see. There's going to be some different lines, a few different attacks here, and definitely some aggressive guys really trying to put it all out there and lay down a line, because it'll change their night. If you can start on the pole one of these heat races, if you can win one of these heat races, you will start in the dash in the first 4 positions. If you finish second, you would start 5th through 8th. So it can be a huge adjustment to your night if you end up qualifying, 5th, 9th, something like that, and start outside of those top 2 spots and can't get yourself into that dash and really put yourself towards the front of one of these. Bobby Santos was our quick-time qualifier back at Five Flags Speedway for race number 1 of the Race for the Millions series. Expect good speed once again out of Bobby. I mean, that was such a weird thing. The wicker bill came off the top wing, had to go another lap because of debris on his own racetrack. Bobby's coming off the pit lane over there in turn number 2. But, boy, he just brings a lot of speed, and I wouldn't be surprised if he has another chance to possibly do it tonight.
No, exactly. I know Bobby's won plenty of races around this place. Has them and that Dick Feeler team have really put a lot of time into these wing pavement sprint cars, learning them, getting better at them, and he's the top of the heap right now. Him, Aaron Willison, obviously both still incredible at these things and have a lot of experience and very good teams behind them that know what they're doing, and so. It'll be fun to see just what cream rises to the top here this evening.
What's the key here in a driver's mind when you're getting ready to qualify, especially here at Owosso? There is no warm-up. You're off and you're running. You've run a couple Hoosier Tire hot laps, but really, is this the hardest you're going to go, considering we had practice yesterday and practice today? Realistically, this should be the hardest they've gone all week.
Yeah, they should be. If for some reason they're going to go easier now than they did in practice, they're doing it wrong. So they're going to go hard. It's going to be tough. These first couple guys, especially without that oil down off turn 2 that Nathan Bird set down earlier in that midget. That's some of that quickie dry that can really affect how cars handle. It seems like they got it cleaned up pretty well, but that's always something that plays in your head. How that's going to feel off turn 2, if there's going to be any slickness, or how great that grip is still going to be. And then you got some weather playing into it as well. But yeah, these are the 2 most important laps to your weekend here. You got to put yourself towards the front of this field, get yourself a great starting spot in that heat race, hopefully put you into a dash and get you towards the front here for this feature and get some clean air.
Trying to line everybody up here, get everybody in the correct starting position, as it looks like we got our first car about to roll out onto the racetrack. Rick Hawley is slated to be the first qualifier, so an issue over there for a driver pulling in. That's Bobby Komisarski, who is having an issue, so he's going to have to pull it back into the pit area. We were just given word, Tanner, that we were going to have an invert tonight for the pavements midgets that we saw earlier. We have just been informed that that invert will be 10 tonight for the All-Star National Pavement Series. So that means Keegan Weiss is on the front row with Kaylee Bryson for tonight's All-Star Pavement Midget Series. Nathan Bird and Cody Swanson. That means we'll start 10th and 9th. So that'll be fun. We joked about the possibility of a 15, but a 10 is not bad.
No, a 10 should be a plenty good invert. That's going to put Christopher Bell, Ryan Newman right in the middle of that invert. Jake Traynor is going to be in there. Trey Osborne in the 1 car is going to start on the inside of the second row. So that'll be an exciting race. It's going to be close racing, I think, so that's going to be a fun one to watch this evening.
So how qualifying works here, the slowest time in practice will be the one that is out qualifying first. Our fastest practice time this evening was a 12:199 by Jake Traynor, so he will be going out last in qualifying this evening. We talked about the track record being a possibility of being broken. 12:297 set by Aaron Willison. We saw lap times at 11:9 last night as a possibility, and we talked about that all-time track record is a very high possibility. Well, all-time track record already is the 12:9. That's usually how it goes with how fast these cars are. But anytime a track record is broken, Tanner, it's a big deal. We talked about it a lot when it was at Five Flags, but Jason Blonde still currently holds the track record at Bristol Motor Speedway down in Tennessee. And that was back in 2011, and I don't know if that's ever going to get broken. That means a lot to some of these guys.
No, it does, and especially on these pavement tracks, right? It's not like a dirt track where you might get, maybe in an early March night of really good conditions and a heavy racetrack. This place, for about 2 or 3 years after they pave it is your sweet spot to get one, and you can hang that in the rafters for quite a while. So it should last if somebody can beat it here tonight.
All right, well, here we go for qualifying this evening here at Owosso Speedway. Your Dan Olson Racing qualifying is underway. First car out onto the racetrack from Nelsonville, Ohio, in the Mattis Racing number 85. This is Rick Hawley. Rick Hawley in the number 85. 13.9 was his fastest in qualifying, or for practice, I should say. First lap time for Hawley is a 13.462, 1.3462. Again, just single car qualifying here tonight for your Race for the Million sprint cars. Hawley will come off to turn number 4. Second lap time is better, 13.030, 1.3030. So Rick Hawley sets the time to beat early in your Dan Olson Oil Pans qualifying.
Qualified nearly a second faster than he ran in practice. So just goes to show you how much when you can really lay it out here and get aggressive with qualifying, you can find pace.
Next out on to the racetrack. From Beaverton, Michigan in the 5R, this is Darren Roberts. Darren Roberts in the 5R. Kind of a home race for Darren. Probably happy to have him here at the Owosso Speedway. First lap time for the 5R is a 13.533, 1.3533. Darren sails it off into turns 3 and 4. Second lap time for Roberts is better. Still second quick, 13.490, 1.3490. So they'll get Roberts pulled in here. Obviously, the kind of the weird, weird
exactly.
cross-section.
Got kind of an awkward trade-off right here as they're pulling into turn 1 and then having a new guy pushing off of turn 4 here.
So Dan Olson Racing Products qualifying continues to roll on. Next out onto the racetrack from Salt Lake City, Utah, the number 02. This is Mel Andrus Jr. Mel Andrus Jr. in the 02 tonight. See if he can beat the current quick time. 13.030 is the quickest time out onto the racetrack currently. See a couple guys get right there on that yellow line, Tanner. That's about as good as they can get it. First lap time for Andrus Jr. is a 14.723, 1.4723.
You can see that shot down the backstretch. That the concrete comes out probably about 8 feet from the fence, which is pretty unique. And I'm curious to see, these guys got to use up that whole racetrack, but that concrete is flat compared to the banking of the racetrack. So that's got to have some effect on these race cars as they flatten out and then drop back down on their entry into 3.
His second lap time was a 14.184 from Mel Andrus Jr. That puts him third quick. Next car heading out onto the racetrack, that's Tom Guerin in the 10G. Tom Guerin in the 10G. I will say they tricked us with. I was going to say they got the
entry list there, but
entry list 11.
Yeah.
First lap time for Guerin is third quick, 13.569, 1.3569. One thing about that race car, you're not going to miss it. Bright orange as it comes off the turn number 4. Second lap time is better. Second quick, 13.371, 1.3371. Next car to clock in from Grand Rapids, Michigan, in the Wolverine Racing Incorporated, number 44, that's Teddy Alberts. Teddy Alberts in the 44.
This is one of those 2 DRC sprint cars in the field, CJ Leary being one of them, Teddy the other. These things are brand new this season, so exciting to see how they do here tonight.
That left front locked up as he got into turn 1 and 2. First lap time for Alberts is second quick, though, 13.301, 1.3301. He was a DNS at 5 flags. He was on the entry list, did show up, but did not start. Second lap time for Alberts is second quick, still 13.084, 1.3084.
Yeah, Alberts was that car that after Jason Blonde had his crash late in practice or early in qualifying, whichever one it was, is got out of the seat and gave Jason the seat for the night there in 5 flags, and still made a heck of a night out of sitting in that 44.
Out next from Burien, Washington, driving the Al Brooks Custom Welding Access Performance, John and Pam Giblin. That's the number 81 of Marty Rossler. Marty Rossler in the 81. Marty will come off to turn number 4. First lap time for him is quick time, 12:09.80, 1:29.80 for Marty Rossler. He was 12th in your B main at 5 Flags back on April 10th. Second lap time for Rossler is faster, 12:08.57, 1:28.57 for the 81 of Marty Rossler, who now sets the time to beat. Next car pushing out onto the racetrack from Litchfield, Michigan in the Catswell Drilling, Dowker Engines, Hamilton Trucking, Bingham Farms, Accurate Inspections LLC. Number 42, this is Jason Blonde. Jason Blonde in the 42. He's going to warm up those tires just a little bit.
Yep, taking a little bit, try to scrub any debris that was on those things off of it and get him ready to go lay down a couple laps.
Jason was 14th at 5 Flags, not in his own equipment. He wrecked earlier in the night, had to hop in somebody else's car. 21st with High Limit Racing at Butler Speedway back on Saturday night on the dirt. First lap time for Jason Blonde is second quick, 13:0.14, 1:30.14. Jason is a one-time winner in pavement action here at the Owosso Speedway. Second lap time for Jason Blonde is better, still second quick though, 12:09.93, 1:29.93. A second quick effort for Jason Blonde. Next car out onto the racetrack, out of South Bend, Indiana, in the number 24, this is Ryan Newman. Ryan Newman in the 24. First time in a wing sprint car that he said in 25 years, and that he just kind of sat in one. 2008 Daytona 500 champion, former NASCAR star. Good to have Ryan Newman here tonight in something new. First lap time for Newman is fourth quick, 13:0.49, 1:30.49.
You can see Ryan's the first one here in the sprint car to stay up in that compound the whole way around. So interesting to see. Looks like lap times are still, it's pretty even.
Quick time for Ryan Newman, 12:07.58, 1:27.58 for Ryan Newman. Not bad for the rookie.
No, exactly. Look at him.
So great lap by Ryan Newman, puts him to the top of the boards. A 12:07.58 as he'll make his way to Tech. As we got a car crossing back across the racetrack, that's Bobby Komisarski. He was the one that went out earlier. Not really sure what that issue was. Maybe Dylan can find out for us when he gets back over there eventually. But yeah, there was an issue over there for Bobby. So Ryan Newman, quickest so far, 12:07.58. Next car to go out onto the racetrack. From Mount Bridges, Ontario, Canada, in the Jimmy Brown Racing, number 55B, that's Mike Ling. Mike Ling in the 55B. Boy, it's great to have Mike back at the racetrack. It has been a long time since he's been on the racing surface.
Yeah.
Mike was a DNS at 5 Flags. First lap time for Mike Ling is sixth quick, 13:02.15. Second lap time for Ling, fifth quick, 13:039, 1:30.39 for Mike Ling. Next car to clock in out onto the racetrack. From Pittsburgh, Indiana, in the Indy Performance Composites number 88X, that's Chase Locke. Chase Locke in the 88X. Chase, a 17th place finish with us at 5 Flags Speedway back on April 10th. First lap time for the 88X, quick time, 12:07.35, 1:27.35 for Chase Locke. Second lap time for the 88X is faster, 12:05.62, 1:25.62 for Chase Locke. as we close in, Tanner, on the current track record.
Yeah, we're getting there, and by the looks of it, we should get there pretty soon, I'm thinking.
From Connerday, British Columbia, the Speed Shop, number 94W, this is Jeff Wade. Jeff Wade in the 94W.
Jeff is one of those guys that is not going to back down. He's going to be aggressive right here, and you're going to see some of the quickest laps of the weekend out there.
8th quick that time, 13.143, 13143. Looked like he was pedaling it off of turn number 2. Sails it off into 3 and 4. Final lap time for Wade is slower, 13.272, 13272. One of the few guys that didn't improve on that second lap time. So that's 8th quick for Jeff Wade. Next car pushing out onto the racetrack from Galveston, Indiana, driving the number 18. That's Landon Butler. Landon Butler in the 18 out of Galveston, Indiana. Landon did not race with us the first time down in Five Flags, so making his first start here for the Race for the Million. See what he's got here in Dan Olson Racing Products qualifying. First lap time for Butler, 4th quick, 2.980, 1.2980. Got high.
Got a little out of shape there in the 1. That got a little exciting.
Might affect his second lap. Second lap time for Landon Butler is slower, 13.129, 1.3129. Next car pushing out on the racetrack from Fountaintown, Indiana, driving the Armstrong garage doors. Number 99, that's C.J. Leary. C.J. Leary in the 99. C.J. was 12th at Five Flags with us back in April. 15th in the Little 500 just a couple weeks ago. 2 top 5s over the weekend at the Knoxville Raceway with USAC AMSOIL Sprint Car competition. First lap time for C.J. Leary, second quick, 12.610, 1.2610 for C.J. Leary.
You can see him working on the wheel down there in the center of 1 and 2 here in 3 and 4. Let's see what he's got.
Second lap time for Leary is slower, but barely, 12.614, 4/1000ths of a second slower than his first lap, but good consistency out of the 99. Next out from Newcastle, Indiana, driving the Meristem Crop Performance. Number 1, that's Dakota Armstrong. Dakota Armstrong in the 1 car. 11th with us back at Five Flags, coming off a podium finish, a 3rd place run in the Little 500 back at Anderson Speedway a couple weeks ago. First lap time for Armstrong is second quick, 12.598, 1.2598. Quickest so far is Locke with a 12.562. Can Armstrong get there? Yes, he does. Quick time, 12.514. 1.2514 for Dakota Armstrong. And you said it, lap time's just going to keep creeping on up. Next car rolling out onto the racetrack from Petersburg, Michigan, driving the Abe's Auto Bulldog Safety and Performance. Number 88, that's Jimmy McCune. Jimmy McCune in the 88. 4th at Five Flags Speedway. Jimmy is a 4-time winner here at the Owosso Speedway. He knows how to get around this joint. First lap time for McCune is 4th quick, 12.619, 1.2619 for McCune. Second lap time for the yellow 88 is better. 3rd quick, 12.566, 1.2566 for Jimmy McCune. Good speed so far, still chasing Dakota Armstrong with a 12.514. From Yorktown, Indiana, and the Adams & Company Tax Services Incorporated, Kamak Station. Number 4, that is Donnie Adams Jr. Donnie Adams Jr. in the 4. Get a great shot here down the front straightaway. How fast these guys are flying at us. Same thing on the backstretch.
Exactly. Donnie, another one of these non-wing guys that is putting the wing on for the Race for the Million and trying to get used to this.
5th quick for Donnie Adams Jr., 12.745, 1.2745. sails it off into 3 and 4. Second lap time for the 4. Quick time, 12-4-11, 1-2-4-1-1. It is quick time for Donnie Adams Jr. He set that thing in 3 and 4. I figured he was probably going to get there.
I was going to say, that was a nice lap. You could tell all those guys are kind of non-wing, you know, standard. Anytime you slip a tire there, you're giving up time. So it's a little bit against your nature here to be not too afraid to get after it, be aggressive, and you don't mind being a little sideways. So make some speed with the wing on and a little bit to get used to. But Donnie put down a nice lap right there.
This is Matt Dimmitt out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. He goes 5th quick, 12-5-97. He's in the Dennis Craft Construction, Platte Show Pigs, Ridge Napa, Black Road Designs, Victory Industrial Cleaning, B&R, number 7 machine, Matt Dimmitt. Second lap time for Dimmitt, 2nd quick, 12-4-94, 1-2-4-9-4. Next car rolling out onto the racetrack, set to qualify from Brownsburg, Indiana, in the Classic Corvettes, Mobile 1, Triple H, number 41. That's Troy DeCare. Troy DeCare in the 41.
You can hear him having to finesse the throttle a little bit, a little free here, but maybe some tire temp he can lay down a lap here on the second one.
He was sideways. First lap time for DeCare. Quick time, 12-3-03, 1-2-3-0-3. That was with him being sideways in the corner. Off of turn number 4. Slower, 12-4-23, 1-2-4-2-3. We are 6th 1,000ths of a second off the track record.
Yeah, it's so different to what you traditionally think builds speed, you know, in these things. When you can sometimes utilize that sideboard, get it to plant in the center of the corner, it can get it to drive off and really find you a 10th or 2.
From Bartlett, Tennessee, in the Perfection Fab, number 11, this is Kyle Edwards. Kyle Edwards in the 11. Really lost it going there into turns 3 and 4. First lap time for Edwards is 12-5-99, 1-2-5-9-9. A little bit better there off of 4 this time. Second lap time, second quick, 12-3-40, 1-2-3-4-0 for Kyle Edwards. All right, buckle up from Lutz, Florida, driving the T. Carino Phil Haulers, AP Driver Development, SamPierceChevy.com, Zacchiali attorney, number 61, this is Colton Bettis. Colton Bettis in the 61. 5 wins in 2026. Did not start our feature at 5 flags. The track record is a 12-2-97. Bettis comes off of turn number 4. Quick time and a new track record, 12-143, 1-2-1-4-3. Second lap time for Bettis is slower, 12-2-27, 1-2-2-2-7.
You tell from the time he got pushed off, he was on the gas, ready to go, and laid down 2 nice laps right there. That 61 looks good this evening.
So just know until the end, I'm not going to keep saying new track record if these guys keep bidding.
I want to hear it every time.
If they are faster. From Lebanon, Indiana, driving the PCS Racing Power Cool Manufacturing, number 5, this is Joe Ligori. Joe Ligori in the 5.
Joe got a little tight down there, 1 and 2. We'll see what he can do and what this thing comes across.
First lap time for Ligori, third quick, 12-3-3, 1-2-3-3-3. Still tight off the corner.
Can't get it to turn, unfortunately.
Really up the racetrack. You can hear the tires squeal that time in 3 and 4. Slower, 1-2-5-7-5. That's a 12-5-75. Next car pushing out from Fort Collins, Colorado in the BG Automotive, number 6G. This is Brian Gossel. Brian Gossel in the 6G. Another one of those dirt guys having some fun here on the pavement. He was 6th at 5 Flags Speedway back in April, and a win in 360 dirt competition at the El Paso County Raceway. In a car that probably looked just like that car.
I was to say, you want to talk about a guy that drives everything. He's, you know, wing, non-wing, pavement, you know, wing dirt cars, pavement, you know, Silver Crown cars, both on dirt and pavement. So, and they all look the same, which makes it easy on us in the booth, that's for sure.
12:328, 1:23.28. That's third quick. Second lap time for Gossel is slower. 12:389, 1:23.89 for Brian Gossel. Your quick time qualifier from Five Flags back on April 10th rolls out on the racetrack from Boca Raton, Florida in the DJ Racing number 22A. That is Bobby Santos. Bobby Santos in the 22A. Bobby was third at Five Flags. A win this year already at the Showtime Speedway on February 20th. He's a one-time winner here at Owosso. First lap time for Bobby Santos. His second quick, 12:205, 1:22.05. Second lap time for Bobby Santos is better, 12:170, 1:21.70. Still second quick for Bobby Santos. Out next from Lutz, Florida, and the Morgan Exteriors Incorporated, Simonton Windows, James Hardy Siding, FK Rod-Ins, Buffalo Avenue Powder Coating. That's the number 14 of Davey Hamilton. Davey Hamilton in the 14. Davey Hamilton Jr. going to make his way off of turn number 4. First lap time for him. Fourth quick, 12:308, 1:23.08. Seventh with us back at Five Flags. Runner-up at the Little 500 just a couple weeks ago. He's got one career win at Owosso. Second lap time for Davey is a 12:400, 1:24.00. He'll take his first lap. Out next from Madera, California. That is Eric Humphreys. Eric Humphreys out of Madera, California in the HSI number 15 machine. Had that big wreck back at Five Flags. Good to see him back here at Owosso.
Yeah, definitely good to see him back. Good to see that car put all back together, and had some speed here last night.
First lap time for Eric Humphreys. His third quick, 12:236, 1:22.36.
And they look good there through 1 and 2.
Can he go better? Second lap time for Humphreys. Quick time, 12:062, 1:20.67 for Eric Humphreys. 1:20.67 for Eric Humphreys to the top of the boards. Out next from Brownsburg, Indiana, in the Ram Engineering number 50M, this is Cody Swanson. Cody Swanson in the 50M. He's now a 4-time Little 500 winner. He was 5th with us back at Five Flags. Best career finish. First here at Owosso, 2 times a winner. First lap time for Cody Swanson. Second quick, 12:095, 1:20.95. That car holds the track record at Five Flags Speedway. That same car that he's driving. Second lap time for Swanson is slower, 12:208, 1:22.08.
Yeah, the car's been around 35 years, 1991. So it's got plenty of track records, plenty of race wins, and looks like it's not off to a bad start here this evening.
Out next on the racetrack from Cobble Hill, British Columbia, driving the Malahat Auto Wrecking number 33J. This is Jeff Montgomery. Jeff Montgomery in the 33J.
Jeff might be the best qualifier I've ever seen. He is not afraid to hustle it, and you're seeing it there on the screen.
First lap time for Montgomery, third quick, 12:110, 1:21.10. That was getting sideways and smoke off the right rear.
Yeah, somebody said dirt sprint car, pavement sprint car. He don't care. He's on the gas, and there he goes.
Quick time, 12:046, 1:20.46 for Jeff Montgomery. Next car out from Langley, British Columbia, in the Statham Construction, number 36. This is Aaron Willison. Aaron Willison in the 36. Your defending race winner here for the Race for the Million, presented by Sunbelt Rentals at Five Flags Speedway. He was one of the quickest last night in practice.
He called his shot at Five Flags. He said he was coming here for this track record, so we got about the next 12 seconds to find out.
First lap time for Willison. Quick time, 11:908, 1:19.08. Second lap time for Willison is faster, 11.798, 11.798 for Aaron Willison.
That was a great looking couple laps. That thing was locked down, cut nicely, and he did a great job of carrying speed. That's why he's taking home quite a few of those big checks in these things.
From Cornelius, North Carolina, in the AP Driver Development, SamPierceChevy.com, Zakiali, number 26. This is Chase Cabery. Chase Cabery in the 26.
I believe only Chase's third wing pavement start.
Quick time for Chase Cabery, 11.790, 11.790.
Man, that's impressive.
Second lap time is faster, 11.774 for Chase Cabery.
You know, Aaron Pierce, Sam Pierce, car owner on that thing. If I would have known better, I would have thought Aaron was sitting in the seat of that 26. That's the same way. He's not afraid to get aggressive and chase two nice laps there.
Final car. Well, we got two more left. We're going to catch the last one on here at the end. From Marlboro, Massachusetts, in the K-Tron Incorporated Bentley Saloon, Skip Holtgren, number 29. This is Jake Trainer. Jake Trainer in the 29. First lap time for Trainer is third quick, 11.870, 11.870. Second lap time for Trainer, second quick, 11.776, 11.776.
0.02 of a second.
Barely, just barely off of it. Final car rolling out from Dayton, Ohio in the Illinois Power Sports, Kircher Engines, Finney Electric, and Feed My Starving Children, number 7X. That's Bobby Komisarski. Bobby Komisarski out in the 7K. Had that issue there before qualifying, had to take it back behind the pit wall, and now was able to get back out onto the racetrack. First lap time for Komisarski is 28th quick, 13.187, 13.187, and he, I believe, was just going to get one lap.
Yep, only one lap since he missed his original slotted position. So still got to at least put a lap, gave himself quite a few spots there.
So, ladies and gentlemen, here at Owosso Speedway, and to all those watching on FloRacing, you have just witnessed the fastest man that Owosso Speedway has ever seen. Chase Cabery now holds the all-time track record at Owosso Speedway across all divisions that have raced here, an 11.774. Absolutely unbelievable. It breaks the previous all-time track record by almost 5/10. Truly unbelievable. 8 cars broke our previous track record in qualifying. I'm sure Aaron Willison would have loved to be the guy to go back on top again, but Chase Cabery is quickest in qualifying tonight.
And only his third wing pavement sprint car start, right? So you can tell he's a quick learner.
Unbelievable here in Dan Olson Racing Products qualifying. You can see the twins walking out behind him as he'll make his way to the front straightaway, where I believe Dylan Welch is going to have a word with him. But boy, what a blast that was. Dylan, let's go to you, Dylan. You're currently standing next to the fastest man this racetrack has ever seen.
Yeah, hey, not bad for your third wing sprint car start. How about that?
Yeah, I'm pumped. I've been learning how to go fast in these things, and I feel like Five Flags, I was pretty quick, but these short tracks where you kind of run it sideways, and I just had to figure out how to get the most out of it. And I smoked the right rear tire pretty good. I felt it going down the back straightaway, but hats off to Dave and Aaron for the opportunity to even be here. And this whole race for the million deal is awesome. And it's really cool to see asphalt sprint cars have this many cars and quality cars. And it's fun to be standing on top right now. Hopefully we can keep going.
11.774 breaks the old track record by, I just heard, I think 5/10. So not too bad of a lap, but there were a lot of different strategies of how to make speed here. What did you feel like your car did well, and what worked for you?
Just hold the gas on. Aaron will tell me, just hold it down and it'll work out. So yeah, we run it sideways or whatever it took to get through the lap. So yeah, I'm super stoked and looking forward to the rest of the night.
Well done. Chase Cabery, 11.774, your fast time and new track record holder here at Owosso.
Thanks so much, Dylan. Truly unbelievable what we've just seen here at Owosso Speedway. Congratulations to Chase Cabry and all the team. You can see Haley Deegan there with him as well. All right, let's take a look at your top 10 here in qualifying. Your Dan Olson Racing Products qualifying. Chase Cabry quickest, an 11.774. Jake Trainer, an 11.776, 2/1000ths of a second, just behind from being a track record
there.
holder.
Yep.
Aaron Wilson was third. Jeff Montgomery was fourth. Eric Humphreys was fifth. Cody Swanson sixth. Colton Bettis is seventh. Bobby Santos is eighth, and Troy DeCare ninth, and Davey Hamilton Jr. round out your top 10. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, more racing coming up here at Owosso Speedway in Ovid, Michigan. You're watching the Race for the Million presented by Sunbelt Rentals live on FloRacing.
Born from family values and a passion for performance, Cometic Gasket keeps your engine sealed so you can focus on the checkered flag. Cometic is the standard for racers who demand uncompromised reliability under the most exacting conditions. Professionals and performance enthusiasts trust Cometic to deliver race-winning performance. Cometic Gasket, sealing championships since 1989.
The Race for the Million is proud to be presented by Sunbelt Rentals. With more than 1,600 locations across North America, Sunbelt Rentals provides the equipment and support that powers construction sites, live events, and even racetracks like Five Flags Speedway. Just like the teams competing tonight, Sunbelt is built on hard work, precision, and getting the job done right. From setup to the final checkered flag, Sunbelt Rentals is helping drive this series forward. Sunbelt Rentals, powering the Race for the Million.
The #1 source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
Presented by Sunbelt Rentals back in April. Running of the Race for the Million, presented by Sunbelt Rentals, is green at Five Flags Speedway.
Man, McCune spun the tires big there on that start. Glad that he was able to keep it going the right direction.
Everybody trying to sort it out as they come off of turn #2. Side by side for the third spot, Bobby Santos and Aaron Willison. Willison able to take over the third position. And Colton Bettis is off the pace. He's pulled it down into the infield. So tough break for the 61 of Colton Bettis. Davey holding his position ever so slightly as they come off of turn #2. Cabry a little better in 3 and 4. Your leaders have caught lap traffic as here comes Montgomery. We got J.J. Dutton off the pace. What a move. Aaron Williamson is on the move. He got around Cody Swanson. Now he tries to go after the leader. He's sideways off of turn #4.
It's almost like there's got to be some fluid down with the way that some of those guys are getting loose so fast. But here they go back to battle. That was a big move by Willison to put himself in a good position.
Or side by side right in front of your leaders. That's not going to help clean air here for the 33 of Montgomery as Blonde got down and cuts off the 33. Here comes Aaron Willison. Willison side by side with your leader and almost using him as a pick. but Montgomery says no. He jumps up in front, holds on to the lead. Great move.
Yeah, great move there by Jeff. That would have been some pretty big consequences, but like we've seen all night, Jeff's not afraid to put the elbows up and get on the wheel when he needs to and make something happen.
Michael Lewis pretty even in front of the 33. This is going to be probably where the race is won, Tanner, if they don't get a caution.
Yeah, exactly. This is a pretty good group of cars there, and some pretty strong ones, right? We've seen Chase Locke, and there we go. They're going to be too wide down into 3.
Willison tried on the bottom. Again, just using lap cars to his advantage. Again, Michael Lewis is pretty even with these 2 leaders. Here comes Willison to the bottom. Willison sends it off down into turn 1 and 2. He gets around. Your new leader is Aaron Willison down to the lead as Montgomery has to try to settle back in, but Willison's stuck in a ton of lap traffic. Santos with a run here down the back straightaway. Bobby Santos going to move into the 3rd spot. Cody drops back to 4th. Again, keep an eye on tires, everything else, who's saving their stuff. Aaron Wilson has checked out. 1.4 second lead for Aaron Wilson. And your leader, Aaron Willison, still working his way around. Now he's got around Troy DeCare, but boy, you can see it right here on Flow. Just so many cars back to that 4th and 5th position. He's going to need a little bit of help, Tanner.
Yeah, look at him. Look at him taking that move. Oh, he's squeezed it in there tight. He got Cody, and now he's back into up into 4th and going to continue moving forward. We'll see. Willison's cleared this big group of lap cars. Looks like Montgomery's got a couple spots, got tight off the back straightaway, and Santos is to his inside for 2nd.
And everybody else mired in lap traffic. Oh, car hard in the wall over in turn number 4. Marguson goes hard into the outside wall. You're going to catch it here just in screen. I mean, he went pretty much nose first. There, you just saw it. Nose first into that outside wall. There's no safer barrier here.
Oh, the choose cone.
The choose cone has crashed on the front straightaway.
I was wondering when this is happening because it was on 2 wheels the last couple of times it was on its way down.
Montgomery and Willison on the front row. Willison's on the gas. We're back underway. Great start for your top 2. Here comes Jeff Montgomery. Montgomery going to stay wheel to wheel down the back straightaway. Now he makes his move to the inside. Wheel to wheel as they go into turn 3. Willison holds firm and says, not today. Comes across the start-finish line. Still your leader.
Yeah, I was surprised that Willison didn't cheat up a little bit more into 1 and take some air away from Montgomery. He's not the kind of guy you can leave air to. He's going to use it and just about snuck this race away from him.
White flag waving in the wind. One more time around here at 5 flags. Aaron Willison has put on a feature tonight. Really good in lap traffic. He'll come into turn 3, off of turn number 4. The inaugural Race for the Million winner is Aaron Willison. Welcome back to Owosso Speedway here for the Race for the Million presented by Sunbelt Rentals. Qualifying has wrapped up. We have just set the fastest lap that has ever been recorded here at the Owosso Speedway. Chase Cabry, an 11.774. We welcome you here to the broadcast booth. Blake Walker, Tanner Swanson along with you here this evening. Special guest joining us, Christopher Bell joins us here in the booth. Christopher, good to have you here with us. You're running midgets here tonight. You were out there for qualifying a little bit, so you get a little bit of a break. We appreciate you joining us here.
I am very excited to see some sprint car racing here.
It's been a fun day so far. You got here yesterday, hopped into the car, did a little bit of practice. I felt like you were already talking to Tanner here, still trying to get some pointers. You guys were teammates way back in the day.
Yeah, it was such a small world seeing Tanner today. So the last time that I saw him would have been 2013. Whenever I first showed up on the USAC scene, Pete and Keith at KKM, they hired Tanner to essentially be my driver coach. Like when we were running the pavement midgets, and yeah, we go way back. So thank you for all the tips there, Tanner.
Yeah, no, glad to be here. Like they said, right? Those who can't should teach. So glad I got to teach, and yeah, glad to see you again.
You've been in a lot of things this year. You raced a big block just a couple weeks ago, and now obviously hopping in a midget. A place like this at Owosso, how you been feeling here?
It's been a ton of fun. It's been a long time since I ran a pavement open wheel car. So, but honestly, getting back in, it just kind of felt like I was in it yesterday. So very thankful for Matt Seymour and the whole group back there to allow me the opportunity to go out there and race for them. Whenever this first deal came up, I reached out to them about running a sprint car here, and then we talked about doing the sprint car and the midget, and he's like, man, we got Jake who's running for the points on top of the little 500 last week. He's like, our shop's in Boston. It's just going to be a lot logistically. So I'm like, all right, well, we'll just, let you guys focus on Jake and the sprint car side. And then I'll come out here, have some fun in the midget and cheer on Jake and hopefully see these guys get a win.
Had you ever been here to Owosso?
I never have, no. So
it's quite the facility.
It really is, yes. So I'm really good friends with Bon Suss, who's really heavy in the super late model racing. And whenever I told him that I was going to Owosso, he was super excited about just the upgrades that Rex Wheeler has done here, and getting to meet Rex and see how beautiful of a facility he has turned this place into is it's pretty magnificent for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. You're starting top 5, top 6 or 5th.
Do we know the invert
The
yet?
invert was 10, so you really didn't move.
So I went from starting 4th to 6th, right?
Yeah, so
I think so, yeah.
You and Newman going to be right there with each other, so that'll be fun.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's going to be a blast to watch. We're going to send it down trackside. Dylan Welch has got us ready to go for opening ceremonies.
Thank you, Blake, and good evening, everybody. Hope you're enjoying a beautiful Michigan summer evening here and are ready to be tuned in here for some awesome racing, which we will do in just a moment. Before we do that, I want to introduce some fine folks here, and I'm going to make sure I get their names correctly, so excuse me, those of you watching on Flow, for reading off of my phone here. These folks are joining us from the Shiawassee County official's office, and I want to make sure that they're recognized tonight. Please give a round of applause for Cindy Garber, for Brian Boggs, Greg Brodeur, Josh Haley, and Justin Horvath. Thank you all for being here. Also, this gentleman in the middle here in the green, many of you probably know him. This is Rex Wheeler. He's the owner of this fine facility. He's put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into making this one of the premier short tracks in the country, and I understand that the work is not done yet, so we thank you for all that you've done to bring this racetrack back to life and restore it to its glory. And now, folks, we ask that you please rise and remove cover. And I'm going to hand things over to Dennis Wheeler, who will lead us in tonight's invocation.
Lord, thank you for blessing us with a beautiful day for the best short track racing in Michigan. Thank you for the Race for the Million team for putting together a historically make it a new series and bringing out all these fast sprint cars. Thank you for the drivers that have come from across the country and Canada to be here today. And thank you for the best fans in all of motorsports. Lord, we pray for your hand of protection over everyone here today. Be with our drivers as they reach the highest speeds that Owosso Speedway has ever seen. We pray you are with the crews, officials, safety team, and staff to ensure everyone stays safe and to guide them when needed. We pray that you're with our fans, blessing them with a safe night of unforgettable racing. Lord, we ask that you bless our event tonight and use it to bring you glory. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Thank you, Dennis. And now to perform the Canadian and American anthems, please welcome Matthew Rideout.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us commands. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we'd watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
We are all set to go tonight for the Race for the Million presented by Sunbelt Rentals. When we come back, it is heat racing action here at the Owosso Speedway. More racing to come. You're watching the Race for the Million presented by Sunbelt Rentals live on FloRacing.
There's something different in the air at Five Flags Speedway. You can feel it before the engines even fire. This isn't just another race weekend. This is the beginning of something new, with a payday unheard of in this sprint car racing. Day one. The haulers roll in. Crews unload machines built for chaos. Every bolt tightened, every setup questioned, every detail dialed in. Because here, there's no room for guessing. Practice day isn't just preparation, it's anticipation. It's the calm before everything breaks loose. Day two. Now it's real. The first battle in the Race for the Million series begins, and nobody is holding back. Qualifying heats ignite the track. Passes get tighter, moves get bolder, and the unexpected, yeah, it shows up fast. From wrecks to drivers clawing their way into contention.
People like us don't usually make shows like this.
This is racing at its rawest. Let's hear from the man behind it all.
My name is Richard Feeler. A little over a year ago now, New Year's Eve with my son in the Cayman Islands. He said, "Dad, what do you want to do as one of the last big things in your life?" And I said, "I want to put on an automobile race." He said, "Well, if you're going to do that, make it for $1 million, because I love to race so much. And the purses have not kept up with inflation or anything, and nobody's making money racing these kind of race cars. We're doing it because we love to do it." Bobby, besides being my driver, is my full-time mechanic. He's been a blessing from heaven for the last 10, 12 years of my life. I couldn't have had a better exit from this planet than to be associated with him.
And it doesn't stop there. Let's hear what some of our drivers have to say.
Aaron Willison, Langley, British Columbia, Canada, the Statham Construction, Dutton Safer Systems 36. Yeah, this Race for the Million, what an awesome concept. It's just fantastic. This is taking it to a whole new level where instead of that one big event a year, we got 5 now. We got these 4 events. We got the Owosso Showdown finishing out in Vegas, so it's taken these big league pavement sprint car races and we get to run all year now. So it's really awesome. It just puts our sport in such a great spotlight. My confidence level's high. I'm really looking forward to it. I believe in the product we have. I believe in the car we build. And that all comes down to my fantastic team. Ken and Teresa Statham have put a lot of trust in me and really trusted me to guide them and guide this team, and I can't be happier.
My name's Adam Hilton. I'm from Brighton, Colorado. 1,650 miles we traveled. We put on the Sprint Car Spectacular at my home track, Colorado National Speedway. I worked at the racetrack a little bit and got to be good friends with Aaron Willison and Bobby Santos. And then I said, "I'm going to give me one of these." And I think they thought I was kidding. We're definitely new to sprint car racing. This is the 4th start ever in a winged sprint car ever. This Race for $1 million is it's one for the books. It's a bucket list. I always want to drive a sprint car. I don't know how to explain it yet. I mean, it is insane fast around here. It's crazy. Yes! This is pretty cool. People like us don't usually make shows like this.
And of course, we have some lovely ladies to keep the excitement going.
I'm Erin. I'm Danny. And we are the Gornick Twins. We are the $1 Million Twins, and we are here to bring the excitement and the energy. We do a lot of social media, interview, hosting stuff. Yeah. Funny is like our thing. And pranks. People love when we hurt ourselves. Why do you guys laugh when we hurt ourselves? The Race for $1 Million event is completely different than anything we've ever done. The stakes are so high here. There has never been a prize like this before. No. $1 million, like this is life-changing money. Yeah, things are gonna get nuts. I am super excited to walk around and talk to all the racers. We have already walked around on the practice day, and everybody's so nice, and they're so much fun and excited, because this is just an opportunity of a freaking lifetime. Also to go and meet all the people on the stands and whatnot, and to shoot the guns, the t-shirt cannons. Watch out, we're coming for you. I don't have very good aim. I love interacting with the race fans because it's so fun to hear their story and how they got into it. The fans can find us everywhere at this event. The pit, the trailers, the merch tent. Oh yeah, we just got our cool merch today because it's actually kind of cold. Check out the merch booth. That's just doing the 3-legged race though. We will kill anybody at the 3-legged race.
This isn't just a race, it's an experience. Lap after lap, corner after corner, everything builds to one moment. One driver rises above the rest, Aaron Willison. taking home the $30,000 for race 1 and becoming the first winner in this debut racing series. Powered by Sunbelt Rentals and backed by an incredible group of supporters, this series is just getting started. Next stop, Owosso Speedway in June. Then July at Berlin Raceway, where we have a little twist, where a $50,000 bonus waits for any driver bold enough to win both events. The catch? He must win the second event from the back. And it all comes to a close at Colorado National Speedway in August, where we will crown the champion. This is more than a race. This is Race for the Million.
Sunbelt Rentals, ready to get going here in just a few minutes for our heat races this evening. 4 heat races set to line up. BR Motorsports heat race number 2, Klotz heat race number 2, Ibach Springs heat race number 3, and Manton heat race number 4. We're going to take the top 4 in those heat races onto the A feature, and then our top 2 go on to our trophy dash later this evening. Blake Walker, Tanner Swanson, Christopher Bell joins us here in the booth. Dylan Welch is going to be making his way down to the pit area here shortly to check things out as we continue to work through. Beautiful night for racing, gentlemen. Obviously, a great crowd on hand. Good to see everybody coming out. Christopher, maybe you played into that. Everybody was putting out the advertisement that you were going to be here, but convenient timing here, lining up with you going to MIS here on Sunday, and then obviously the truck race on Saturday. Tanner, this has obviously been a fun night so far. We've already broken the all-time track record, so there's speed to be had there. With speeds like that, how does something like that transfer to the race? Is there going to be a lot of passing in this race? Is it going to be where the leader can get away? How do you think this transitions?
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting. Some of the passing, I think these heat races, some of those guys that you saw lay down some laps, like Chase Cabry, going quick time, that's not a lap you can do for 8 laps, let alone 30 later tonight. So he had speed in practice. It's obviously why he qualified that late. So it's just going to be interesting to see how much of that speed translates and if it can be sustainable. And if at the end of these races, some of these things are going to be a little wore out or what that's going to look like. Had some other cars that were very under control, not quite as aggressive, and see where that kind of meshes together and how they get through these heats.
Christopher, you have, I guess, the joy of sitting around and waiting for your feature, which possibly might get moved back later in the night. Are you going to take anything away from what we see here in these heat races? Obviously, it's such a different car, but maybe how the track could change, rubber changes up.
Yeah, I don't know, Tanner. You got any tips for me?
This is great with you being up here.
Exactly.
I will say, from watching, there's not much that translates from the sprint cars to the midgets. So I first got here yesterday, and I was watching the sprint cars run, and I was aware that they sprayed the traction compound down in the middle of the track. I'm like, okay, well, all of the sprint cars, the fast guys at least, were running very tight on the bottom. And then I was talking to Jake, my teammate. He's like, yeah, it's just I don't know, like it doesn't really feel super grippy, and he was making really good pace on the bottom. So then I get out there in the midget, and we had to be in the traction compound. So I think the cars are just so different that you're not really going to be able to learn anything from the sprint cars and apply it to the midget race. But I know I said this before, I'm really excited to watch these guys race. It was very intriguing to me, Tanner, watching the different driving styles through qualifying. You had guys that were literally blazing the right rear tire and just smoking it that went good, but it seemed like the guys that were more in control, I would expect them to race a little bit better. Is that the case?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I think, right? You saw, Cody, Willison, Santos, I would say 3 of the favorites, right, here tonight that kept those things under control, really still laid down some speed, but didn't look like they were abusing it quite as much. And then, you had Trainer who made a couple great laps, and then Cabry who really was working on that right rear pretty hard that put some speed, and you have Jeff Montgomery in there too, right? So I think it's going to be interesting to see that kind of come back together.
Dylan Welch down trackside in the pit area. Got a driver to talk to here before heat races get started.
Yeah, catching up with Jimmy McCune, who a lot of the race fans here certainly are very familiar with, and those of you watching on Flow If you're a Wing Sprint Car fan, no doubt know all about this guy's accomplishments. This racetrack, though, we've talked about it some on our show, has gone through some different changes and iterations through the years. What about this new iteration makes it challenging, not just for tonight, but just in general for you?
It's just been a struggle for us. You know, I think the old pavement, we had this thing pretty railed on the American racers, and now the new pavement, the facility is just absolutely beautiful. I mean, bar none, it's one of the best facilities around this area, if not the best. But we just got to get this Hoosier tire and this pavement figured out and try to take it to the front. We're starting 5th in the second heat, so we're about ready to get started here.
I'm curious, the VHT that has been put down on the racetrack, like how does that make things better or worse if your car's doing one thing versus the other thing?
I mean, we've always tried to come here, you know, looking for, you know, grip. And I came that way, and then, you know, the racetrack is pretty tacked up, and, you know, the Hoosier tires definitely have some more grip. You can tell by the speeds. I mean, we're considerably faster than we are with the other tires here. So, you know, if we can get the car unhooked and get it to rotate the corners better, I think we'll have something for him. But, you know, we're going to come from a long ways back tonight.
Yeah, he's going to have a little bit of work to do. Appreciate your time and honesty. Thanks, Jimmy.
Good to see Jimmy McCune here at the Speedway out of Petersburg, Michigan. 4-time winner here at Owosso Speedway, Tanner, and obviously, I mean, that's some of the most that we've seen out of the guys that get here. It's kind of like riding a bike. You get here to a track like that, and Jimmy ran well with us at Five Flags. He's got to feel pretty confident about what they bring here tonight.
Yeah, exactly. And like you talked about, these pavement tracks, you can go to a lot of them, and when you've built your notebook, you can come back and you know times of the year, you know, what it's going to kind of do. And then, like you talked about, they put this much VHT down, and it's a little bit of a different racetrack than he's expecting, than what he's known, what he's won on. So exciting to see, you know, that kind of change. And with all that experience that he has, you know, the veteran that he is, obviously gets in that notebook real quick, figures it out, makes some adjustments, and has put some speed back in that 88 car. And he's one of those that he knows how these things handle in the dirty air. He knows what to do once he gets into traffic, and he's, you know, expected to be up here up front.
So, Tanner, talk to us about dirty air in these pavement wing cars. What do you experience whenever you get into traffic? What's going to change?
Yeah, you know, you get a big wake, and so these things, even though, you know, center of the corner, you're not carrying a whole lot of speed, it just really, whatever your car's doing, it makes it so much worse. Whether you're a little tight, you get super tight when you're in dirty air. If you're a little free, you have no drive forward when you're in dirty air. So that's something that, you know, is tough. You'll see these guys try to manipulate that, try to find a little bit here and there, a half a car width up or down, especially in the center of the corner.
That was going to be my next question. How far out do you need to get to get away from it? Do you have to get a full car length out? Can you go right side, or does it need to be left side?
Yeah, I think you can get, I think in the center of the corner you can get, it's a little bit less on the right side. Left side you probably need a little more to get all the way down to the clean air. That right side, if you can get outside that right rear tire a little bit, you can get enough on the nose. But also, if you're leading these things, you'll see these guys that are really smart, that can understand how to put that wake where you need it, right? They may cheat up a little bit on entry, get a guy to bait to the bottom and can't quite get there, and come through the center and take all that air away, and they have no drive off. So you can use it both on offense and defense.
Well, I was going to say, Christopher, for you, I mean, not all traction compound is the same. You see that on a weekly basis in the Cup schedule, and then dirty air is the same. I think you guys were talking about it before, but those translations from different pavement racing to all different types, can you take anything what you learn on the Cup schedule on a Sunday basis that you bring here and you're like, all right, I kind of understand that when it comes to traction compound or dirty air or whatever transitions?
Yeah, absolutely. And fortunately tonight, I'm not going to have to deal with any dirty air with the midget cars. But yeah, it is very, very intriguing, you know, listening to the track Rex Wheeler and the track team talk about the traction compound and how they sprayed it down and what I'm feeling out there, and understanding the kind of the life cycle of the traction compound. Especially we've dealt with it a lot in the NASCAR stuff of it being slippery and not grippy, and then it comes in and it gets really grippy, and then at some point it goes away. But one thing that we've learned on the NASCAR side, there's been several of these racetracks that they have not sprayed traction compound in years.
It's still there.
And it is still majorly effective. So like when we were talking about the oil cleanup down there in turn 2, and they're like, oh, it's going to pull the traction compound up. And I'm like, I don't know. It's probably going to be slick for a little bit, but it'll come back too. So, you know, Michigan is a great example. Yep. So They sprayed traction compound. I want to say like 2020 was the last time they did it. Yep. We're 6 years later, and we still run in that traction compound and gain grip running in it. So it stays there for a long time, and I would expect this stuff to it'll come and go. You know, it'll be dirty and it'll have to get cleaned up, but whenever it gets activated, it'll be sticky for a long time to come.
Yeah, absolutely. See the camera walking around through the pit area, checking everything out. We just passed by Sammy Swindell. Good to see him running well here. Going to be running a midget here later this evening. Everybody getting final preparations in before we get set to go for heat racing action here momentarily. Again, track clean, just trying to get everybody set up in staging. That sun might be a little bit of an issue as they go off into 3. Obviously, being from Knoxville, calling races at Knoxville, you always put that banner up in front. Christopher, you're raising your hand.
Knoxville is I
was just about to say.
Yeah, I was going to say, between Knoxville and Terre Haute. Terre Haute, Silver Crown car at Terre Haute is, man, qualifying there is tough. Yeah.
They put that little piece of tape right over top. That's the only thing you. And will that even do anything? Is that just kind of a?
I mean, pick your poison. You can tape off your dash, and you don't have the sun, but now you can only see, not even entry of turn 3. But yeah, the sun in these summer months that you brought up, Terre Haute and Knoxville are the 2 worst places I've ever experienced, and Owosso appears that it's going to be pretty bad.
Yeah. Thankfully, these guys with the wings on top, maybe that's going to block a little bit of it, but. Yeah. But it's not a fun deal when you can't see. At least here, Knoxville, Terre Haute, you get some dust that really makes it tough. Hopefully here at Owosso, we've had plenty of oil downs and plenty of quickie dry down there, but hopefully no dust to speak of.
You talk about the top wings. How much could you see top wing angle being effective here tonight? Do you think guys will be changing it very often during a race like this tonight, or is it one that you might just keep it in one place and roll?
Yeah, you know what? Traditionally, they won't change much angle. Maybe for these heat races when they're expecting for the air to be a little bit dirtier, maybe they'll add a little bit of angle to it. Mostly what they're going to do is the driver has a control inside the cockpit and can move those wings backward and forward, and that'll make a big adjustment to how your car is handling at speed. So that's going to be what they're doing more so, is not moving it up and down, but moving it backward and forward.
Well, we finally have race cars out on the racetrack, so let's take a look at your starting lineup for heat race number 1, brought to you by BR Motorsports. On the pole out of Cornelius, North Carolina in the AP Driver Development, SamPierreChevy.com, Zaki Ali, number 26. That is Chase Cabry. And to his outside, from Madera, California in the HSI, number 15, that is Eric Humphreys. Rolling off in the 3rd spot from Brownsburg, Indiana, in the Classic Corvettes, Mobile 1 Triple H, number 41, that's Troy DeCare. And to his outside, from Bartlett, Tennessee, in the Perfection Fab, number 11, that's Kyle Edwards. Starting in the 5th position, out of Pittsburgh, Indiana, in the Indy Performance Composites, number 88X, that's Chase Locke. Into his outside, from Burien, Washington, that is Marty Rossler. Marty Rossler in the 81. He's in the Albrooks Custom Welding Access Performance John and Pam Gidlin machine. Mike Ling, 4th row on the bottom, out of Mount Bridges, Ontario, Canada. Good to see Mike here at the racetrack. He's the Jimmy Brown Racing Machine, and rounding out the field from Montpelier, Ohio, that's Tom Guerin in the 11T. 10 laps is the distance. Going to be taking the top 4 onto your feature tonight, and top 2 moving on to the dash. Chase Cabry going to be starting on the pole. Expect good speed out of the 26, and we talk about dirty air. Clean air will be king in a race like this where the leader should be able to get away.
Yeah, Tanner, so we need to be top 2 to make the dash here.
Correct.
It is going to be a chore to come from off of the front row to pass into that top 2. Is that right?
No, that's the truth. It's going to be tough. Track position is going to be key, especially after that first lap. Once everybody kind of gets spread out. Once they get single file, then it's going to be tough. And even then, even if you finish top 2 into the dash, if you can win it, it solidifies you with the top 4 starting spot in the dash. So if you finish 2nd, you're going to have to start 5th through 8th, which isn't the end of the world, but is a change nonetheless. So I think you're going to see a lot of guys super aggressive here this first lap.
These starts are going to be really, really important. It'll be fun to watch the 2nd row, 3rd row guys, see if they can advance their position here on this first lap.
It'll be interesting to see how everybody continues to work through as the track might change just a little bit. Obviously, first time we've had side-by-side racing action here today, and obviously a lot to back up for Chase Cabry being on the pole and trying to finish things out. Again, you go to the top 2. Top 2 go on to our dash draw. The top 4, or the heat race winners, I should say, will draw positions 1 through 4, and then it'll be the 5 through 8 that will draw second in the heat races will draw 5 through 8 for a chance to see how they line up. So cars starting to push, and we'll get everybody lined up for BR Motorsports heat race number 1 behind the Owosso pace vehicle. We talked about it earlier, Tanner, but man, they got some good wraps on some of these pace vehicles.
They do. No, the funds and the effort that they've put into this facility is second to none, and it's a great place, awesome place to come watch a race. Reminds me of Irwindale back in the early 2000s. You know, just a great facility and definitely a spectacle to come to. That's for sure.
So everybody getting lined up here, up to speed, and we'll have action out onto the racetrack. After a couple delays for oil down on the racetrack, everything's been cleaned up here as we got through midget qualifying and whatnot. And now we are set to go for BR Motorsports heat race number 1. Klotz, the sponsor for heat race number 2. Eibach, our friends with heat race number 3. And Manton, our sponsor for heat race number 4. Keep an eye out as well for the Penske Racing Shocks starting zone over there. They got the 2 Penske black flags over there also to show the restart zone.
They're looking nice. I think this heat race is going to be...
whose idea that was. Wow.
Exactly. There's a really smart guy that came up with that. But no, it's going to be exciting here because you got Chase starting on the pole in the 26, and then you got Eric Humphreys and Troy DeCare, who have a wealth of experience in these things. And so that first lap, like we said, those guys know dirty air better than most anybody on the property. So we'll see what they can do to try to sneak away one of those dash spots.
Alrighty, looks like going to get one more pace lap here. Never mind, we're green right off the bat. Green flag is in the air in BR Motorsports heat race number 1. Chase Cabry has the early lead. Eric Humphrey slots into second. Troy DeCare currently rides in third. Everybody getting stacked up behind off of turn number 4. Right rear tires are swinging as Mike Lang tries to get to the outside of the 81 of Marty Rossler. Rossler down to the inside, going to make a dive bomb attempt down to the inside. Locke just going to give up the position. Now Rossler has to set his sights forward. Again, it's top 4 move on, Christopher, so a chance to try to catch back up to Kyle Edwards, but time runs short here in these heat races.
Yeah, it's very interesting watching this 26 car of Chase Cabry. He is sideways mid-corner of 1 and 2.
Yeah, no, it's even the 15 of Humphreys there, sliding it out, but you can see that start. Troy getting stuck in that wake of dirty air, getting really tight and giving up enough space, and now it's hard to try to reel somebody back in.
5, 6, and 7 currently all in a pack here in turn number 2 here on Flo. Here comes your leader, Chase Cabry. He has pulled out away from the field at a solid 2.5 seconds. Cabry's got that thing locked down in clean air. Won't have to deal with lap traffic here in this one. He will see 4 laps to go here at the start-finish line.
Tanner, would you be nervous watching Chase right here and how much yaw he's running in that car?
Yeah, that's what it's one of those things. Like it looks like it's going to last here for 8 laps. Can you do it for 30, 40 here tonight? I'm not sure, but he's got that thing definitely on the sideboard there, making time.
Chase Cabry going to come down into 3 and 4. He'll see 2 laps to go. They're side by side back for 5th again with Locke and Rossler. Locke able to take the position down the back straightaway. Chase Cabry got that thing trimmed out for qualifying. She's got that thing trimmed out for the heat race. White flag waving in the wind one more time around in BR Motorsports heat race number 1. Cabry has looked good. 3.4 seconds is the lead, almost a full straightaway. Starts on the pole, will finish first. Chase Cabry takes heat race number 1, presented by BR Motorsports. Second will go to Eric Humphreys. He's headed off to the dash. Troy DeCare holds off a hard charge from Kyle Edwards as the rest of them cross the start-finish line.
Something there that you don't notice is that 88 of Chase Locke worked hard, got to that 5th spot, and I think now that puts him on the pole of the semi feature, which is definitely going to help put him in a decent spot to make this feature here tonight.
Chase Cabry, your winner. Eric Humphreys is second. Troy DeCare is third. Kyle Edwards is fourth. They're off to tonight's A feature. Cabry and Humphreys off to the dash. Chase Locke, Marty Rossler, Mike Ling, Tom Guerin finishes outside, and they will go to tonight's B main. All right, starting lineup here for heat race number 2, presented by Klotz. As we'll get rolling with them here in a second. All right, heat race number 2, presented by Klotz, lines up like this. On the pole from Marlborough, Massachusetts, that is Jake Trainer. Jake Trainer in the 29 in the K-Tron Bentley Saloon Skip Holtgren machine. To his outside from Brownsburg, Indiana in the Ram Engineering number 50M, that's Cody Swanson. Starting in the 3rd position from Lutz, Florida in the Morgan Exterior Simonton Windows James Hardy Siding FK Roddens Buffalo Avenue Powder Coating number 14, that's Davey Hamilton Jr. And to his outside from Yorktown, Indiana in the Adams & Company Tax Services Camax Station number 4, that's Donnie Adams Jr. Starting in the 5th position out of Petersburg, Michigan in the Abe's Auto Bulldog Safety and Performance number 88, that's Jimmy McCune. And to his outside from Galveston, Indiana in the number 18, that's Landon Butler. Starting in the 7th position from Grand Rapids, Michigan in the Wolverine Racing number 44, that's Teddy Alberts. And rounding out the field out of Beaverton, Michigan is the 5R of Darren Roberts. So getting set to go here as drivers will get lined up here. Chase Cabry, the winner of heat race number 1. And we plan to talk to the heat winner at the end of each heat race, but currently going through tech. So we'll have to catch up with them in a little bit. Dylan's got it. He's on top of the game.
Yeah, exactly. He's down there hunting somebody down, that's for sure. I'm sure Chase will give him a good interview, but look at this group of cars here for Heat 2.
Yeah, this is quite the lineup. A lot of really fast race cars. I look at Cody and I look at Jake Trainer. I think those are going to be 2 to watch, obviously. And then Jimmy McCune, 4-time winner here at Owosso. Donnie Adams Jr., Davey Hamilton Jr. It's about one of the more stacked heat races you're going to get.
Yeah, exactly. Got everybody kind of there, right? Cody's team, obviously, very great wing team with a lot of experience, but relatively inexperienced driving the things. And then Jake, that Seymour 29, you know, they've been in the wing game fairly short time, but obviously a lot of success already. So, and you got McCune, Hamilton, been around for a long time, and Dottie Adams, you know, fresh to this wing thing. So, got experience levels all over the board.
Cars will push here as we'll get everybody lined up for Klotz heat race number 2. We saw the leader get out to a 3.5-second lead. Do we expect that here in heat race number 2, or do you think Cabry, that's just kind of the car he's got?
Yeah, you know what I mean? There's no question that thing's got speed, and I didn't think with him being that sideways that he could keep that speed, but he sure did.
Send it downstairs to Dylan Welch with Chase Cabry.
Yeah, let's see if I think our mic's working back here. Okay, so the guys in the booth were talking about kind of how sideways you were hanging this thing out. That works for 8 laps. How are you going to have to adjust things to make it last the entire feature distance?
Yeah, well, I really struggled in the heat race time. At Five Flags, I struggled with that, and then I didn't do a great job in Vegas, and so I had to adjust some things. But right there, yeah, we were pretty hung out. We'll just have to snug up for the feature, and the pace slows down so much. So, I mean, you run half a second slower than we look right there, and you not much. After the checkered pace would be, and it didn't step as much, but definitely got to snug up a ton. Not a little bit, but yeah, I trunked my wing right there. I was pretty free.
Off to a good start so far. Fast time in the heat race 1 winner. That's Chase Cabry.
Thanks so much, Dylan. It feels like Chase is just happy to be here.
No, exactly.
And he just so happens to be very, very fast.
I like that Chase said the pace will probably be half a second slower, and it's like, dude, he won an 8-lap heat race by 3 seconds. The rest of the field was half a second slower. So, yeah, 26, a lot of speed, and Chase, you know, character, and glad to see him having success.
All right, they'll make their way to the Penske Racing Shocks restart zone, and we will go green next time around. See, this time the pace car was like, I don't know. I saw your reaction, Bell, when you were coming.
I was getting nervous. I was
nervous. Like, you should probably turn left.
Dylan, we should have had you ask Chase about that start, what he thought when the pace car was out there.
Yeah.
Tanner, what's your strategy here if you're not in the front row? If you're Jimmy McCune or Hamilton?
No, I think Hamilton, you got to try to get yourself some space here and get a good flow into one. I think if you're Donnie Adams, you got to try to pin Hamilton down and put yourself into third off 2.
Good start for Trainer. Davey Hamilton Jr. to the inside of Cody Swanson. Jimmy McCune goes way wide. That allows Donnie Adams Jr. to slot into the 4th and final transfer spot. McCune's going to have to get up on his high horse here down the front straightaway. Jake Trainer continues to show the way. Donnie Adams Jr. starting to close in on the 14 of Davey Hamilton Jr. with McEwen in tow. Alberts and Roberts almost had an incident over in turn number 1. They were able to keep it going. But Jimmy McEwen, Tanner, starting to slowly but surely reel in the 4. But again, time is of the essence.
Yeah, exactly. It's you only got 8 laps. You gotta make hay while the sun's shining. But again, you can see Trainer, another car that in the Apex has got that thing hung out, but making speed.
Christopher, he's your teammate tonight. I mean, obviously, he's going to learn a lot. He was fast at 5 flags, but good to see speed out of the 29 here early.
Yeah, certainly. After talking to this group, it's been really fun to hear what their experience has been in the wing stuff. They've obviously been a very successful non-wing team. Jake is very inexperienced driving it, and the team is also very inexperienced working on it. So clearly they've got a really good package to get qualified. I'm still nervous watching him. I mean, him and Cabre both look very similar mid-corner, Tanner.
Yeah, no, that's what those things, that sideboard will straighten them back up, but again, that right rear will just take so much abuse, those Hoosier tires, and how many laps can you do that for? We're going to see them get into a little bit of dirty air here, and this will get interesting.
It's very, very fun to see the different driving technique and car style. Cody Swanson, very, very straight. Looks like he's keeping it a lot more on the right front. I would have to say that that's going to be a successful recipe for a feature.
And it is worth noting, Cody Swanson is reeling in the 29 of Jake Trainer. White flag one more time around. Trainer is kind of stuck behind Alberts here. We'll see if he can hold on. Down the back straightaway for the final time.
Swanson see Cody get high there in 3 and 4. Tried to sneak one away at the line.
Here they come off of 4, and Jake Trainer holds on just barely over Cody Swanson in Klotz heat race number 2.
What a great race. I think we are going to be in for a treat for this feature. With that traction compound on the outside, he made up a ton of ground whenever Jake got into traffic there.
That was a lot of fun to watch, watching him get to the outside. And if lap traffic's going to be like that in the feature, who knows what we're going to see.
No, exactly. You put some aggressive guys like that in this field, and it's going to be fun to watch.
Heat race number 2, presented by Klotz. Jake Trainer is your winner. Cody Swanson is second. They're off to the dash. Davey Hamilton Jr. and Donnie Adams Jr. are also headed off to the feature. Jimmy McEwen is 5th. Landon Butler is 6th. Darren Roberts is 7th. And Teddy Alberts round out the rest of your field. They are headed off to the B main. Heat race number 3, presented by Eibach, currently in staging, set to make their way out onto the racetrack very shortly. Starting lineup will look like this. On the pole from Langley, British Columbia, in the Statham Construction, number 36, that is Aaron Willison. To his outside from Letts, Florida, in the T. Carino Phil Haulers, AP Driver Development, SamPierceChevy.com, Zaki Ali attorney, number 61, that's Colton Bettis. Rolling off in the 3rd spot from Fort Collins, Colorado, in the BG Automotive, number 6G, that's Brian Gossel. And to his outside from Fort Wayne, Indiana, the Dennis Craft Construction, Platte Show Pigs, Ridge Napa, Black Road Designs, Victory Industrial Cleaning, BNR, number 7, that's Matt Divot. Starting in the 5th position, out of Fountaintown, Indiana, in the Armstrong Garage Doors, number 99, that's C.J. Leary. And to his outside, from Litchfield, Michigan, in the Catswell Drilling, Dowker Engines, Hamilton Trucking, Bingham Farms, Accurate Inspections, LLC, number 42, that's Jason Blonde. Your 4th row on the bottom, out of Union Bay, British Columbia, that's the 94 of Jeff Wade. And to his outside, from Salt Lake City, Utah, in the 02, that's Mel Andrus Jr. All set to go here shortly for heat race number 3, presented by Eibach. Dylan will get with Jake Trainer here in a little bit. I'll be curious, guys, if he even knew that Cody was coming. Obviously, he probably heard him on the outside, but I mean, the way he really wasn't working around Alberts, I was like, well, he seemed pretty content.
No, exactly. Get a little lax there, right? You know, and obviously he had a huge lead, but
it goes away in a hurry, doesn't it?
It does. It goes away.
Send it downstairs. Dylan Welch with heat race number 2 winner.
Yeah, that is Jake Trainer. So you caught some traffic there at the end of that one. How did that impact what you were feeling behind the wheel?
I mean, that was big. We were already getting free there, and it just kept coming around and around on me. Yeah, I can't thank all my guys enough, obviously, and put us in this great position again here. Katron, Barry Kittredge, he's been awesome for us, and the reason we're here racing. And Bill Barry down in Florida, hope he's watching, and Bentley Saloon, they got a great function going on back there in the Northeast. But We'll see. We're in the dash here, so I think we got a good shot at this thing tonight, and can't thank everyone enough for being here.
Yeah, plenty of speed for sure to keep things rolling. That's Jake Trainer, Klotz Heat Race number 2 winner.
So Ibrock, leading sponsor here for the Heat Race number 3. Aaron Willison, Colton Bettis, Brian Gossel, Matt Dimmitt. Outside the transfer spot here, Christopher, C.J. Leary. We know what speed he can bring.
Absolutely.
We haven't seen a lot of guys move outside of the transfer spot, but probably getting good experience, at least being able to watch a couple races before he goes out here.
So I had the privilege of meeting Aaron Willison yesterday whenever we got here for practice, and it was so intriguing to me. He said that he built that car himself. Are you familiar with that, Tanner?
Yeah. I think that's a home-built frame there.
That is so impressive to be able to do that and have the pace that he's had, and obviously the results at Pensacola show for it. So, you know, I tip my cap to them, him, his family, his group, to see the results that they've been able to accomplish.
Winner at Five Flags Speedway, and all the confidence in the world coming into today, as he should. He was obviously 3rd in qualifying, now has a chance to lead off Ibrock Springs Heat Race number 3. He's got the young Colton Bettis to his outside. Colton, the all-time winningest driver so far in 2026 in wing sprint car racing. 5 wins this season for him. He's going to go for a heat race win. Into the Penske Racing Shocks restart zone, and we're green. Brian Gossel on the inside. He's going to give it up down the back straightaway as Colton Bettis able to take over 2nd. Matt Dimmitt rides in the 4th and final transfer spot. Then C.J. Leary, Jason Blonde, everybody else on back. Brian Gossel, though, not going away from the 61 of Colton Bettis. But, Tanner, you're so stuck in dirty air, he's going to have to find something quick.
Yeah, exactly. I think so, but he's able to stay the closest we've seen out of these heat races so far, somebody up front. So we'll see if he can keep working on it and try to make a move here on that 61.
Jeff Wade and Jason Blonde, they battle back in the pack. Meanwhile, Aaron Wilson has gotten away. With Colton Bettis still riding in 2nd, Brian Gossel is 3rd, and Matt Dimmitt is 4th. You think, Christopher, a couple guys saw Cody Swanson maybe try that move to the outside? Is that probably in a couple guys' minds, thinking if it comes down to it, I can use it?
It's definitely in the back of my mind. It seems like the fastest groove is you know, kind of entering up and then shallowing, get back down to the bottom mid-corner. But that traction compound in the 2nd and 3rd lane, Cody showed us it was there. So on the starts, I would definitely be attempting to go around the outside.
We are halfway, and Aaron Wilson's lead is 1.6 seconds over Colton Bettis. Everybody has kind of shaped themselves out pretty evenly here. C.J. Leary, the battle back in 5th, trying to get back to 4th. You can see the speeds. Aaron Wilson right now, average lap time, or average lap speed, 109 mile an hour around here, Tanner.
Yeah, no, exactly. Not far off the pace here. That 0-2 gets a little exciting there off turn 2, but there's some good trip and a good grip, and these cars are looking strong.
Mel Andrus Jr., Bell pointed it out. I mean, he almost met the tractor tires over there in turn number 2, trying to get out of the way.
Yeah, it just goes to show how little grip there is once you get above that traction compound. I thought he was going around on the outside of turn 2.
White flag waving in the wind one more time around for Aaron Willison. Brian Gossel trying to get around the lap car of Mel Andrus Jr. He's got plenty of time back to Matt Dimmitt. Off of turn number 4, Aaron Willison takes Ibrock Springs Heat Race number 3. Colton Bettis is 2nd. Brian Gossel and then Matt Dimmitt hold on for the 4th and final transfer spot. C.J. Leary is going to have some work to do in tonight's B. Mel Andrus Jr. is the first one off the racetrack. He says, I'm out of here.
His fun meter is empty.
He's had enough. Yep.
Work on that car just a little bit. Heat race number 3 results. Aaron Wilson is your winner. Him and Colton Bettis are headed off to tonight's dash. Brian Gossel is 3rd. Matt Dimmitt is 4th. They're all off to the A feature. C.J. Leary is 5th. Jeff Wade is 6th. Jason Blonde is 7th. And Mel Andrus Jr. is 8th. Those guys are headed off to tonight's B feature. Boy, it's top 8. Make it from the B. There's going to be some elbows up in the B main for 12 laps.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm curious to see where that line kind of ends. But that B main, I'm sure they're going to get some traffic by the end of that thing, and it'll be almost as exciting as Five Flags.
So Tanner, with your experience, what's going to happen having the heat races and all of our practice and really all of our track activity has been in the bright daytime here in Michigan? What's going to happen when that sun goes down?
Yeah, I think a lot of it, like you alluded to earlier, that how that compound's going to change. If it's really going to tack up, if it's going to start to loosen up, it's it'll see, at least we shouldn't be getting cool enough that there'd be a dew point, so I don't think it'll adjust too much on the traction compound, but it should just continue gaining grip.
Ready to go for heat race number 4, presented by Manton. Your starting lineup will look like this. On the pole out of Langford, British Columbia, in the Malahat Auto Wrecking, number 33J, that's Jeff Montgomery. To his outside, from Franklin, Massachusetts, in the DJ Racing number 22A, that is Bobby Santos. Rolling off in the 3rd starting position, out of Tampa, Florida, in the PCS Racing Power Cool Manufacturing number 5, that's Joe Ligori. To his outside, out of Newcastle, Indiana, in the Maristem Crop Performance number 1, that is Dakota Armstrong. Your 3rd row on the bottom, starting in 5th, out of South Bend, Indiana, that's the 24 of Ryan Newman. And to his outside, from Nelsonville, Ohio, in the 85, that is Rick Holly. And rounding out the field from Dayton, Ohio, in the Illinois Power Sports, Kircher Engines, Finney Electric, and Feed My Starving Children number 7K, that's Bobby Komisarski. Dylan Welch downstairs with our heat race number 3 winner.
And that's Aaron Willison, the winner, of course, at 5 Flags, and keeping things rolling here. So what's the racetrack doing right now? We've talked a lot about the traction compound, how the sun's starting to set. How is that changing things out there?
Yeah, things are definitely moving along, Dylan. The track is beginning to accept rubber. That traction compound's beginning to work in, and we're going to be in for one hell of a feature. That second lane's going to get rolling when we get into lap traffic, so it's going to be really great. The staff at the Owosso Speedway has done a great job prepping this place.
All right, this guy's off to, as we said, a good start. Winner of the big show just a few weeks ago, and this 36 is fast again tonight.
Thanks so much, Dylan. Aaron Wilson, always good to see him at the racetrack. Quite the character. He's a fun guy to be around. Him and Jeff Montgomery, the man who's starting on the pole of this heat race, were 1-2 at 5 Flags, 2 Canadians. I just thought that was kind of funny. You know, the first race of the million, it was the, you know, Dick Feeler said in that driver's meeting, he's like, this is a North American, you know, event. And because of that, we get 2 Canadians.
Yeah, exactly.
1-2.
A couple Canadians, eh? But I'm excited. This heat race, it's kind of interesting because at 5 Flags, the only person that we saw that won a heat race that wasn't from the pole was Jeff Montgomery, and he started on the front row with Bobby Santos and got past him. So it'll be interesting to see if Bobby can send one back his way here and get a heat race win.
We'll see what happens. Bobby was quick time at 5 Flags. Obviously, probably not quite the qualifying effort he was looking for tonight, but he can make up for it. They'll make their way to the Penske Racing Shocks restart zone underneath the sunset here in Ovid, Michigan. Later in the restart zone, that time for Montgomery, we're green. Santos going to try the crossover, not quite there. Here comes Dakota Armstrong. Big battle out of the 1. Ligori says, I'm going to go right back at you. Ligori sliding up the racetrack. Armstrong doesn't lift. Wheel to wheel down the front straightaway.
And Ligori not afraid to drive that thing into the center of the corner there. That was strong.
Joe Ligori slots into 3rd. Dakota Armstrong is 4th. Ryan Newman is in 5th. Newman still running high. He's not down low, Christopher. He's down exactly where he was in qualifying in that sticky stuff.
Yeah, Ryan is looking like he's got a handful with that race car. Tanner, look at that left front on corner exit, just way up in the air.
Yeah, he's got some cross in that thing, that's for sure. You can tell he's just tight in the center and tight off.
Bobby Komisarski going to come in here closely, closing in on the 24 of Ryan Newman. First time he sat in a wing sprint car in 25 years. And ain't qualified too bad, so not too bad for him, as they're still side by side for the position. There's only 6 cars left in the heat race.
Another leader that's not afraid to hang the right rear out here. You know, can see.
Is that just a common trend being in clean air that the car's going to be freer here, Tanner?
You know what? Typically, I don't think it should be that much freer, but
Montgomery's sideways.
Oh, he's struggling.
He is really struggling.
But you know, the same thing we saw out of him at 5 Flags. You know, I've seen him at Vegas. That's his comfort zone, and he can go lay down a lap doing that. That's for sure.
That last time he kind of maybe it wasn't on purpose, but he tried to diamond the corner. He tried to diamond it. Meanwhile, back Komisarski and Newman are having a duel, but we might have a duel for the lead. Bobby Santos is closing in on the 33J of Jeff Montgomery. White flag one more time around for Montgomery. Can Santos get there? It might have to be in 1 and 2. Montgomery still sideways, but he's not lifting. And it looks like he's going to make it work. Into turn 3, off of turn number 4. Jeff Montgomery takes heat race number 4, presented by Manton. Bobby Santos is 2nd.
for some of these drivers, like you talked about it, Christopher, I hope that's not a trend because, man, it's going to be hard around lap traffic with those guys. But Jeff Montgomery is your winner for heat race number 4. Bobby Santos is second. Joe Liguori is 5th. Dakota Armstrong is Liguori is 3rd. Dakota Armstrong is 4th. They're headed off to tonight's A feature. Montgomery and Santos headed off to the dash. Ryan Newman, Komisarski, and Holly all round out the field. They're headed off to the B main. So just like that, heat race action has come to an end. Been a fun one so far. Christopher, we appreciate you joining us up here. It's been a blast. I'm sure you've learned a lot about just wing sprint car racing.
It has been very, very entertaining. And yeah, I'm very interested to see just, there were a couple guys, I think Jeff right there might have won the loosest car award, but it seemed like every single leader was really, really loose except for Aaron Willison. Aaron Willison, his car looks really underneath of him. And then obviously Cody Swanson ran second. Bobby Santos ran second. It seemed like those guys that were in that second position had a little bit more security in their car, a little bit more rear security. So I think we're in for a treat in this feature.
It's going to be fun to watch here in just a little bit. Waiting for Dylan to catch up with Jeff Montgomery here, and I'm sure he's going to have a blast talking to him about how that felt in the car. I can't imagine. But heat race action has come to an end.
Tanner, talk to me a little bit about the back straightaway here at Owosso Speedway. So we have that shelf that drops off and it goes really flat.
Yep.
Have you found it advantageous to run up there, or?
You know what? I think the shelf doesn't seem as much of a change, but I'm curious, maybe you can speak to it, is the difference in surface going from the blacktop to the concrete. Does that concrete have any additional grip or less grip compared to the pavement?
Yeah, from what I experienced is it doesn't have, especially in the corners on the very bottom, it's very polished, so it is very slippery if you get down there. And it seems like on the outside, it's lacking a little bit of grip too, but going down the straight, you're fine. Whenever I watched Jeff right there getting into 3, it really upset his car whenever he jumped back down onto the asphalt. So it'll be interesting to see how much that comes into play tonight.
No, I noticed a lot more of the midget guys utilizing the concrete. Cody even repainted the back fence down there, but and then sprint car guys seem like they all stayed away from it. So, like you said, a big transition back into 3 when you're carrying that much speed.
And we saw it. A lot of guys getting sideways, a lot of guys on edge. So curious to see how this maybe shapes out, how the feature is going to go. We got the Trophy Dash draw coming up here in just a little bit. They're getting everything set up on the front straightaway. Dylan's still trying to look for Jeff Montgomery back there in the pit area. Get a chat with him coming off his second-place run at the Five Flag Speedway for the Race for the Million. Christopher, you got double action coming up this weekend at MIS. You're running the trucks in the Cup Series. You excited to get back there?
I am. Michigan has been a racetrack that hasn't loved me yet, but I certainly love it. So I've had great race cars, great speed, but still looking for that first Michigan win. So yeah, I'm very excited about the Truck Series race. Those things have a lot of downforce, a lot of side force, and the speeds are up. You have a ton of grip through the corners, and it creates this mini, super speedway pack style racing that is a ton of fun to partake in.
Obviously, we'll catch up with you here in a little bit after, but final thoughts before you get strapped into the car here. You ready to go for tonight? You're going to be starting in mid-pack of the top 10. You all set to go?
I think so. The midget field has been extremely tight. Through practice yesterday, today, and then qualifying, all of the lap times were super, super close. So I think we got a great field of equally matched equipment, and yeah, I'm excited to get open wheel racing again.
Tanner, if you got any more things, we'll catch it here on the other side. As Dylan Welch is caught up with our heat race winner, Jeff Montgomery.
Yeah, and we're going to let him climb out of the race car here. Manton Pushrod's heat race number 4 winner. And the Canadians, as you guys said, off to a good start. Aaron Willison, the winner at heat 3, and Jeff gets it done here in heat 4. Okay, the guys out front, most cases looked really free. You are no exception to that. So was it free, and do you feel like you've got a good direction of what you need the race car to do for the feature or for the dash coming up even?
Well, I can tell you we got some work to do. I was tight. I had to slide the car to make it work, and we got some work to do. So we got some time here to figure it out, watch some video, and hope we can get a setup in it for the future. This place has changed a lot and I've never been here, so we're just chasing the racetrack a little bit.
Okay, so I have a question. If you're so tight that you can slide the thing around, like how easy is that to do to get the back end of these things swung around like that?
Oh, it's easy. It just abuses the right rear tire, and you don't want to do that because I got to run it in the dash now still. But I tried to take it easy as I could, but still keep Bobby behind me because, you know, he's coming, you know that. And so we were able to just kind of hopefully save the right rear. I haven't looked at it yet, but I'm afraid to look at it. But yeah, we were just snug in the center and loose off, and so we'll go to work on it, see if we can make it better for the feature in the dash.
Good insight. Thanks, Jeff. Congratulations. Heat race number 4 winner. And as he said, he and Bobby Santos headed to the dash after that 4th and final heat race.
All righty. Thank you so much, Dylan Welch. Christopher Bell, we appreciate your time here up in the booth, and we wish you the best luck here tonight, man.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me. I'm super excited to be able to watch this feature. So, yeah. Here for a good show. I think we're going to get one.
Awesome. Good luck tonight and good luck this weekend. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, Trophy Dash Draw coming up. You're watching the Race for the Million presented by Sunbelt Rentals here from Owosso Speedway, live on FloRacing.
FloRacing Studios live.
We tune into Flo and watch pretty much any race we want. This is our Daytona 500. This is it.
The largest crowd.
It's the biggest race of the year.
Destiny fulfilled.
This is the biggest race I've ever won.
This is exactly the group you need to put on a big event like this.
The biggest night in pavement late model racing history.
High Limit Racing.
You're watching the greatest sprint car drivers in the world right here on FloRacing.
So it starts from the engineering side. Everything is designed here in Reading, Pennsylvania. Back when the company started, all of our manufacturing was done in California. And then I'd say over the last 10 years, we put a really big effort into in-house manufacturing. So we have over 20 CNCs now. Our machinists, if there's an issue, if there's a question, they can walk right down the hallway, talk to the engineer that designed it, ask them the question, the change can be done immediately, and we're made sure that the customer is getting exactly what they're asking for.
The Race for the Million is proud to be presented by Sunbelt Rentals. With more than 1,600 locations across North America, Sunbelt Rentals provides the equipment and support that powers construction sites, live events, and even racetracks like Five Flags Speedway. Just like the teams competing tonight, Sunbelt is built on hard work, precision, and getting the job done right. From setup to the final checkered flag, Sunbelt Rentals is helping drive this series forward. Sunbelt Rentals, powering the Race for the Million.
BR Motorsports, built for champions, feared by the competition. For over 30 years, the fastest racers on America's dirt tracks have trusted one name to keep them unbeatable. BR Motorsports. When you're chasing victory, you don't have time for excuses. You need same-day shipping, real tech support, and a crew that actually knows racing. Champions don't gamble. Champions choose. BR Motorsports.
Welcome back to Owosso Speedway here in Ovid, Michigan for Race for the Million, presented by Sunbelt Rentals, race number 2 of the Race for the Million season. Been a great night of racing so far. We're getting close to our trophy dash here this evening. Blake Walker, Tanner Swanson along with you here in the booth. Beautiful sunset's going to keep making its way over across the racetrack, and over there in turns 3 and 4, our very own third member of our team, Dylan Welch, is checking out. We've been talking about the sticky stuff on the surface, if you will. A lot of people, the traction compound, whatever. So we thought, well, what better way to have or figure out how this stuff works than send our very own Dylan Welch down there. Dylan, yeah, tell us about it, Dylan.
So I'm going to do a little live trial and error, which I don't think this is what you're supposed to do on TV. But this is sticky, so I want to see if I can somehow get this to show at all. It didn't really work as well as I was hoping it was going to. And I didn't know if it would or not. But what I can tell you is that sometimes when they apply this type of stuff, you walk out here after there's been a bunch of cars on the racetrack, and especially these sprint cars that have these big, huge tires. You sometimes wonder if this stuff gets picked up at all or as rubber shreds off the tires, you know, how it impacts this. But this stuff is still very sticky. It's not like it's going to pull my shoes off my feet, but you can hear it when you pick your shoes up that it's sticking. So this stuff still, you know, after the heat of the day, after practice yesterday, after, you know, half of our program tonight, this stuff still makes a difference. And you walk down here where this squiggly line kind of marks the end of it, and it's a very noticeable difference down here in this bottom groove. But when you get down here to the yellow line, there's been enough guys that have run down here that if your left front is on this yellow line, it's sticky down here too. So I think there's options, is what I'm saying. If you can get your left front on this yellow line and use that grip and hook yourself around the corner, that's an option. Or you can move up here if your car's working well enough, and you can run in this sticky stuff. So as race car drivers, you love options. You love the ability to move around and kind of self-medicate your race car. And I think we've got that here. So I think it's mission accomplished.
Yeah, Dylan's reporting from the scene, talking to us all about it. Dylan, you've been able to watch it trackside tonight, but obviously we've seen a lot of these cars get sideways and whatnot. Is when they're coming off the corner, from you've been down the infield, can you see it as much from there? Can you hear the tires?
Oh yeah, definitely. You definitely can, and I even watched the heat races from outside. Let's see, that's turn 1 over there by the pits, and you can see, you know, even the angle that these guys are going in. Some guys are more yawed out or more hung out than others, but it's interesting because it's not like a dirt car where you go in there and you lead with the right rear and you're all backed in there. It's a yaw. That's probably the best way, and I think you guys explained it that way. It's just the right rear's kind of hung out just a little bit, and you're still pointed, you know, left. You're still going the right direction, but you're just your back end's hanging out a little bit. So it's fun to watch. You don't normally think of these wing cars. You think of them being stuck and playing into the racetrack. It's fun to see them move around a little bit and kind of have some attitude when they're going through the corners. So I can't wait to see. You know, the sun's starting to go down. It's shady over here, and it's still sunny over there in 1 and 2. I'm in 3 and 4 right now. I don't know if that'll make a difference or not with 2 different kind of track temps down here, you know, one end to the other. But I think the racetrack's in great shape for a pavement track. We don't normally say that, but I think the folks here have done a great job applying this VHT where it's been applied, and I think enough guys have run through it that it's kind of started to move it down a little bit too. So can't wait to see. You know, it's go time in the dash, obviously, and then once we get to the feature, I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
All right, thanks so much, Dylan. We'll let you get back to the front straightaway and get ready for our trophy dash. That is something interesting to ask about, Tanner. As you can see, shaded backstretch / turn 3 and 4, sunny turn 1, 2, and front straightaway. In dirt racing, obviously, that affects the track largely. For these guys, does it as much?
It'll have some effect. Each track is different. It's each pavement, each batch is a little bit different. So typically, the more shade, the cooler temps, the better grip that you have, and typically that sun, you know, heat of the day, any sunlight will decrease grip a little bit. Just depends how much. So last night practice was over by this point, so nobody's really been here this weekend per se to know, but I know that's some of those things like we talked about. Jimmy McCune has got in the back of his notebook, and he's ready and can understand how this place is affected by the sunlight.
I love this great overhead shot we got for our drone because you can really see where this is a figure 8 track as well. Most people don't, but they do run a couple figure 8 races, kind of demolition derby type races, which is awesome to see. But
just all the different grooves. And we were talking earlier, but they've simulated the bumps. I mean, they have tried their best to keep this track how it's been throughout its life cycle.
Yeah, and that's what I hate to see when some of these tracks get repaved. Some of these pavement tracks that have that character, you get those second and third grooves just naturally, eventually over time. And so when they get rid of those things, they repave. Everybody comes in, puts it in, and they lose all that. But here at Owosso, they scanned it, kept some of that character, kept some of those bumps, kept this progressive banking here, which is huge. And with the assistance of the VHT, I think we're going to have a racetrack that's going to have some grooves. It's going to be exciting in traffic, and we should have something fun to watch.
Yeah, it's crazy. You see some of these tires just kind of jumping up and down. It kind of looks like when you're playing Rocket League, like I do with my friends Ryan and Q. It's like you're just up and down, and you got to keep the tire planted, and that's one thing that these guys always talk about. And Jeff talked about it as well. You've run the same tire that you did for the heat race and then for the trophy dash. Is there a chance Jeff gets going in the corner and says, man, I don't really have a lot of tire?
No, that's the truth. If he, like he's saying, he didn't want to go look at it, and I don't blame him. If that thing's blistered at all, it's really easy to blister these things with that pressure that you can put on them with the wing. And so if he blistered them, it's going to be tough, and he can't switch to his feature tire because you don't want to burn off 8 laps on that thing before the feature either. So that's something that he might have to deal with, and all 3 of those guys, we're going to see how they do, how they handle that. Chase and some of those guys that are abusing that, how those right rears look, and hopefully they'll have some here for this dash.
All right, we'll take a quick break, and when we come back, your trophy dash draw, you can see the podium coming up here for the Race for the Million, presented by Sunbelt Rentals at Owosso Speedway. You're watching FloRacing.
Before we go racing for $1 million, we want to introduce you to the man behind it all, Richard Feeler. Dick's passion for racing goes back to his childhood in Ohio, where he grew up around engines, sprint cars, and the legends of the sport. In recent years, Dick has been deeply involved in pavement sprint car racing and helping keep this style of racing alive and competitive. But he wanted more. More fans, more energy, more opportunity for the drivers. So he created something bold, a 4-race series with over $1 million on the line. And this is his vision.
I was having New Year's Eve with my son in the Cayman Islands. He said, "Dad, what do you want to do as one of the last big things in your life?" And I said, "I want to put on an automobile race." He said, "Well, if you're going to do that, make it for $1 million." Well, I think one of the things that people underestimate is race car people, when they get extra money, that goes back into race cars. And I strongly suspect that most of this $1 million will find itself back into race cars and so forth, because I love to race, and I think that Cody Swanson's and Tyler Rohrig's, who unfortunately is the one missing top-notch driver, and Ryan Litt and Bobby and so forth, they put their heart and soul into these open wheel races, and the purses have not kept up with inflation or anything. And I think they're delighted to have an event where this is going to be truly a North American event. But this is the best group of race car drivers that do pavement racing. Our normal races now are probably in the $5,000 range. Nobody's making money racing these kind of race cars. We're doing it because we love to do it. A few people are going to end the season very happy. 10 cars are going to receive an average of $30,000 apiece out of the points fund. So 10 cars will get the equivalent of one feature win. Just like to remind everybody that's watching that we have 3 more events to go. And so after this one's over, we're going to be June 3rd at Owosso Speedway. I expect a good field for that race, and that racetrack has proven since it's been rebuilt to be pretty racy, and I think it's going to go well. The next race after that is everybody is drooling over that race, because we're going to have 2 races on one night, and the winner of the first race goes to the rear of the second race. If he can win it, he gets $50,000. But if he doesn't win it, he gets $1,000 for every car he passes. Berlin will bring a good crowd base to us. And then the most successful sprint car race on our circuit is Colorado National Speedway, our finale. And it's a very exciting place to race. And so that'll be our 3 events. And then we'll dish out the points fund and think about next year.
Welcome back to those of you watching on Flow and those of you here in the grandstands. It is time for our Total Seal Trophy Dash draw. So our top 2 from each heat race are going to draw for their starting position for the 8-lap Trophy Dash. Where they finish in that is how they'll line straight up for the feature. Got the lovely Gornick twins here behind us who are going to help us out with the draw. So our first driver to draw is going to be the winner of BR Heat Race number 1. And our fast qualifier tonight, that is Chase Cabry. Just point at one of the hats here. Yep, give it to the Gornick girls. They'll show us off here. What do we got? Number 4. Okay, could be worse. Chase Cabry going to start 4th. Well, I know.
This is the worst I could pull.
You could have, well, yeah, you're right. That was the worst you could pull. All right, Klotz number 2 winner is Jake Traynor. Same thing. Have you point at which hat you want? He's thinking about it. Okay, he's going for the bottom one. Number 3. Okay, the front row is left. Jake, good luck. Up next, Ibrox Springs Heat Race number 3 winner, Aaron Willison. 2 choices, 50-50 shot here. And what is it, 1 or 2? 1! All righty. Aaron's on the pole. We'll interview our Dash winner. That means Jeff Montgomery, winner of Manton Heat Race number 4. What do you think it is, Jeff? Think it's a 2? I bet you're right. Suspense is killing me. Oh, man, it is a 2. Would you believe that? All right, the Canadians on the front row for the Dash. And now we'll get to our second place finishers in the heat race. BR second place finisher is Eric Humphreys from heat race number 1. I think you know the drill here. What do we got? 5, 6, 7, or 8, 6 for Eric Humphreys. Cody Swanson, second place finisher in Klotz heat race number 2. He's going for the middle one here. 5, 7, or 8. It's a 5 for Cody Swanson. Ibrox Springs heat race number 3. Second place finisher is Colton Bettis. He's got a 7 or an 8. Top one is an 8. All right, he's going to has the potential to be hard charger here for our dash. And that means Manton heat race number 4. Second place finisher Bobby Santos has got lucky number 7. There it is. Okay. Let's see if I can remember what I did here for our lineup. So we've got Aaron Willison and Jeff Montgomery on the front row. Jake Trainer and Jake Cabry in row 2. Cody Swanson, Eric Humphreys in row 3. Bobby Santos and Colton Bettis in row number 4. That's how we will line them up for the dash. And again, how you finish in this one, we'll line them straight up for the feature coming up here just in a little bit.
All right, thanks so much, Dylan. Appreciate your work down there as we'll get set to go. Drivers right there, very convenient, sitting right here, ready to go for the dash draw. Everybody getting lined up. How about the 2 Canadians who just so happened to finish 1-2, Tanner, over down in Five Flags. 1-2 to start. This is going to be interesting.
I know, no kidding. I'm going to have to start a conspiracy theory on these guys, huh? I don't know. It's working out, but yeah, it's going to be good. That draw is good. I think 8 cars. Going to be interesting to see how they finish up here.
Do you think any of these guys are currently or have thought about what happened at Five Flags? We had a big crash in our dash at Five Flags, which tore up a couple race cars and kept a couple guys out of the feature event. There's a line, I guess, when you want to push, but you know track position could be crucial.
Yeah, no kidding. I think that's definitely something that's on your mind. You got to get to the end of this thing to get to the start of the feature and make sure you keep this car in one piece. And, I think that's something that's on their mind. Got a lot more space around this place. So heat races, everybody was unscathed. Hopefully that'll be the same here for this dash.
So your Total Seal Trophy dash, drivers are getting strapped in. We'll talk to the winner here on the front straightaway when we conclude the 8 laps of racing here. As everybody getting ready. Jeff cleaning off the visor just one more time. Sun's setting pretty well, and we kind of talked about it off air, but the grandstands, the way the track's kind of set up and the way we have our 4 billboards over there, a good chance that the sun kind of maybe gets blocked out for the most part.
Yeah, exactly. No, those billboards down in turn 3 are well placed, and this new grandstand that they've built is placed well, and really, you got a little bit of sun down into turn 1, but thankfully that's on your back. So you aren't going to see much of it. What will be interesting, though, is as you come down this front stretch here and down into 1, you're going to have a big shadow. And sometimes you can use that to your advantage with a guy in front of you. If it looks like you're peaking low, he can just get enough of that glimpse of that shadow there. You might be able to spook him into a mistake, and something to be aware of. Also, if you're leading and you know that there's no shadow, that should be a pretty long one. So if you see a shadow coming, that means somebody's halfway close, and if there's nothing, then you should be pretty good to set sail there in this dash.
Take a look at Bobby Santos, one-time winner here at Owosso. Wing sprint car win this year at the Showtime Speedway back on February 20th. Picked up a podium finish of 3rd with us at Five Flags Speedway. We showed Colton Bettis there a little bit earlier. 5 wins in 2026, 3 times a winner at Auburndale Speedway. He did not start at Five Flags, so he's probably just happy to be going. Obviously, one of the top young talents. I think he's only, 15, 16 years old. Finished 9th in the little 500. Definitely pretty cool to see him in this dash. And Eric Humphreys, got to be thinking about that last dash. I know he'll be excited to go here, but obviously how they line up, not how they're sitting here on the front straightaway. That's just by how they went for their dash. The lights have come on here at Owosso Speedway.
I think 7 of the 8 starters here in this dash were in the dash at Five Flags. Five Flags, we had 12 starters, I think, so a little bit bigger field there. But Trainer was the only one and would have been in the dash if he didn't have that situation with Tech at the end of the heat race. So, you know, there's your strong guys that are, the cream is continuing to rise to the top here with the Race for the Million series.
Jake Trainer coming off a 4th place finish in the Little 500. He's a 2-time Little 500 winner. He was 10th with us back at Five Flags. Was technically your hard charger, but did not receive the iBox Springs Hard Charger award just because he was a provisional car. But we'll see what he can do here in the Total Seal Dash, as it looks like everybody's gotten in. They made a joke that your brother Cody had to go a little bit earlier because he takes a while to get strapped into the race car. It looks like he got in pretty quickly there.
Yeah. So that's something that's unique to the Swanson brothers is we get strapped in those things maybe a little tighter than most. It takes a little bit of effort from everybody. We can't click our belts by ourselves. We have some guys tugging on those things pretty hard. So, Cody, it is a fun running joke that takes a little bit to get locked in there, but can't blame them when you're going to average 120 some odd miles an hour around this place.
Yeah, I got to stay on top of things. We saw those average speeds get up to 109 miles per hour during the heat races. If you're curious, we were talking about my sprint car experience at Knoxville just a couple weeks ago. I hit 112 on the straightaway, so I mean, I know average speed probably wasn't well over 100, but these guys are reaching top speeds here at Owosso, and you see that with the track record being set like it was. 11.7, very impressive, but when I heard Aaron Wilson talk about yesterday, he said 11.5 is possible.
No, it is. I think, you know, as the sun goes down, it's another thing with these cars is that as the air gets a little thicker, a little more oxygen in that cylinder, a little more fuel, a little more horsepower. So it'd be interesting to see if times continue to drop, you know, especially for these guys, Wilson starting on the pole, get out there and get some clean air, see what kind of lap times that he can lay down. These tires, they aren't going to use them for the feature, so you can kind of let it hang out here if you need. So that's going to be interesting.
I was going to ask the tires. We talk about, or we've maybe talked about the barcode on the tires. You want to explain that a little bit for people that don't know? These tires are barcoded, and it's kind of a way that your tires are the ones that you bought, and you can't buy them off people.
Yeah, so something that's unique to this series is that you only get 2 sets of tires on race day. And what's interesting about that, right, is that so that makes your new tires obviously a premium. Something that could happen possibly is that typically series would just stamp it with a paint stamp, and you wouldn't know any different between a Chase Cabri right rear or one that was sold to Bobby Santos or Colton Bettis. And so there is potential there that, you know, if you had somebody break early in the night, you may be able to go down and sweet talk them and get a third set if you could make a little swap. So what they've done with this series that is super impressive, and I think, is there are barcodes that are specific to each driver on these cars. So those tires, they have a specific barcode that they've stuck, and so they know if Jake Trainer shows up and does not have, for some reason, a right rear that was sold to him yesterday and he's using someone else's, that would be, you know, a penalty. So that's impressive. It's something that I've seen a lot, you know, at home. Banking food safety, they use those a lot on pieces of fruit and things like that. And so pretty interesting to see that world collide and then be using it on a Hoosier tire nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely. The work area, we obviously haven't, thankfully, had any wrecks tonight, but the work area will be down here on one of the straightaways. They'll set the cones up. There is no guaranteed time in the work area for our dash, for anything tonight, so no guaranteed time like you sometimes see in different series. If you do have to change a tire under yellow, whether that be a blowout, it could just be you come in, you're like, man, I could put a new tire on it, you have to take a 1-lap penalty. You are immediately put 1 lap behind. It could be an advantage, so a rule that was put in place. And then also, if there are red flags, you cannot work on your car during red flag conditions. So just a couple housekeeping things for the work area. And I think a lot of people had those questions. They were like, man, if I just pulled in halfway through the feature, can I just put a new right rear tire on it?
Yeah, exactly.
And that's a way to combat that.
That's the truth. These things, those new tires are valuable, and so as they get worn out, especially when you can see some of these guys abuse them, it makes a big difference and can really fall off quickly. So it is good. Something to note is that, yeah, these guys have more than likely the 2 sets of tires, the 2 strategies are you scuff both of them in practice, and you save one for the feature, and the other one you run the rest of the night. So these guys are probably more than likely on the tires that they qualified with, ran those heat races with, and so it's going to be something here. You know, some of the guys, like we talked about, that Jeff Montgomery talked about it, that really hung it out there in that heat race. See how that right rear is when he gets pushed off here, and if it was abused, and how it's going to fire off.
Take a look at this sunset happening over here in turns 3 and 4. A beautiful little look here in Ovid, Michigan, the land of Great Lakes. Heck of a time. Beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah, cannot beat the conditions for tonight. The weather, that grandstand on the back straightaway is full of a lot of fans that should be enjoying themselves.
First time that I have been here to Michigan since I was 8 years old. We flew into Detroit as a connecting flight down to Disney World when I was 8 years old. So I really don't remember much, but it's good to be here in the state of Michigan. As everybody getting lined up here for our Total Seal Trophy Dash, the winner will have a chat with Dylan Welch here on the back straightaway. Once we get going, boy, we're just going for Emmy award-winning shots right now. How about that? You get a perfect freeze frame of a car in front of that. I mean, you're on it.
Yeah, exactly. You could hang that in an office somewhere.
Want to give a huge shout out to our whole camera crew here for FloRacing. Everybody here with Flo, they have done a great job here. Got here yesterday. Obviously has been working in the sun. While it's not hot, it's still hot being out in the sun. Everybody hanging in there. We're going to have a couple fresh sunburns. We appreciate everyone here on our FloRacing production crew and all they've done here these last couple days here in Owosso.
That is something now that I've got to spend my time in the booth that I took for granted. I did not realize the type of effort that goes into one of these productions. But like I said, great team, great group of people, and hopefully going to put on a good rest of the broadcast here for you tonight.
You just give it a couple years. Tanner will be calling the Indy 500 before we know it. Alrighty. Here we go for the Total Seal Trophy Dash. Aaron Wilson and Jeff Montgomery make their way to the Penske Racing Shocks restart zone. We are green. 8 laps is the distance. As the top 3 single file it out, Chase Cabry trying to hold on to the outside of Cody Swanson. Here comes Bobby Santos, a big dive down to the bottom against Eric Humphreys. Cabry's going for one more. He gets around Jake Traynor as they head off into 1.
Nice Cody with his big run down the back straightaway as well. Into 3 and gonna get a spot right there and gain himself a row, hopefully, for the feature.
I tell you what, Tanner, the top in 3 and 4 seems to be pretty good. 1 and 2, maybe not as much, but Cody makes that pass. Jake did it to him that previous, or Chase did that to Jake Traynor that other lap, so maybe trying to settle things out here. 5 laps to go for your leader, Aaron Willison. A 12:169 last time. Almost 6/10 faster than the 33J of Jeff Montgomery. Aaron looks like he is going to be the car to beat for the 2nd straight race here for the Race for the Million. Chase Cabry, though, starting to reel back in Jeff Montgomery just a little bit.
Yeah, he is. He's getting there. Both those guys are working on those things. Jeff, car looks like it has a similar attitude than he did in the heat race. So it'll be interesting to see how these things last for 30.
He talked about those tires, so he's got to set himself up well here down the front straightaway. Cabry trying to hold that thing down on the yellow line like Dylan talked about. It's kind of like Charlotte Motor Speedway for the Cup cars or anything else. That grip's down there on that tiny yellow strip. White flag waving in the wind one more time around for Aaron Willison.
And something to note, you know, you have Humphreys here in 8th just running off turn 4 right now. So we should be in the traffic early in the feature.
Checkered flag for Aaron Willison, who takes your Total Seal Trophy Dash here for the Race for the Million presented by Sunbelt Rentals. He will start on the pole of tonight's feature. Signed, sealed, and delivered for the 36 car. Aaron Wilson wins your Trophy Dash presented by Total Seal. Jeff Montgomery is 2nd. Chase Cabry is 3rd. Jake Swanson is 4th. Jake Traynor is 5th. Bobby Santos is 6th. Colton Bettis is 7th. And Eric Humphreys round out your 8 cars. And tonight's Total Seal Trophy Dash. Aaron's going to make his way down to the front stretch. And Dylan Welch, for the 2nd time tonight, is going to have a chat with the man from up north, who looks to have another great race car. Dylan, he's fast. He's going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, he sure is. He has been impressive. He's going to just go ahead and climb on out of this thing for us here. We'll let him get the helmet And Hans devising everything off this Willison chassis, as you guys talked about, something he built himself, and it's proven to be quite a nice race car. Okay, you've been in clean air for most of the night. You're probably not going to be in clean air at some point in the feature, so how confident are you that that what you're going to have in your race car is going to be able to do everything you need to do to go back-to-back here?
Yeah, Dylan, the Statham Construction Dutton Safer Systems 36, she's rolling tonight. We made a couple quick adjustments before that dash, and I'm really happy with her. So, like you say, dirty air is going to be a factor. 24 cars starting on this track. We're going to be probably into lappers on about lap 5 or 6. So it's going to be awesome. It's going to be good racing, and I'm pretty confident with this car in dirty air.
Yeah, I think you should be. Aaron Willison, the winner last time at 5 Flags, the winner of the Trophy Seals Dash, and he's going to start on the pole here in just a little while here at Owosso.
Thanks so much, Dylan. Congratulations to Aaron Willison picking up the Total Seal Trophy Dash victory. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, more racing, including your Cometic Gasket B Main. More action to come here at Owosso Speedway. You're watching the Race for the Million, presented by Sunbelt Rentals, live on FloRacing.
Race fans across America, buckle up because 2026 is about to make history. The Race for the Million is here, bringing the richest purse ever in pavement wing sprint car racing history. $1 million is on the line with 4 legendary tracks standing between the best drivers in the country and racing immortality. Five Flags Speedway in Pensacola, Florida on April 10th. Owosso Speedway on June 3rd. Berlin Raceway July 25th, featuring a special twin feature format with double the drama. And it all comes down to Colorado National Speedway on August 22nd, where we crown a champion and the payouts will be massive.
At Race for the Million, every lap matters, every horsepower matters. And when engine builders demand absolute precision, they turn to Manton. Since 1978, Manton Racing Products has been custom building some of the strongest, most trusted valve train components in motorsports. Handcrafted in America and engineered for everything from sprint cars to the highest levels of professional racing. When reliability isn't optional and performance is everything, trust the company racers have relied on for generations. Manton.
Born from family values and a passion for performance, Cometic Gasket keeps your engine sealed so you can focus on the checkered flag. Cometic is the standard for racers who demand uncompromised reliability under the most exacting conditions. Professionals and performance enthusiasts trust Cometic to deliver race-winning performance. Cometic Gasket, sealing championships since 1989.
Welcome back live on FloRacing to beautiful Owosso Speedway here in Ovid, Michigan. Look high above at the beautiful sunset happening just outside of the racetrack. We are all set to go for your Cometic Gasket B main. 12 laps is the distance. Your starting lineup will look like this. Starting on the pole out of Chester, New Hampshire is the number 88X of Chase Locke. Into his outside, rolling off second from Toledo, Ohio. That's the 88 of Jimmy McCune. Rolling off of the third starting position out of Greenfield, Indiana. That's the 99 of CJ Leary. Into his outside starting fourth out of South Bend, Indiana. That's the 24 of Ryan Newman. Rolling off fifth out of Bergen, Washington, the 81. That's Marty Rossler. Into his outside from Galveston, Indiana in the 18. That's Landon Butler. Starting seventh out of Union Bay, British Columbia. The 94W is Jeff Wade. And starting eighth out of Erie, Pennsylvania, that's the 7K of Bobby Komisarski. Rolling off in ninth out of Mount Bridges, Ontario, and the 55B, that's Mike Ling. Into his outside starting 10th out of Beaverton, Michigan, that's the 5R of Darren Roberts. Jason Blond rolls off in 11th. He's out of Litchfield, Michigan in the number 42. Into his outside out of Nelsonville, Ohio is the 85 of Rick Hawley. Also on the grid, out of Montpelier, Ohio, in the 11T is Tom Guerin. Into his outside from Kent City, Michigan. The 44 of Teddy Albertson rounding out the field. Out of Salt Lake City, Utah is the 02 of Mel Andrus Jr. Lights fully starting to engulf Owosso Speedway for another beautiful night of racing. How about this crowd? Take a look at the crowd on the backstretch. If the crowd can hear us, they're live on FloRacing, so say hello, wave and say hello.
Exactly. How many fluorescent yellow shirts are there?
I was just about to say that. I mean, there are, they kind of spread out. At first I was like, it might be security, but no, they're just kind of chilling out.
No, I like it. It's, yeah, no, beautiful night, great field of cars. This will be interesting to see. You know, 5 flags. We had Chase Locke there, a photo finish for the final transfer. So hopefully we get another one here tonight.
It'll be 12 laps. We take the top 8. The top 8 move on to tonight's Sunbelt Rentals A main. And once this race concludes, that is it for preliminary competition, and we get set to roll in for A feature action for both your midgets and your sprint cars. So top 8, Tanner. Got to move quick, but you also got to keep the car in one piece.
Yeah, no, I think there's going to be definitely, I feel like 2 different races here. You're going to have these top 4 guys that really just need to get through this, and then you're gonna have those next 4 that they're gonna have to race hard to stay ahead of that final transfer spot and keep themselves locked in. So it'll be interesting to see those kind of 2 sides play out.
All right, here we go. A pair of 88s on the front row. Chase Locke and Jimmy McCune will make their way to the Penske Racing Shocks restart zone. We are green for your B main, presented by Cometic Gasket. 3 wide back in the pack as they rumble down into turn 1. Komisarski got to the inside and he gets caught by Jeff Wade, and Komisarski goes almost into the wall over in turn number 3, but he got a right rear full of Jeff Wade as they went down the backstretch.
Had a nice save there, but yeah, it looks like he left front's down, possibly maybe a broken tie rod on the front of that thing as well. So with no
oh, and he cannot turn.
It's not gonna turn right.
He went right to the tire barrier. Yeah, he came off of turn 2, Tanner, and there just wasn't enough room. Jeff was kind of coming up the racetrack, and boom, they got right rear to left front.
Yeah, ran out of real estate. That's unfortunate. Two guys right there on the bubble of that transfer both had great starts, and unfortunate to see his night end that way.
So Komisarski's night will come to an end. 1 top 10 and 3 feature starts here at Owosso back in 2025. And unfortunately, he will see his night come to an end, as even if they did fix it, there is no guaranteed time in the work area. And if you change a tire, Doesn't matter what tire it is. If you change a tire, you lose a lap. So tough break for Komisarski. Jeff Wade, probably not a ton of damage on that right rear, most likely just a little bit of collision. But, boy, they were 3 wide. It was Komisarski who went 3 wide down into turn 1. These guys were not waiting to try to get to the front.
Exactly. They had to be aggressive. You got to try to get some track position when you can, and unfortunately, sometimes that's where it ends up.
Well, they're going to have to they are. I think they are going to be putting him on the wrecker, because obviously he can't turn right. So they're going to put him up on the wrecker, and they're going to pull him into the pit area. And we'll have to try this again with Chase Locke and Jimmy McCune on the front row. CJ Leary, Ryan Newman. Again, we can't overstate it enough. Ryan Newman is a heck of a driver. I mean, he has his accomplishments in NASCAR and what he's done after, former Daytona 500 winner. This is this man's first time sitting in a sprint car in over 25 years. And he's up here. He's got a chance to put it in the A feature. He can drive anything. That's no surprise. The man has been through, hell and back getting things going. But, boy, it is so cool to see Ryan Newman out here. Yeah, it is. It is. I had the pleasure of getting to be a teammate with Ryan in some Silver Crown stuff for several years for the Bowman Racing team. And it's fun to see him out here doing this. Obviously a legend in his own right, and he ran the Little 500. He was there, and so got some non-wing pavement races under his belt the last few years, and has spent some time and getting to do some things that I think he wants to do. Right, a lot of those modifieds and Cars Tour races, and so excited to see him here tonight, and interested to see what his thoughts are of a wing pavement sprint car once we get finished up here. One of the best qualifiers that NASCAR has seen. I think he had, almost 9 poles one season in the mid-2000s. So, again, great to have him here. We're going to see him and his daughter run in the midget race here in just a little bit. So, and that was a Purdue graduate, nonetheless. He's a Boilermaker, right? So, this was a quick ride for Ryan Newman. Originally, he was not going to run the midgets, and then all of a sudden it came together, and there you go. He's in a wing sprint car. Yep. So, really cool to see that for Ryan Newman. Not really cool to see on the hook is Bobby Komisarski. Tough end to his night. Had those issues in qualifying, weren't really sure what those were, but came in, qualified 28th, and just wasn't his night as he tried to make it up through the B. Owosso Speedway, official pace car, will pull down into the infield, and we will go green this time around and try it again for 12 laps with Chase Locke and Jimmy McCune. Jimmy McCune, a 4-time winner here at Owosso. That's some of the most out of anyone in the field here tonight. My dad chiming in from home. That's why they call him Rocket Man, Ryan Newman. Of the speed. You're right, Dad. You're right. All right, here they come into the Penske Racing Shocks restart zone. We are green. Jeff Wade staying aggressive again. Tries to go bottom 3, and I think we got issues here. Jason Blonde on the front stretch has issues. And Jason might come to a stop here on the front straightaway. No idea what could have caused that. And I can't tell from here if he got into the wall. There is that oil slick at the very top of the racetrack that they never really got cleaned, but it's still, they cleaned it up, but that's very weird. And him and Tom Guerin were also just kind of stuck. I was going to say, I didn't see it at all. I don't see any damage. Must have pulled it in. And you know what? That front bumper does look like it's got a little damage to it. So hopefully he can get pushed off here and rejoin the field. Yeah, we'll see if he can get back rolling here. We got a replay coming up here live on Flow. He's in this blue car in the back. You're going to see coming to screen. And he runs right into the back. Oh, there was a big stack up. Jeff Wade, Mike Ling, and then Jason Blonde all get together. Jeff then jumped bottom 3, so I guess that's what'll do it. But Jeff's trying to take advantage and obviously tried to get a better start, but just didn't get it. And look at the rear bumper on Mike Ling's car. He's got that thing pushed way down. Yeah, it is quite beat down. It's barely scraping, if anything, scraping the pavement. But Jason Blonde, unfortunately, pulls it into the pit area. His night is done. Tough break for the Bristol Motor Speedway track record holder. We'll try this again. Penske Racing Shocks restart zone. We're green. This time, McCune really strong over in turns 1 and 2. You got a new leader down the backstretch.
Oh,
Jeff Wade is sideways, and around he goes, and caution waves again. And
I promise
Wade
we'll get this thing started eventually.
Wade, who has now technically been a part of all 3 cautions here, is around, and the nose wing is almost fully off the 94W machine. And again, Tanner, he was aggressive on the start, tried to get bottom 3.
And that right rear being down, that he took, got hit here by, was it Andrews that got him?
Well, and Darren Roberts was also in it, so hard to see. We'll get a replay here in just a moment. But tough break for the 94W of Jeff Wade. Here's your replay here on Flow, presented by Eibach. He's the gray and orange car. He gets sideways in the corner, tries to catch it. Up he goes. He gets into Roberts. And then here comes the 02. I don't think he got a piece, but he just kind of bobbled up the racetrack, Tanner, and I mean, it's hard for a lot of those guys to stop behind him.
No, exactly. And Roberts just barely got him with that left front there, and that's what put that right rear down, and ultimately, I think, spun him out. So, unfortunate into the weekend here for Jeff Wade, who has been working hard on that thing. Like we saw in Pensacola, he bought a second motor on race day to be able to compete there, and unfortunate to see it end that way here.
So we'll get Jeff on the hook truck, and we'll try this again.
I was interested that Chase Locke there had 2 great starts with a little bit slower pace, and then that one had a really fast pace into 3 and 4 for that start, and obviously didn't go his way. So interested to see what he does here, if that's something that McCune baited him into, or how they got there. But I would be surprised if he continues a fast pace like that here, if he's gonna make this start a little bit slower again.
Well, the
like
veteran,
the one that worked.
The veteran that Jimmy McCune is, you give him 3 times, now coming up on a 4th time to try a restart, you'd think he's probably going to get it right.
No, I've been at the end of that one before. Jimmy McCune is a guy that he knows what he's doing. He's a veteran in every sense of the word, and you have a young guy like Chase Locke. It's somebody that Jimmy can make some adjustments and try to sneak you into something that goes bad for you and good for him, and that's what he should be doing. So he's a great racer, very accomplished and fun to watch.
So the tow truck will pull the 94W of Jeff Wade back. See if they pull him down to the infield here and wait for the end of the B main, or if they will decide to take him back to the pit area. But our B main is thinning out. Let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cars left. So all but 2 guys are going to transfer in this thing to tonight's A feature. So we'll see how everything rolls here. The midgets are starting 26 tonight, or at least slated to start 26. So
okay.
That feature coming up in just a little bit sets us up for tonight's A main presented by Sunbelt Rentals.
Almost need to make sure you got enough fuel in this thing for.
Well, yeah,
so
that is a great point.
We can't endure too many more cautions here.
Not much fuel saving in these type of cars. Now they're going to double them up.
Those outside of a couple oil downs on the midgets, those are the first cautions we've had of the night, I believe.
Yes, correct. Still no wall scrapes besides your brother. You might have to give him crap about that.
No, I am. Yeah, that's I had a running joke with the Sam Pierce team, the right rear bead locks. I used them up every race because I had to hit the wall at least once just to make sure I used all of the limits.
You gotta make sure it's there. I mean, they put it there for a reason.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess since I'm not driving anymore, apparently Cody needed to take that over. I'm sure Tim Bertrand loves it with a new bead lock ring he's going to need.
So they do just pull Jeff Wade down into the infield, and we will go green next time around for Chase Locke and Jimmy McCune. For guys like Ryan Newman, probably good to get more laps in. They're probably not hating it. Same thing for CJ Larry. More tracks or more laps on the track that you haven't really been to a lot.
Yeah, exactly. 9 cars. Just got to make sure that you survive here. Good Chase continuing to roll fast there.
They'll make their way. Penske Racing shocks restart zone. You said it, rolling quick. Now Jimmy pulls up beside him. We are green, and you're in Cometic Gasket B main. And again, Jimmy McCune beats him to turn 1. And you've got a new leader. Ryan Newman almost thought about making it top of 3. He said, I'm not going to quite do that. Here comes CJ Leary down to the inside of Chase Locke. 1 lap down, another one underway. Inside battle there back in the pack as the 81 of Mari Rossler gets around the 18 of Landon Butler. Mike Ling trying to put his hat in the mix right now. Teddy Alberts, the 8th and final transfer car, kind of on his own as the 02 of Mel Andrus Jr.'s a little farther off the pace. Here comes Rossler down to the inside of Ryan Newman. Rossler really able to make that yellow line work, wrap it around, and Newman drops back a spot. Again, still in an A feature transfer spot. Tanner Newman still not really getting off that top. He's staying right in that traction compound.
Yeah, he is the one sprint car that I've seen that has just stayed in it all day, all night, which has got to bring a lot of grip, but it's interesting to see because that car still looks like it's really tight off the corner. It's got a lot of crossweight in it and hiking that left front. But as he continues to get laps, continues to find speed.
Mike Ling was close to Landon Butler there, the number 55 red and gray machine, trying to get to the white and red car of Landon Butler. Meanwhile, back up front, it's still Jimmy McCune. Chase Locke's got company from CJ Leary here. Leary's really closing in off the corner as Locke has just been getting tight as well. 5 laps to go for McCune. And Leary down the front straightaway starting to reel him in. As you can see, the bright yellow 88 going to be catching a little bit of lap traffic here. Here comes Leary. Locke running a little bit higher here off the corner. It seems like turn 2's been his big struggle point. But that time a little bit better on CJ Leary. CJ's got good drive off turn 2, it looks like.
That's what he does. He does. And Chase looks like he's getting a little tight. And that time he kind of got it rotated, got it turned, and was able to drive off 2 pretty strong. So it's interesting too. You're kind of at this point, right? You're in second and third. It really doesn't change a whole lot. You got to give yourself some space. Make sure you get into a good starting point in this feature as they start rolling through a little bit of lap traffic.
Yeah, Jimmy McCune got held up by the 02 of Mel Andrus Jr., who got the blue and yellow flag. White flag waving in the wind one more time around for McCune. Rossler, Butler, and Newman still continue to battle back for that 4 spot. McCune will head into turns 3 and 4 for the final time. He gets the job done here in your B main, presented by Cometic Gasket. Everybody else working their way through. And after a couple cautions, we get to the end of your Cometic Gasket B main. Trouble for Teddy Alberts.
Teddy Alberts slow to the finish there. But
think fuel? Could fuel be the possibility?
It's definitely a possibility with as many cautions as we had there.
Your B feature, Jimmy McCune takes the win. Chase Locke is second. CJ Leary is third. Marty Rossler is fourth. Ryan Newman is fifth. Landon Butler sixth. Mike Ling is seventh. And Teddy Alberts moves on to your your A main tonight. Mel Andrus Jr., Jason Blond, Bobby Komisarski, Jeff Wade, Darren Roberts, and Tom Guerin round out your field. And Jason Blond did not get the start. All righty. We are finished with preliminary action as we get set to go for tonight's A mains. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, more racing coming up at Owosso Speedway. You are watching the Race for the Million, presented by Sunbelt Rentals, live on FloRacing.
BR Motorsports, built for champions, feared by the competition. For over 30 years, the fastest racers on America's dirt tracks have trusted one name to keep them unbeatable: BR Motorsports. When you're chasing victory, you don't have time for excuses. You need same-day shipping, real tech support, and a crew that actually knows racing. Champions don't gamble. Champions choose BR Motorsports.
So it starts from the engineering side. Everything is designed here in Reading, Pennsylvania. Back when the company started, all of our manufacturing was done in California. And then I'd say over the last 10 years, we put a really big effort into in-house manufacturing. So we have over 20 CNCs now. Our machinists, if there's an issue, if there's a question, they can walk right down the hallway, talk to the engineer that designed it, ask them the question, the change can be done immediately, and we're made sure that the customer is getting exactly what they're asking for.
The #1 source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
Here live at Owosso as we await the sprint cars to get on the racetrack for their A main. Ryan Newman is one of the cars that's going to be racing in the A and also in the midget race. So I want to talk about the sprint car first. It's been entertaining to watch, at least. The left front's been up in the air, it seems like, every time you've been on the racetrack. Do you guys have a direction that you feel like you need to go to get it a little bit more comfortable for you?
So that's more on them than it is me, because this is my first rodeo here. And Rex Wheeler's done some amazing things at Owosso Speedway, and I invite all the fans to come out. We got to thank Gross Construction for their opportunities to come do this. But when it comes to the setup stuff, I'm new to the whole wing deal, and this is, got enough airspeed here that wing's super powerful, and we don't have a good starting spot, and hopefully with a little bit of attrition and me learning and the car getting better, I think we had a right rear shock that's been bottoming out, which you wouldn't think, except for with the left front coming up so far. It's obviously transferring weight back to the right rear. So I don't know if the horse is in front of the cart or the cart's in front of the horse, but either way, we're going to make some adjustments and try to take another stab at it and go at it again.
I want to give you the opportunity, too, to explain the scheme that's on the midget that you're running as well. It's the 61, the 3K racing car that's honoring Mel and Don Kenyon. Why is it important to you to honor Mel and Don and honor them with a scheme like that?
So it's not just me, it's David Ward and his entire All-Star Midget organization, and David's done some great things and put a lot of money and effort into it. But our whole thought is to revive pavement midget racing, and I think that there's no better way to give tribute than to have a car that's dedicated to 3K racing, or at least looks like the 3K racing paint scheme as I remember it from the late 90s when I was a teammate to Mel and Jimmy McCune and whatnot. So I had a lot of fun back in those days, and if it wasn't for those opportunities, I wouldn't be able to have had the career that I've had and be standing here talking to you doing the things that we're doing. So really thankful for David Ward and his guys for putting all the effort into putting a brand new car together, doing that tribute to 3K racing, Don and Mel and Everett, who made up 3K racing, and I wish they were here to see it and be a part of it. I think we got a pretty good car, and hopefully we can, we got a good starting spot. I think we start 6th tonight, so we'll see what happens.
I want to ask you, too, about the chance to race with your daughter. I know you guys are starting to do some more of that, or trying to do some more of that as she starts her own racing career, but what's it like to share the racetrack with her?
Well, it's both, right? It's both fun, and it's both not terrifying, because it's not at all terrifying. It's really just, worrisome, I guess you could say, like when I see her spun out or something. Like yesterday, she took a car out, brand new car out, and motor locked up on her, and to see her sitting there sideways because the motor locked up on her, and I'm like, what's going on? Because I can't see it, I don't know. And there's the dad in me, there's the competitor in me, and there's the race fan in me, right? Like my dad was the same way, doing the same things. So with the exception of competing against me on the racetrack. So I was like, it's an honor for me as a father to go out there and race, or even just hot lap with me in front of her and her follow my line. I'll try not to get emotional here, but all the stuff that happened in the last few weeks with Kyle Busch and Brexton and all that stuff, and not just Kyle and Brexton, but the whole family, and all the things that have happened, going to the service yesterday and being up here and having that opportunity. I can only hope that we got an opportunity to do a bow at the end of the race tonight.
Would love that. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
That's Ryan Newman, Daytona 500 champion, Brickyard 400 champion, USAC Silver Crown champion, and all-around good guy for sure. Great to have him in the field here.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dylan. Here's the look at he races in the Smart Modified Tour. So here's a look at the Smart Modified Tour coming up. All that action can be caught here live on FloRacing. Next in action on the 4th of July at Caraway Speedway, Pulaski Motorsports Park on August 7th, then September 5th, September 12th, September 19th. Rest of the schedule on down. A lot of great racing. Fun to see the Rocket Man, Ryan Newman, running well, and great to have him here tonight. He talks about that family topic there, Tanner, and I asked about you the first time. I think one of the first questions I asked you when I met you was getting to race with your brother, and he talked about it, cherishing those moments. It's been a couple years out since you've raced with Cody, but do you think, I assume you did, really cherish those moments that you got to spend on the racetrack, battling 1-2 most of the time?
Yeah, no, I think so. We were both blessed to drive for race teams that we were able to take cars to the front and get to compete at that level. We grew up watching Thursday Night Thunder and watching Ryan on the TV, and never would have dreamt that we would get to compete against each other, let alone on a national level like that. And so those were memories that I'll cherish. But even more than that, right, it's like Ryan alluded to, all the memories off the track, all the memories, going home and trying to find whatever fast food place was still open and staying up for an hour at the kitchen table eating terrible food and reminiscing the race, or riding around in our grandparents' motorhome with 8 other guys that were on the crew that would come to our parents' house 2 nights a week to work on the cars and help us all get prepared and follow us all up and down the West Coast. And those are the memories that I'll always cherish, right? Those times we got to spend with all those guys that a lot of people don't get to spend. And so fortunate that we got that blessed, and excited to see the next generation, and fun to continue to watch Cody still get to compete.
Absolutely. A little bit of news from the B main that we just wanted to touch on real quick. The 88X of Chase Locke was disqualified after his B main, so something not right in tech. So that means that the 02 of Mel Andrus Jr. will be starting the feature in 24th in his place. We are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, it is your starting lineup for tonight's Sunbelt Rentals A main. You're watching the Sunbelt Rentals Race for the Million here at Owosso Speedway, live on FloRacing.
Welcome back to Owosso Speedway, here for the Race for the Million presented by Sunbelt Rentals. Cars are making their way onto the racetrack, and we are almost set to go for tonight's Sunbelt Rentals A Main. Blake Walker, Tanner Swanson up here. Christopher Bell joins us back for the A feature tonight. All right, it is time to go over your starting lineup for tonight's A feature. Starting on the pole out of Langley, British Columbia, in the number 36, your defending Race for the Million winner, it's Aaron Willison. And to his outside, from Langford, British Columbia, in the number 33J, it's Jeff Montgomery. Rolling off third, your quick time qualifier tonight, and your now all-time track record holder here at Owosso, in the number 26, out of Cornelius, North Carolina, it's Chase Cabry. Rolling off fourth out of Kingsbury, California in the 50M, he's your Little 500 champion, it's Cody Swanson. And rolling off fifth out of Medway, Massachusetts in the number 29, that's Jake Trainer. Starting sixth out of Franklin, Massachusetts in the number 22A, that is Bobby Santos. And starting seventh out of Lutz, Florida in the number 61, it's Colton Bettis. To his outside, starting eighth out of Fresno, California in the 15, that is Eric Humphreys. And starting ninth out of Tampa, Florida, the 41 of Troy DeCare. Rolling off 10th out of Lutz, Florida, the number 14 of Davey Hamilton Jr. And starting in the 11th spot out of Windsor, Colorado in the 6G, that is Brian Gossel. And to his outside, starting 12th out of Tampa, Florida, the number 5 of Joe Ligori. Rolling off in the 13th starting position out of Bartlett, Tennessee, the number 11 of Kyle Edwards. And to his outside out of Yorktown, Indiana, the number 4 of Donnie Adams Jr. Starting 15th out of Fort Wayne, Indiana, that's the number 7 of Matt Dimmitt. And starting 16th out of Newcastle, Indiana, that's Dakota Armstrong. Rolling off 17th out of Toledo, Ohio, that's the number 88 of Jimmy McCune. Into his outside out of Greenfield, Indiana, starting 19th, that's CJ Leary. Rolling off 20th in the 81 out of Burien, Washington, that's Marty Rossler. Into his outside from South Bend, Indiana, the number 24, that's Ryan Newman. Rolling off in the 21st position out of Galveston, Indiana, that's the 18 of Landon Butler. And starting 22nd out of Mountain Bridges, Ontario, Canada, that's the 55B of Mike Ling. Starting 23rd out of Kent City, Michigan, the number 44 of Teddy Alberts. And because of the Chase Lock DNS, or DQ, I should say, Salt Lake City, Utah's Mel Andrus Jr. in the 02 will start 24th. 24 cars, 55 laps around the Owosso Speedway, set to roll here in just a few moments. Going to be a fun night of racing ahead. We'll get Dylan here with us here just shortly, and we'll go over our race picks as we get ready to go tonight. Fun night. Been a fun night of racing so far. Now the lights fully on around Owosso Speedway. And this 3/8 mile gets to thunder around for 55 laps, and then we get rolling here for the midgets. Time to sit in the car, Tanner. How much you thinking? You thinking too much? You thinking too little? How much are you thinking about how you're going to go about 55 laps and think about how you get through lap traffic?
Yeah, I mean that's always something tough, right? Is you're sitting there, it is quiet, lonely place, sitting there waiting for a push truck, and you're thinking about a lot, but really there's nothing you can change. You're just at the mercy of whatever setup you got on that thing right now, and get started and see where it all shakes out.
55 laps is a long time. Long time. So I think we're going to be really fun to see how everything shakes out here this evening. It's time to give some predictions. Christopher Bell back up here in the booth. He's our guest, so I'm going to let Christopher go first. You got 24 to choose from, Christopher. We're going to try not to choose the same guys. Who's going to win tonight's A feature?
Well, after watching the early part of the night and through practice yesterday, I have narrowed it down to 2 guys.
Okay.
2 guys, they start in the first 2 rows.
Okay.
I believe Aaron Willison and Cody Swanson have the best package today to go 55 laps. Out of those 2, I'm not going to be lame. I'm not going to pick the pole setter. I'm going to go Cody Swanson. Even though that's a safe pick, but he is coming off the second row. I just think his car, his driving style has been so smooth. I'm excited to see how Cody Swanson is. He's my pick. But I will say, Chase Cabry, Jake Trainer, those 2 young guys have looked very, very loose, very out of control. Yeah. So I'm sure they're going to be a lot of fun to watch tonight in this feature. It'll be interesting to see the setup adjustments that they've made to the cars to try and get a little bit more longevity, get that right rear to hang on throughout this race.
Tanner, who you got?
Yeah, you know what? I can't disagree with any of that. I think the 50 and the 36 look like the two tonight that have been the strongest. If Montgomery can get that thing straightened up and handling well, he's going to be a tough one to beat off that front row. But I got to take the 22, Santos. He's won here plenty of times, and he's a veteran. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he needs. His car looks strong. It's stable. I think, 55 laps, he knows how to save his stuff. And so I think he's going to be there at the end, and we're going to get into some crazy lap traffic, and we're going to see how this thing shakes out. But I'm going to put my money on the 22.
I shouldn't have lifted my pick before me. That's unbelievable. I was going to go Bobby Santos, so I'll go with the guy who I had second. And the guy who I picked to win 5 flags, I think Cody Swanson. I think Cody Swanson's got the chance to do it. Obviously a winner here before at Owosso Speedway. He's a Little 500 champion just a couple weeks ago, now 4-time Little 500 champion. I think he's got the speed. I think he's one of those longevity guys that can keep the track rolling throughout the night. 55 laps is a long time. I like what he can do in lap traffic. So I'm excited to see what he can do. That means one more person left to make their picks. Dylan Welch is down there on the front straightaway. Dylan, the front row is still left to be picked.
Well, it's interesting. As the fourth guy, I was thinking, well, I'll pick Aaron. He's obviously been pretty good. Cody's been pretty good. You guys talked about them. Then you talked about Jeff Montgomery, and I thought, oh, well, Santos is left, so I'll pick Santos. Nope, Santos got taken off the board too. So I don't even know who's left of the guys up front that you guys haven't talked about already. I do want to mention Colton Bettis starting in the 7th spot.
I like Colton.
I don't know necessarily. Yeah, I don't know necessarily if he's got the best car tonight, but we didn't get to see him run the full feature at 5 flags. We know how good he is. Both of those Aaron Pierce cars have been fast. So I think if you want to watch somebody who may be an early mover or even a late mover as he kind of gets his car underneath him and gets his wits about him, I think Colton Bettis in the 61 is a guy to pay attention to.
All right, so there's your picks for tonight. Tanner, a lot of keys going into a race like this, but if you had to give a couple keys, what would you say really is the big factor for who's going to come away at the end of 55 laps tonight?
I think it's going to come down to 2 big things. You got to keep that right rear underneath you to keep it working those last 15 laps, and then I think the other big thing is you're just going to have to navigate lap traffic well. And sometimes it's really hard to do from being a leader, and sometimes it's better to be in second.
Yeah, watching back at Pensacola, lap traffic really was intense. It was heavy. The pace difference between the front runners and the back markers is something that is really unparalleled in motorsports.
Yeah, and I think, we even saw it shoot the top 8, right? By the end of the dash, 8 laps, yeah. Willison was already closing in on the back of the field within a straightaway of them. So we should be into lap traffic early and often, I would assume, here at the Owosso Speedway.
Aaron Willison got around Jeff Montgomery in lap traffic at 5 flags, then had to hold him off on a restart with about 6 laps to go. So we'll see how everything shakes out tonight. Again, 55 laps, $30,000 to the winner tonight. Aaron Willison trying to go back-to-back and really help himself in the points as we head to Berlin in just over a month. Get the cars all lined up here around the Owosso Speedway. We appreciate everyone for sticking with us here throughout the evening. And we'll see a lot of good action here in just a little bit.
Guys, one car that I really like that starts really deep in the field, that yellow 88 of McCune.
I was just thinking.
Watching his car, I think he's got more pace than what he showed in qualifying. He didn't qualify well. It buried him. Obviously couldn't make it through the heat race. I think whenever they get into lap traffic, that 88's going to shine and move forward.
No, I agree. That B-Main, that thing looked impressive.
Finished well at 5 Flags Speedway. Got one of those guys that just kind of came from the back, found his way up to the front. He was 4th at 5 Flags. 4-time Owosso winner. The guy knows how to get around this racetrack. Definitely excited to see what he can do from the back. And CJ Leary, he's still young in terms of this type of racing, but I think he was really starting to figure it out, and his car looked really good in that B-Main.
No, I think so. I think he looked good there, too. Another one that does not have many wing pavement sprint car starts, right, is Dakota Armstrong. I think the more laps that he gets here, he's got some of the speed, and I think the more laps that he gets with the wing on and in this dirty air, if he can start getting a good feel for that, he's always one that can mount a charge too.
So Tanner, talk to us about the fuel load. Are these cars are filled up to the top right now as we just get started, right?
They should be packed pretty full if they aren't all the way to the top.
And
so
what's the balance going to do, the car handling characteristics as that fuel burn wears out?
Yeah, exactly. You got what is it, over 300 pounds of fuel hanging off behind the rear axle, which is the precise worst place that you want to put weight on a race car, right? So it's going to affect the handling a bunch. A lot of these guys are going to see their car a little bit tighter at the start, more weight on the rear, less weight on the nose. With that, we're going to see some wings start moving around probably, and as the race goes on, they'll start pulling that wing back. As the fuel load wears off, they should get a little bit freer, and hopefully that wing will offset that.
So cars starting to make their way into formation, and we will go green very shortly for 55 laps around the Owosso Speedway. What a night that it has been. The all-time track record, 11.774, set by Chase Cabry. An all-time track record until maybe we come back here next year. You never know. That track record is going to be one to fight for. Cabry rolling off in the third starting position as everybody's starting to wave the yellow flag starting to be waved, and we're going to get everybody lined up behind the Owosso Speedway pace vehicle.
I think one thing to note too is what we saw with Willison at 5 flags, spun out twice in the dash, right? So these guys, we talked about the tires earlier, they're on a fresh set of tires. Probably last time they were on the car was the scuffs in practice, and so, you know, days of thunder, you always had your perfectly matched set, but these are those, right? They can be a little bit different, and it'll be interesting here to see how these tires roll in.
Nice little light show here around the Owosso Speedway. Try to keep that rolling here as we get everybody set to get lined up into formation. As the field has been instructed to double up, Donnie Adams Jr. has pulled it down into the infield. So we'll check out with him. So see what the issue is for the 4 of Donnie Adams Jr. As we'll wait, see what issue is. Race for the Million track worker down there going to listen in here. And we'll see if he can get pushed up. Could just be a radio communication thing. It's a one-way communication system. Can't talk to any other drivers, just one way from the tower to the race car. Safety obviously a big importance for these two, for everybody out on the racetrack. Dylan Welch going to make his way over and see real quick. We can hear what the issue was. As he gets pushed to the back of the field, race fans, gonna need you to stand on your feet when the drivers come around next time around. Make sure to stand on your feet. Make sure to give the drivers a wave and a shout as we get set to go for 55 laps here at the Owosso Speedway. 33 cars signed in this evening, 24 in the feature. Only one will come away a winner. Owosso Speedway, it is time to chase some money. And ladies and gentlemen, it is time to race for the million. The lights extinguish around Owosso Speedway. Aaron Willison and Jeff Montgomery, who are on the front row and finished 1-2 in our feature back at 5 flags, will bring us to the green. They'll make their way down into turns 3 and 4 to the Penske Racing Shocks restart zone. Race for the Million, presented by Sunbelt Rentals at Owosso Speedway. It's green. The field thunders off down into turn 1 and 2. Your leaders are still side by side. Everybody trying to work it out back in the pack, but they're still wheel to wheel off of turn number 4. Jeff Montgomery takes lap number 1. Aaron Willison back down to the inside, still trying to make it work. They are wheel to wheel for the lead. Montgomery sends it in on the top, trying to get a use of that traction compound. He's got the lead. Big move by Jeff Montgomery in the opening stages.
One thing I'm really excited about seeing is that traction compound really worked on the start to give him the lead.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how these guys continue using that, especially as we start wearing into the second half of the field.
Big move by Hamilton.
Yeah, big move back in the pack. Davey Hamilton, and that's Troy DeCare, Colton Bettis. Hamilton's trying to go top of 3. Here comes a battle for second over in turns 3 and 4. Cody Swanson trying to get to the front. Wheel to wheel with Aaron Willison down the front straightaway. Tanner, he's using that same line he did earlier tonight.
Yeah, that's what. I mean, we were talking about what that traction compound was going to do as the sun went away, and it looks like it's coming to life. So that 50 car is also coming to life, and going to wheel it to the outside of the 33 off 2.
Boy, oh, so close. Down the back straight away. There's not a lot of room up there. Montgomery trying to power it on the inside. Swanson on top. Wheel to wheel down the front straightaway. You've got a new leader in Cody Swanson.
It sure seems like they're all fighting for that traction compound right now as Cody drives around the outside of both of them.
It's amazing how much it is transitioned just in a few, couple hours here.
Cody Swanson continues to show the way. Aaron Willison trying to get to the inside of Jeff Montgomery. There's your leader, Cody Swanson, who is about to catch lap traffic. Mel Andrus Jr. is the car in the way, but it's just one car. But he goes a little high. Cody loses a little bit of time. Now he's got about a straightaway till he catches Ryan Newman. And a time like this, Christopher, you're thinking. You're just trying to think how you're going to get around lap traffic. Most of these lap cars seem to be on the bottom. As there's a slip up by Jeff Montgomery, here comes Aaron Willison to the bottom.
Yeah, I keep watching the 22 of Bobby Santos. He's mired back in the pack a little bit, and he's trying to work on Chase Cabre to get around the outside of him.
That's the battle back in the pack. That's going to be the battle for the 5th position as everybody works around Mel Andrus Jr. Here's your leader, Cody Swanson, down the front straightaway, still continuing to show the way. About to catch lap traffic as we are 44 laps to go in tonight's Sunbelt Rentals A Main. Again, everybody kind of staying on the bottom. Your battle has been for second as Jeff Montgomery just can't seem to get away from Aaron Willison.
Trainer starting to add to that battle right there. He'll be there shortly if he keeps up that pace.
Cody Swanson to the outside. Now he's got 2 lap cars side by side in front of him as the caution waves. Brian Gossel is around over in turn number 1.
It is pretty interesting, Tanner. We're seeing a lot of passes being made on the outside in that traction compound, but the 33 and the 50, as soon as they get to the lead, they're migrating right back down to the bottom.
They come right back to the bottom, which yeah, seems interesting to me. Even Cody there started running some laps on the bottom out of it. Hit or miss, seemed like. So it is interesting. I was thinking the same thing.
So the 6G of Brian Gossel is the one spun down there in turn number 1. Take a look at the drone shot over top of the 6G. Brian was 6th with us back at 5 Flags on April 10th. Already 1 win this year in 360 competition. See something on the right rear?
Yeah, it looks like he's got flat right rear there. I don't know if got it punctured somehow, but definitely not holding there anymore.
And with how the work area works here tonight, if you bring it into the work area, there is no guaranteed time. And if you change a tire, you lose a lap. So he would be back a lap. It'd be a tough contest to try to get him back to the front. Mel Andrus Jr. pulled it down into the infield during green flag competition. We'll see if he gets a push back out. I don't know if Dylan's down there. Dylan, I don't know if you can hear me from down there with the speed, but Donnie Adams Jr. also had issues in the pre-race. Did we get anything on that?
That was a radio issue for Donnie Adams, and the O2 is done. He just took his helmet off, and I believe they're going to push him either over here into the infield or maybe up and off the racetrack over there in turn 2. But he is done for the evening, and Brian Gossel is making his way down here to the work area, and as you guys said, flat right rear. The crew is running to the scene now, and they've got a tire in hand to change that, but as you said, that will be a lap penalty for the 6G.
All right, so they'll get to work on the 6G of Brian Gossel, and like you talked about, we've talked about, it'll be a 1-lap penalty here as they'll put a new right rear on it. All right, so for Cody Swanson here, I'll talk to the 2 drivers in the booth. You get clean air again, but at the same time, it seemed like he was better when he caught lap traffic. Like, do you want clean air in this point, or do you? It's one of those things you hate to be the leader.
Give me clean air all day, every day. Yes.
Always take it. Take the lead. Take the clean air. Figure it out
As soon
later.
as that yellow flag comes out, you're guaranteed a period of time where you're gonna be feeling like $1 million. You know your competition behind you is gonna be struggling, and then whenever you get into lap traffic again, that's where it's gonna start picking up.
What's interesting here is they took the choose cone, and Cody
went right to that traction compound
as well as Willison. So he's gonna like that wide entry and get there to that compound.
And Cody has been the most aggressive by using the back straightaway runoff as well, and it seems like he's gotten more and more confident throughout the week.
He's done a great job making that transition down into 3. I've seen the 33 get on that transition. It seems like it really sets him up, upsets the car on the entry into 3, and that 50 is able to get off it and drive in really good from that extra entry out there.
So Brian Gossel has elected to change the tire. Obviously, you saw the tire there on Flo, and he will tag the back of the field. Again, he will be 1 lap behind, and it looks like we'll go green next time around. Jeff Montgomery was really good on that start on the outside. Now he has to experience what it's like on the bottom, but good even start for both of them.
It's interesting Willison went to the outside too here, which I think is something. I think getting in that 3rd spot, it is so hard in 1 and 2. There's such a big wake, and I think Willison got out there. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to enter into 1 a little bit higher than Cody and get some of that air. Maybe he can get off turn 2 and either follow him on the outside or make a crossover move on Montgomery.
Cody Swanson and a lot of others, your highest or your hardest chargers so far at +3. They'll get back to the Penske Racing Shocks restart zone. They're on the gas. We're back underway. Great start for Jeff Montgomery as he leads the field off into turn 1 and 2. Can Cody hang on the outside, side by side down the back straightaway? Swanson sends it off into 3 and 4. What a power move. What a race car. Cody Swanson back to the lead. Aaron Wilson still battling to the outside of Jake Traynor down the back straightaway. That's for 4th. Davey Hamilton Jr. is all out of sorts on the backstretch, Christopher, as he's still trying to work almost way out of the groove.
I need to buy myself a Davey Hamilton t-shirt. It is so fun watching him work that groove up higher and higher.
The first 2 laps of this thing, he was 3 wide about 4 different times. It seemed like every straightaway
he is making hay on the outside here.
Look at him, 2 cars, 1 corner there.
Jeff Montgomery looking like those issues that he had in the heat and with the dash. He's so sideways off the corner that allowed Aaron Wilson to take back 2nd. Jake Traynor's right in tow, and Bobby Santos also trying to get there. Troy DeCare, and like you guys talked about, Davey Hamilton Jr. now working on Chase Cabry. Here comes Traynor to the inside of Jeff Montgomery.
Jeff Montgomery's really loose here, hanging on.
Hamilton back in the frame, and they're on the outside, also trying to make his way forward. Jimmy McHugh, no surprise, is +5 on the outside. Hamilton still trying to get to the outside.
The 14 is coming, guys.
Yeah, he is strong, and he is working that traction compound. Got the left front in the air.
Do you guys worry what the tire could be? The tire situation is running the top like that.
Man, it looks like he's been playing it pretty well most of the time. He hasn't been scrubbing it a whole lot. I don't feel like.
Trying to hold off Troy DeCare as Bobby Santos and Jeff Montgomery sit ahead. Now DeCare starting to reel back in the 14, so you wonder if Davey bit off more than he can chew trying to run the top. Santos still racing with Montgomery down the front straightaway into turns 1 and 2. As the battles are right back here for 4th and then for 6th as DeCare trying to get down to the bottom against Hamilton. Move DeCare off into the 6th position. Bobby Santos still trying to get to the 33J. Your leader, guys, has caught heavy lap traffic. We'll see if this slows him down.
Yeah, that's gonna check things up, but nice
big move getting into turn
3 to be aggressive.
On your screen on Flo, Bobby Santos takes the position over Jeff Montgomery. Blue and yellow flag being shown to a couple of the lap cars, but Cody got away pretty smooth. 1.8 seconds was the gap. 31 laps to go here in your Sunbelt Rentals A main, and Aaron Wilson not really gaining on your leader, Cody Swanson.
Still watching the 14, man. He is the show.
Double box here on Flo. Leader Cody Swanson on your left, Davey Hamilton Jr., Chase Cabry, and Troy DeCare on your right side as everybody's still trying to make their way through lap traffic. 1.7 seconds. Willison closed in ever so slightly, but boy, Cody is getting through lap traffic so well. and it's really working out for him.
No, it is. He's being aggressive, staying aggressive, and making good decisions here.
Leader down the back straightaway, trying to get to the 11 of Kyle Edwards. That's Cody Swanson. CJ Leary is off the pace down the front straightaway. Looks like he's going to have to pull it in. Tough break for the 99. Aaron Willison dealing with heavy lap traffic as well. Ryan Newman and Brian Gossel, who's 1 lap down.
Bobby Santos with a big move getting into turn 3 to get by Jake Trainer as well.
Santos, another one of those guys that we expected for attrition, so he moves himself into the 3rd spot. It's Cody Swanson, Aaron Willison, and Bobby Santos. Marty Rossler is off the pace down the front straightaway.
Looks like he might have a right rear down.
And the caution waves with 26 laps to go. He does make the hard right-hand turn into the pit area, but the caution waves. And we catch our breath. Oh, he turned right, and then he brought it back left. I think
he came back.
He remembered that my crew is down.
He did. He realized the work he wasn't going to make it out there.
So the caution waves with 26 laps to go. He slowed coming down the front straightaway. I'm pretty entertained. I don't know about you guys. I mean, this is some crazy stuff. And you talked about Davey Hamilton Jr. He got around Troy DeCare, and then Troy's kind of been working on him a couple times, but slowly but surely making his way to the front, Christopher.
Yeah, well, I mean, Tanner, you know a little bit more than me, but what I feel like what we're seeing is the guys that have had a little bit more rear grip in the car, a little bit straighter, they're the ones that are really able to advance forward here in this feature.
No, I agree. They're, you know, as tires get wore out a little bit more, they're starting to come to the top. And I mean, those are the big 3 that we talked about, right? Cody, Willison, Santos, and then you've had Davey. Davey, after a restart, is so impressive. And
what are the odds he picks the top on the choose?
That's what I'm going to say. How many of them are going to go to the top here? You know, Cody's, I'm going to assume, going to go back to the top. Willison's probably going to come to the bottom, and it'll be interesting to see what the 22 does here, because in Vegas he normally will pick the outside if he's in the 2nd row. So that it's going to be a heck of a race here, I think.
Issues here on the front straightaway. Troy DeCare has pulled it in on the front stretch. Troy was running in the 7th position. So an issue for the 41. We'll see if it's just communication related or if something's wrong with the car. But issues for the 41. Dylan Welch going to go over and have a listen here, see if he can figure out what's up with him. Again, was running 7th, was in a battle with Davey Hamilton Jr. Dylan, what do you got?
Had a brake caliper break on the 41 in the rear of the race car. So Troy has called it good. CJ Leary also, we saw him coming into green. He had a power steering issue. He got out of the car and all the fluid was on his suit.
Oh,
so he smartly decided to bring the 99 into the pits as well.
All right, thanks so much, Dylan. JJ Dutton restart cone going to go out on the front straightaway. Now that fluid's not pleasant. It's a little hot.
It can be a little hot, but what's even less pleasant is trying to steer one of these things without power steering. That, yeah, non-wing ones are tough. Winged ones are nearly impossible.
Ooh, Cody changes it up.
Cody goes to the bottom. Bobby Santos goes with him.
14 right to the outside.
Yeah.
Jake, my teammate, run up, buddy. Run up.
Bobby Santos to his inside. Again, it feels like this is the kind of race that plays into Bobby Santos' hands as everybody works their way. If you're curious, our hard charger so far, +5, Jimmy McCune, as we expected, coming from deep. Him, Landon Butler has gone +5, and Mike Ling have gone +5 so far. All right, 26 laps to go. Cody Swanson and Aaron Willison as the lights go out around the Owosso Speedway. These restarts have been where the money's made if you can get clear going down into turn 1. The Penske Racing Shocks restart zone awaits the 50M and the 36. Back on the gas, 26 to go in your Sunbelt Rentals A-Main. Great even start. Willison, though, just can't hang on to it. Jeff Montgomery was sideways. Cabry had to get on the binders. Here comes Colton Bettis to the inside. That's going to be the battle for 5th. Hamilton hangs on. They're side by side for 3rd with Santos and Trainer. Bobby Santos takes back the third spot. Jake Trainer rides in fourth. Davey Hamilton
on the
Jr.
outside.
working the outside. He's going to try to get around Christopher Bell's teammate of Jake Trainer. They almost get together. But boys, Davey Hamilton Jr. is still working the top.
After a restart, that thing is unbelievable for about the first 5 laps. And then it seems like it starts to level out. But yeah, he can get up there and get it going.
Jeff Montgomery has just not had the handle on that number 33 car.
He's been going backwards. Now Jimmy McCune to his outside. Here's Jake Trainer down the backstretch. Here's the speed shot coming down the front straightaway here at Owosso Speedway as they continue to battle. Your leader, Cody Swanson, has stretched it out. It was 1.1 seconds that last time. He loves clean air. He'd probably love to see this thing go green considering how well he ran in lap traffic. Aaron Wilson still rides second. Bobby Santos third. Fourth is Davey Hamilton Jr. Jake Trainer round out your top 5, guys. Chase Cabry also trying to get things rolling here. Not the start he was looking for, but setting himself up a little bit better. Notice how Davey Hamilton Jr. has gone right back down to the bottom.
That's what it's interesting how many moves you've seen, like we talked about, on the outside, and how the overwhelming majority of the field is right back to the bottom right now. Look at Cabry to the outside of Pettis there in the 3.
Massive move. Yeah, so Chase Cabry, you never know, could have saved your stuff. I mean, it is a race of attrition. Cabry just his 3rd ever time in a wing sprint car, moves to the outside.
He's getting stronger as the run goes on here. He's really, once again, he's starting to figure out that traction compound, Tanner. I'm so confused why they keep migrating to the bottom.
I know. It's weird, but he does, just gets that roll right to the outside and keeps it going. The only thing I can think is that it feels like you're abusing the car more up there in the compound.
Ryan Newman pulls it in on the front straightaway. His night has come to an end. We'll see him in the midget feature. Cody Swanson continues to show the way. Almost 2 seconds is the gap. Chase Cabry got around the 29 of Jake Trainer, but he's got a long ways to go to try to get to the front. Just 13 laps to go in your Race for the Million A feature. Couple more lap cars coming up. Ryan Gossel on the bottom, Swanson upstairs. Double box here on Flo. Cody Swanson continues to lead the way. There's Jake Trainer. The white number 29 on the right side of your screen. Cody Swanson in the red and yellow number 50M, just trying to work his way through lap traffic methodically. And he's doing a great job, Tanner. Right now, still 1.6 seconds, just kind of maintaining the gap.
Yeah, he's just working at it, logging laps, making sure that he's keeping enough pace. I'm sure he's at a pace that he feels like is strong, and the 50 car's handling well, making sure that he has enough gap before he gets these lap cars and trying to keep them, put one up and take one down right at the same time.
Cabry seems like he's really found something here these last 20 laps or so. He's now putting some pressure on Davey Hamilton Jr. in the 14.
In Pensacola, he made a late charge and started moving. And unfortunately, the motor expired in the meantime. And you're right, that thing looks well, and he's definitely going forward.
He's trying to get to the inside of Davey Hamilton Jr. I'd say our biggest surprises so far, the most fun to watch here in tonight's A feature.
Oh, it got really tight between Cabry and Brian Gossel. Gossel's got another right rear down again. He's got another right rear down.
Oh, as the 5 of Ligori goes low, the 11 of Kyle Edwards going to pull it in. Is it going to be enough for a caution on the 6G? The 18 of Landon Butler also has issues. Again, we'll see if we keep it green. It looks like he's down low.
I would assume they keep it green here.
It looks like he's going to be able to hang on here. 5 laps to go for your leader, Cody Swanson, as Chase Cabry still continues to work on Davey Hamilton Jr. Gossel finally brings it in.
Cabry to the inside with a big run on the 14. He's going to get by him into turn 3.
Great move by the young Chase Cabry. Around the 14 of Davey Hamilton Jr. Cody Swanson down the back straightaway with 4 laps to go. He has been so good in lap traffic tonight. 2.4 seconds is the gap over Aaron Willison. He's about to lap Jeff Montgomery, who started second, here tonight. Strong power out of the 50M. 2 to go.
Aaron Willison still working around lap traffic, but it looks like he's going to run out of time. Bobby Santos still continues to ride in third. Colton Bettis closing in on Davey Hamilton Jr. White flag waving in the wind. One more time around for the 50M of Cody Swanson. Picked up his 4th Little 500 win just a couple of weeks ago. Tonight, he's going to win your A feature tonight. Your Sunbelt Rentals Race for the Million Owosso feature goes to Cody Swanson. "55 laps of mayhem." And Cody Swanson in the 50M comes away victorious here tonight for your Race for the Million presented by Sunbelt Rentals A feature. Cody Swanson is your winner. Aaron Willison is second. Bobby Santos is third. Chase Cabry is fourth. Davey Hamilton Jr. is fifth. Colton Bettis is sixth. Jake Traynor is seventh. Jimmy McCune is 8th, Joe Ligori is 9th, and Dakota Armstrong round out your top 10. 11th, Donnie Adams Jr., Jeff Montgomery drops and finishes 12th, Matt Dimmitt is 13th, Eric Humphreys is 14th, Mike Ling is 15th, Landon Butler is 16th, Kyle Edwards is 17th, Brian Gossel is 18th, Ryan Newman is 19th, Troy DeCare is 20th. Marty Rossler is 21st, CJ Leary 22nd, Mel Andrus Jr. is 23rd, and Teddy Elberts rounds out your field here tonight. Well, what a race. What a race it was.
That was pretty darn exciting for, that was a quick 55 laps, that's for darn sure.
So we got to give a big tip of the cap to the track crew to give us that second and even third groove really came into play throughout lap traffic and on the starts and restarts.
No, it was great. Like you said, great track crew, great facility, great night, great weather.
I still have a race to run.
Yeah, still got one to run. Cody Swanson's going to hop out of the car, and he's going to climb up top. Give him a hand, race fans. Your winner tonight is Cody Swanson. Downstairs to Dylan Welch in victory lane.
Well, what can you say about this guy? He is so impressive. 8-time Silver Crown champion, 4-time Little 500 winner, and just always finds a way to get it done. And another victory for Seabiscuit, this tried and true proven race car. Cody, come on around the front here. Aaron Willison and Bobby Santos, the rest of the podium. Cody's going to get the Hoosier neckband and Race for the Million hat here. Folks, thanks for sticking with us. How about a round of applause for this guy? He just continues to do amazing things. In one of the prelim races earlier tonight, we saw you trying the high lane out. How much did you learn in that moment, and how much confidence did that give you to get in it right away here at the feature?
I was hoping you didn't see it, and hoping no one else saw it. This 50M car has something special, top or bottom, or and wherever you need to put it around this Owosso Speedway. And so appreciative to be part of this team with Dick Myers, Ram Engineering. Man, we got so many people that are part of this. You know, the core group, you know, is Dick and Rick, and he flew from Florida, and Dave here, and Dwayne, and Dennis, and man, and John too, and there's an army back there, people that came out for a hometown race. These guys are from Michigan nearby here, and so it's special to get one for them at home. What a great bunch of cars we're racing against that were really fast all week, all week, I guess. And Aaron obviously put it on us in the dash, and Bobby come from deep with a deep draw, and bunch of great race cars part of this. So it makes winning one of these extra special. Sure appreciate the chance to be a part of this Race for the Million series for support from Mission Foods, from Bertrand Motorsports, and my buddy Dan Binks, and Rosewood Machine and Tool, and so many, Lions Transportation, so many more that are part of this that give us a chance to be out here to do it and put on a show. Sure appreciate Dick Feeler for making it happen, for Sunbelt Rentals for coming on as part of the series sponsor, and everyone else that pitches in to make this happen. Appreciate everybody for sticking with us late on a Wednesday night, and hope you enjoyed the time here.
So the last restart, as good as you were on the top, you chose the bottom. Why?
Because I saw Aaron Willison was second, and he does such a good job at cutting the bottom, and so does Jeff Montgomery, right? But I'd run around the outside, and we were struggling to get the thing to take off quite right, and I tried some different things on that restart, and you don't want to give many chances away, and so I was sure glad to see it go green to the end after that, and what a great feeling. So appreciate chance to do it, and everybody's part of it.
I haven't gotten to do one of these with you in a long time. It's good to see it still means something to you. Cody Swanson, the race winner tonight at Owosso. And Blake, let's send it back up to you before we chat with our second and third place finishers.
Yeah, I just want to talk to Tanner. I mean, your brother wins. Does it ever get tired of watching your brother win? Especially now here in the booth.
No, only when I was in a race car that finished behind him. That's when I'd get tired seeing him win. But an impressive effort. Like you said, that 50M car, from the drop of that green, he was aggressive, got the position that he needed, got to the lead, and checked out.
All right, let's go back downstairs. Dylan Welch down with Aaron Willison.
Yeah, catching up with Aaron Wilson, second place finisher. So what more did you need there for Cody? You were in traffic a lot more than it seemed like he was, at least in the early going.
Yeah, Cody had some pretty good short run speed, and he was just a little more effective around the outside lane there. And I got hemmed up. Me and Jeff got racing pretty hard there, and I just couldn't make the outside of the track work as well early on in the feature there. So Cody got out, got track position. Those guys did a great job, but the Statham Construction, Dutton Safer Systems 36. She was pretty darn good tonight. We'll take this all day long.
Yeah, for sure. Good second week in this series. Won at 5 Flags earlier this year. Second tonight here at Owosso. And let's go down here and catch up with Bobby Santos, who finished in the third spot as well, chatting with car owner Dick Feeler. Actually, come around here, Bobby, so these folks can see you. Kind of a quiet night for you, but sometimes quiet's okay. You come home in the third spot. How would you evaluate things for you guys?
Overall, it was a decent night. We didn't qualify as good as we should have, but I mean that didn't turn out to really hinder us too much. I just on the couple of restarts, I probably just didn't do a good enough job making a couple spots. I felt like in the long run we were equal to those guys, both of those cars, but we they beat us to the front, which made the difference. And just got to thank everyone at Race for a Million, everyone involved in DJ Racing. Everyone works really hard in this car. Awesome Stanton horsepower. Everyone that helps me, Simpson Race Products, Brown & Miller, Indy Metal, High Performance Lubricants, just everybody, Advanced Racing Shocks, just everybody that's involved in this deal. Just got to thank them, and looking forward to the doubles at Berlin. I'm super excited for that deal.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. Another podium for Bobby Santos, comes home in the third spot. Second place is Aaron Wilson, and how about it one more time? Cody Swanson, your race winner.
Thanks so much, Dylan. Your iBox Spring Forward recipient tonight. Recipient, I should say. Going to go to Jimmy McCune, 17th to 8th. We expected nothing less out of Jimmy. Kind of did that same thing at 5 Flags, and boy, he put it on a show tonight.
Yeah, exactly. With as strong as that thing was in the B main and how great it looked, they found something there after qualifying, and the thing looked good. He marched his way up through the field. But really, a lot of guys with big, strong runs there, right? Cabry coming late, the 14, Hamilton making some moves on the outside. It was that was action all over the racetrack. That was fun to watch.
So we had a little bit of oil get down on the racetrack. There's your top 3, the American flags and the Canadian flag for Aaron Willison. Again, don't go away. We still got more racing left here this evening at Owosso, the All-Star National Pavement Series. Also got the trophy presentation coming up here very shortly. Midget Series going to put on a heck of a show tonight, 25 laps for their feature, as the drivers will make their way onto the podium. 3 of the best to do it in wing sprint car racing this evening. And Cody Swanson picks up the victory here at Owosso Speedway. Got through lap traffic well, really never was challenged after a couple of the restarts as long as he got around Aaron. That was the case, and even on that last restart, Tanner just really never had a chance to get there.
Yeah, that was really the biggest weakness it looked like out of the 50 was the restarts, and just didn't quite take off out of that first 10 feet like both the 33 of Montgomery and Wilson did, but Cody was aggressive, got back to the position that he needed, and got the lead off too both times. So, I mean, that's when you got a car that handles well, and you got a guy that knows what he's doing, knows where he needs to place it, and can get through lap traffic. That's hard to beat.
So your trophy presentation currently ongoing. There's the $30,000 check to Cody Swanson. Be interested to see how the points shake out after this, with obviously Cody, I think, finished 5th, so Aaron Willison realistically should still be your points leader. But that twin feature is going to be a lot of fun in Berlin, and then we end things at Colorado National. Bobby Santos, back-to-back podiums. I mean, he's probably going to be right there. Jeff Montgomery, really the tough spot of the night. That car just never seemed like it got comfortable.
No, that's what he said. He was fighting that tight condition and it was snapping loose, and it just looked like he could never quite get that out of it. So unfortunate to see, but yeah, I think you're right. I think those are the top 3 in points there, and going to be the ones continuing to compete.
So a lot still to look forward here this evening as the drivers get all the hats, the construction helmets for Sunbelt Rentals on, and everything else as we continue to roll through our podium ceremonies, and then we'll get set to go for your All-Star National National Pavement Series Midgets. That feature will get rolling here this evening. All right, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, midgets get going here at Owosso Speedway. You're watching the Race for the Million, presented by Sunbelt Rentals, live on FloRacing.
Race fans across America, buckle up because 2026 is about to make history. The Race for the Million is here, bringing the richest purse ever in pavement wing sprint car racing history. $1 million is on the line with 4 legendary tracks standing between the best drivers in the country and racing immortality. Five Flags Speedway in Pensacola, Florida on April 10th. Owosso Speedway on June 3rd. Berlin Raceway, July 25th, featuring a special twin feature format with double the drama. And it all comes down to Colorado National Speedway on August 22nd, where we crown a champion, and the payouts will be massive.
The Race for the Million is proud to be presented by Sunbelt Rentals. With more than 1,600 locations across North America, Sunbelt Rentals provides the equipment and support that powers construction sites, live events, and even racetracks like Five Flags Speedway. Just like the teams competing tonight, Sunbelt is built on hard work, precision, and getting the job done right. From setup to the final checkered flag, Sunbelt Rentals is helping drive this series forward. Sunbelt Rentals, powering the Race for the Million.
Since 1969, Dan Olson Racing Products has been delivering the performance edge racers demand. From top fuel to today's high horsepower sprint cars, when you're turning big RPM and chasing every 10th, oil control isn't optional. It's everything. That's why the best in the business trust Dan Olson for industry-leading oil pans, oil systems, headers, and precision-built components designed to maximize horsepower, durability, and performance under pressure. Dan Olson Racing Products, home of the fastest oil pans in racing.
For the Race for the Million, presented by Sunbelt Rentals. Blake Walker, Tanner Swanson with us here. Christopher Bell had to go do his day job, if you will. We appreciate Christopher for joining us, Tanner. That was really cool. A lot of great insight, and I'm sure he learned a lot from you. I saw you guys even talking during the feature just a little bit, but great to have Christopher Bell up here in the booth.
Yeah, no, I think he had a great time. I think it's hard not to have fun at this facility, but I think he's excited about these wing pavement sprint cars. He was talking about how much fun that was, how cool that was to watch those things, and these are awesome machines. It's incredible how much horsepower you can put to the ground and the kind of pace that these guys can haul the mail with these cars.
Let's take a look at what you just saw. If you just so happen to be joining us here on FloRacing, 55 laps of action here at the Owosso Speedway. Aaron Willison started on the pole, but Cody Swanson, quick work around Jeff Montgomery and Aaron Willison, was able to work his way through lap traffic. A lot of great action. Jake Schraner was making moves. Bobby Santos. Davey Hamilton Jr., Tanner, was really one of the big surprises.
He was the show, and he was not afraid to get up on the outside there and just kept making moves and making up positions.
Cody Swanson then had to hold off the field in a couple of the restarts. Chase Cabry also was making his way to the front along with Colton Bettis, but in the end it was all Cody Swanson who was able to work his way through lap traffic and saw the checkered flag. First win here with the Race for the Million, presented by Sunbelt Rentals, and obviously just its second ever start. Really cool to see Cody Swanson here in victory lane. And for that team, too, a rich history of wing sprint car racing. I know it probably meant a lot for Cody to get to victory lane and see such a thing.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's a car that was built in 1991, so that thing has seen plenty of victory lanes. That Ram Engineering team, obviously, plenty of victory lanes as well. So great to see them continue to find speed with that car and put it in victory lane.
So it looks like they're going to start pushing cars out away, and there's the midgets currently in staging. We're going to get everybody ready, and when we come back, your All-Star National Pavement Midget Series is up on the docket. You're watching the Race for the Million, presented by Sunbelt Rentals, live from Owosso Speedway here on FloRacing. Welcome back to Owosso Speedway, here for the Race for the Million presented by Sunbelt Rentals. Our Race for the Million feature, Tanner Swanson, is done. Your brother Cody Swanson gets away with the victory. Congratulations to him and his team. But we still have one more race to go here tonight. Your All-Star National Pavement Midget Series is out here ready to get rolling. Here's how your starting lineup will look for 25 laps. On the pole from Amherst, Ohio, the number 14, that's Keegan Weiss into his outside. From Muskogee, Oklahoma, that's the 77 of Kaylee Bryson. Starting in third from Columbus, Ohio, is the 1M of Trey Osborne into his outside. From Northborough, Massachusetts, is the number 9 of Ben Mkhitaryan. Starting in the 5th spot out of Medway, Massachusetts, and the number 29, that is Jake Traynor into his outside. From South Bend, Indiana, is the number 61 of Ryan Newman. Starting in the 7th spot out of Norman, Oklahoma, and the number 19, that's Christopher Bell into his outside. From McCordsville, Indiana, the number 7, that's Ayrton Huke. Rolling off in the 9th spot, your defending race winner now from Kingsbury, California, the number 47, that's Cody Swanson into his outside. From Goodyear, Arizona, the number 40, that's Nathan Bird. Rolling off in the 11th spot from Chester, New Hampshire, the number 88, that's Chase Locke into his outside. From Goshen, Connecticut, driving the number 5, that's Haley Papp. Starting in the 13th position, that's the 67 of Kyle O'Gara. He's out of Combi, Indiana. And to his outside from Germantown, Tennessee, the number 1, that is Sammy Swindell. Rolling off in the 15th spot from Snohomish, Washington, and the number 83, that is Chance Crum. And to his outside from Joliet, Illinois, is the number 1A of Jim Anderson. Starting on your 9th row on the bottom is 17th out of Newcastle, Indiana. That's the 880, I should say, of Dakota Armstrong. And to his outside from Griswold, Connecticut, and the number 53, that's Dylan Kutu. Your 10th row on the bottom from Worthington, Indiana, is the number 14 of Jaden Rogers. And to his outside from Noblesville, Indiana, is the number 2 of Billy Weiss. Starting in the 21st position out of Indianapolis, Indiana, that's the 8 of Dameron Taylor. Into his outside from Brownsburg, Indiana, that's the number 16 of Desi Pedregon. Rounding out, or starting in the 12th row on the bottom in 23rd from Statesville, North Carolina, that's the 88Y of Brooklyn Newen. Into her outside from Litzen, Indiana, in the number 42, that is Lee Pierce. And rounding out the field from Noblesville, Indiana, is the 85 of Michael Lewis. We are set to go here for 25 laps. Tanner, you're probably pretty excited about this one, being these are kind of similar to the cars that you would have driven.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit different atmosphere here. A lot slower speed, but a lot closer racing too, I think. So we're going to see some excitement. Where else can you see 2 NASCAR stars, a National Sprint Car Hall of Famer? I think, I don't know, the field between 2 of them's got 6 little 500 wins, and that's all with, in your top 10 invert pretty much. So it should be fun to watch. Should be a good show, and another good one here at Owosso.
I see Dylan just kind of standing down there, and I'm wanting to see. There we go. Now he pulls his phone. Dylan, I'm going to put you right on the spot. We're going to give some picks for this. Why not? Who you got in this feature, Dylan?
Oh boy, you really did put me on the spot because I don't even have my lineup pulled up. So stand by here. Let me get this.
We got the heavy hitters.
I can look at this
Christopher
properly.
Bell, Ryan Newman going to be heavy hitters. Kaylee Bryson starting near the front. Jake Traynor.
I mean, am I crazy if I think Cody from inside of row 5 is
all right?
But I do know that he maybe wasn't as thrilled with the midget as he was with the sprint cars, so maybe that's not a good pick. But how do you bet against Cody? I don't know that you really ever can.
It is difficult.
No, it is hard
for sure.
Yeah, I'll go Cody. You know what? He's going to go for the sweep.
All right. So Cody Swanson.
Since I stole your pick last time.
We'll just Cody. He likes to double up on that stuff.
That's fine. That's fine. I'll go Ryan Newman. Why not?
There you go.
Ryan Newman,
61.
Rocket Man Ryan Newman. Mostly because I would love to see a bow on the front stretch or on the back stretch if he wins this thing. He talked about doing that for Kyle Busch. So I would love to see Ryan Newman win it. I'm going to go Ryan Newman.
I like that. I think I'm going to take our booth mate here,
all right.
Christopher Bell, inside of row 4 there. I think we were talking up here. He said honestly he felt better in the midget at the start of the weekend, and I think that thing's got speed. I think some of those guys that were in that last group qualifying got hurt a little bit by the quickie dry, that oil lay down, and so excited to see how that 19 rolls around here.
All right, so our picks are in for tonight's 25-lap A feature. Keegan Weiss is going to be on the front row with Kaylee Bryson. Well, Kaylee's been she's been in everything. Same exact thing that you usually see with a lot of these drivers. Ran a sprint car last year on dirt. Just kind of everywhere across the place. Obviously, the invert helps her. The invert was 10, by the way. So how, if you're just joining us and you didn't know how the program worked, these guys haven't been on the racetrack in almost 5 hours.
Yeah, it's
they
been
qualified
a little bit. So they did have some practice last night, and then had a couple practice sessions, the second one being also group qualifying this morning. Had quite a few motors pop during that qualifying session, a couple oil downs, and delayed the show a little bit, and here they are for the feature. So should be exciting. I think they got a full field of these cars. It's great to see pavement midgets starting to make a comeback. David Ward, his team, this All-Star Series, the investment that they've made is impressive. It's needed. Glad to see these cars getting used and out on the racetrack, because they are great race cars, and I know it's going to be a great race here tonight.
And unfortunately, in the last couple of years, it feels like a dying breed of racing. But with this, it seems like things are starting to get back on the up and up. And getting programs like this live on Flow, it can't hurt.
Yeah, it's a pavement midget racing has had its ebbs and flows, and it's been up and down, and the I guess full size pavement midgets really were making a comeback a couple years at IRP. The Bertrand team, Jeff West, a lot of those guys had multiple cars, and unfortunately that's kind of started to take its toll. And so we have this All-Star Pavement Midget Series. They have multiple different types of motors that you can run, Ford Focus motors, Honda engines, all much cheaper than a traditional midget motor. And so that's budget is in mind, and that's what's brought a lot of these cars back to the field, and great to see them on a racetrack.
What do you think with the compound here? Do we see passing on the top like we did, or you think they're going to use that yellow strip down there, or probably even go lower then?
It's going to be interesting because Christopher was talking about how committed you had to be, he felt like, in the compound with these cars. They're so much lighter than a sprint car. Obviously don't have the wings, so much less G-force there in the center of the corner. And so it'll be interesting. I think they're going to be pretty well committed to the top, but I wonder if you're going to see some guys kind of cheat down there. I don't know if there's a way that you can try to utilize the apron a little bit.
Down there?
It's just all in how brave you want to be, and I know there's quite a few of these guys in this field that are definitely brave enough. So I think we're going to see cars all over the track. That's what pavement midgets are known for. Normally can get 2, 3, 4 wide at times, and so I'm expecting some of that here for sure.
We still have one car, as you can see here on Flow on the camera here down the backstretch, that is currently parked, and he's going to need a push to get back in line here for tonight's A feature.
That was a pretty number one. I think it's hand painted too.
Yeah,
it's a nice looking car.
We were talking about
in the pits.
We were walking past. Good to see Sammy Swindell here. Obviously, we've talked about him a couple times tonight. But the TMC machine, it's obviously Sammy's most iconic paint scheme when he ran the World of Outlaws, and stuck right with it.
Yeah, he stuck with it, and Sammy really has been an integral part of this series from the start. They're a few years in now, and Sammy has been at, I believe, every show that I've seen him. So took a big lick in one of these things at IRP last year that I was glad to see him walk away from, and glad to see him here tonight.
He won at Grundy County Speedway back on May 15th. In a pavement midget. He's only run pavement midgets this year.
Yeah, there you go. Look at that.
He was 14th in qualifying at Owosso on June 3rd. Well, that's today. What am I looking at? I got my race pass.
Yeah, my race pass is so fast
I was gonna say.
All right. They even got qualifying results from today.
Okay, then according to that, in his one start this year in a pavement midget, guess what he won?
There you go.
I might have picked the wrong guy.
That's not bad. And I wish I could have watched that race, because Grundy County is an awesome little racetrack. And I had some fun days there myself.
All right, everybody trying to sort it out here on the front stretch.
Just saw Christopher Bell give a little bumper there to Big Trainer, making sure that he knows who's behind him, apparently.
I might have to. Good thing I got my binoculars to try to tell the difference between the 29 and the 19. Trainer's in the 29. Bell is in the 19. Ryan Newman in that yellow 61. We're going to try our best to give our numbers and colors here, I think, because it'll help us just as much.
Yeah, exactly.
So Keegan Weiss and Kaylee Bryson on the front row, as we should be going green here momentarily. For 25 laps around the Owosso Speedway. Support class here tonight, but a heck of a support class that it is with the All-Star National Pavement Midget Series. Owosso Speedway pace car still got the lights on. Going to pull it down into the infield here momentarily. Still a good crowd that is stuck around here tonight at Owosso. Again, been a longer evening. We appreciate everyone for sticking with us here on Flow and whatnot. What a night on Flow, by the way. Flow Night in America at Eldora. High Limit was up in Wisconsin at Red Cedar. You get all. You get late models on dirt, sprint cars on dirt, sprint cars on pavement, midgets on pavement.
And then when you can't sleep, you got Flow 24/7 that you can put on and watch something from a couple years ago.
Boy, you're getting good.
So, you know, I've done that a time or two myself.
You're getting really good at this broadcaster stuff, I'll tell you what. Race number 2, and he's already plugging Flow 24/7. Drivers still getting lined up in their correct formations, and we will get set to go for 25 laps. Good crowd is still stuck around. They got the flashlights on and everything on. Here comes your parade lap here tonight, here at Owosso Speedway. The leaders thought we were going 3. We're not going 3.
I know. That was going to get exciting there for a minute, but man, this light show is world class.
Yeah, it is really
for
cool.
sure.
It just reflects what Rex Wheeler has put into this facility, all the effort that he's put in, and the light show really helps that out. All the drivers appreciate it, along with everyone else. All right, Owosso Speedway pace vehicle will pull it into the infield, and we will go green next time around. Keegan Weiss and Kaylee Bryson, Trey Osborne, Ben McTarian. As here we go, 25 laps set to roll. Your All-Star National Pavement Midget Series makes their way off of turn number 4, and we're green at Owosso Speedway.
Look at him, 3 wide down the front straightaway into turn number 1.
Kaylee Bryson spins it right in front of the field, and everybody misses her.
How did everyone keep it off her? That was impressive by the field.
Oh my goodness. Slated to start in the 9th position, and because of the invert, put her on the outside of that front row. And boy, she's got kind of white on her sleeves, Tanner. You could see her just wheel that thing going into turn number 1. And like I said, you haven't been in the car in 5 hours. You really don't know what's going to happen.
No, exactly. And sometimes if you don't get enough heat in your tires, if you don't get them scrubbed right when you push off, it can be a little slick there getting into one, and never good on pavement when you got your left hand all the way up at 12 o'clock in the stand-up corner.
Yeah, how about the rest of the field being able to avoid her? I don't really know what happened. Oh, take a look at the weather here. We started at 81 and down to 64 degrees. I tell you what, it get cold here in the evening in Michigan. I think it got down to the 47, 48 last night. I was just about to say, I don't know where our leader went.
I know, 14 still back mid-pack there. I don't know
if... Is it possible that maybe both of them jumped the start? We don't have race control up here, so
I know,
we
I
are not
think
sure.
So.
So that gives Jake Traynor and Ben Mkhitaryan on the front row now, as they're finally being able to push Kaylee Bryson here. Again, not sure. Tanner's about to go check here with race control, see if we can figure out what happened with Keegan Weiss and Trey Osborne and see what happened there. There's Kaylee. All right, so the 14 is going to the back for causing the yellow. That is the reason for that. So Keegan Weiss is the reason for he caused the yellow, apparently. So he is the one going to the back. Interesting. And Kaylee just kind of went off into one, and
yeah, exactly.
Seemed like she kind of lost it, but they're going to penalize Keegan to the rear.
I didn't see the contact, but also he's not fighting the penalty either. So you know, there it is. We didn't have a great look at it there, but
here's a replay coming up on Flo. Kaylee's on the outside, Keegan's on the inside. Kaylee beats him to the line. Here they are going off into one. Man, I don't
see what the 14 did there, but
I really don't know.
You know,
I just don't know. I mean, Kaylee just kind of lost it on her own going into 1 and 2. Man, I don't know. I really don't know. So he's going to go to the back. And Kaylee Bryson will go back to the tail. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
So that puts Jake Traynor and Ben Mkhitaryan on the front row with Christopher Bell and Ryan Newman. And then Cody Swanson. What did Dylan know?
I don't know.
Cody is already up a couple rows.
Maybe Dylan was the spotter down there in 1 and 2. I think, you know.
It is amazing. Everybody missed Kaylee over there in turn 1 and 2.
That was a heck of a job by the field.
All right, we're going to try this again. Jake Traynor now is your leader. 25 laps. We are green for your All-Star National Pavement Midget Series feature at Owosso. Much better start as the field takes off down into 1 and 2. Mkhitaryan trying to hold on to the outside. Christopher Bell down to the bottom. They are 3 wide back in the pack. I can't quite tell who that is coming off of turn number 4 past the start finish line. I want to believe that's Jim Anderson in the 1A who's going 3 wide back there. Here's Ryan Newman.
53, I think, was 3 wide. Got squeezed out there off turn number 2.
Yeah, 53 getting squeezed out there. That is Dylan Kutu. As everybody races down into turn 1 and 2, Christopher Bell now in second, and the caution waves. We got a car around up in the wall over in turn number 1.
I think that's Dameron Taylor in the 8 car, I believe.
Hard to see a number from my point of view. There we go. Yes, that is an 8. Good eye. Dameron Taylor is the one. That right front
19th.
Yeah, right
there front. Before the caution. I missed it there, but
that right front is broke.
Think how the 9 car Mkhitaryan's got to feel right now. He's in between, you know, Jake Traynor, accomplished, you know, 2-time low 500.
Here's a look from our drone shot high above the racetrack of a replay here on Flow of what happened. As you'll see at the bottom of the screen, oh, something broke. There were sparks coming out of the car, and then all of a sudden, boom, around she went for Dameron Taylor. Very strange.
Yeah, something in the suspension.
Yeah, you saw sparks just flying out
I wonder
from underneath.
if it looks like that thing has a. I'm not sure. Not sure what gave up on it, but that left rear is definitely down, and unfortunate for the 8 car.
Jake Traynor is your leader. Boy, I don't know how he'll feel if Christopher Bell asks if he can get in the car. Jake's like, yeah, we'll put you in my car or run with it. And then you never know, it could end up getting beat by him.
Yeah, exactly. What are the team orders here? You know, are they going to go side by side and make a roadblock? I don't know. But that Seymour team, well-prepared race cars, and obviously front of the field.
Billy Weiss is +8 in 2 laps, the number 2 car. Jim Anderson, that 1A who we saw ripping around the top, he's +7. Michael Lewis is +7. So we got a couple guys moving. Boy, I don't know. The 8 car is going to push here, but there is something sparking.
Yeah, it's got something wrong with it.
Would you advise him to go back racing?
No, I would. If I was him, if he survived what happened in 1 and 2, and it's not getting carried by the hook,
he's pulling it down into
I would
the infield.
Count that as a win. But they got Mkhitaryan there in 3rd, sandwiched between Christopher Bell and Ryan Newman. You know, who would have thought that?
Cody Swanson already up to 5th.
Yeah, right rear's down on
right rear's
Taylor's car.
But when he spun to the left. So I don't know.
Yeah, you know what? Once those frame rails get on the ground, these things get real slick in a hurry.
Yeah.
And and turned it right around.
So 2 laps complete out of 25 teammates. Jake Trainer and Christopher Bell will bring the field down into turn number 4. We are back underway.
Newman got a little sideways there on that restart.
I was just about to say, he was really working around that race car as they're side-by-side back mid-pack. Newman's got company right on the back tail tank by Cody Swanson. Cody's working the outside. Strong move by Swanson to the outside. Wheel to wheel down the front straightaway between Newman and Swanson. A little bit of smoke there off the right rear for Cody. Cody's up to 4th, trying to go back-to-back and sweep the night. Starting to get to Mkhitaryan. Boy, Cody's really the only one, Tanner, that's really working the outside. It's almost like exactly what he learned from the sprint car side, he brought over to the midget side.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's the truth. He's not afraid to hang it out up there and is using that compound well. And look at that move again as he gets to 3rd.
Cody Swanson up to the 3rd spot. Started in the 9th position and he's already up and moving. Christopher Bell might have a surprise if he gets back to him. Jake Trainer continues to lead the way. Feels like the kind of race, I don't know if they'll catch lap traffic. We'll just have to wait and see, but boy, Cody's moving strong here.
Well, it's interesting to see Christopher, you know, talking up in the booth about those guys in the sprint cars getting out of that compound, and here he is out of it, and Cody's all 4 in it. So it'll be interesting to see how they continue the second half of this feature. Ryan
Newman is working on Ben Mkhitaryan. He has got a line for the lunch table right now happening right behind him. Here comes a dive bomb to the inside. That's Ayrton Hugh trying to get to the inside of Ryan Newman. Ryan knows he's got to get around the number 9 of Mkhitaryan because they got a whole group of race cars lining up trying to get around him as well. Newman to the inside. There's the big send by the 61. Ryan Newman up to the 4th spot. And boy, there is a whole hound of race cars waiting to get around Mkhitaryan as well. 1 lap car sits in front of Jake Trainer. Trainer had to get out of the gas. Didn't really know where he was going to go. Eventually, Jake does get around. And here comes Christopher Bell, a chance to maybe gain a little bit more time. Cody Swanson also right there. They're side-by-side back there for the 5th spot as Mkhitaryan tries to hold off Hugh and company. Nathan Bird, Chase Locke, all in competition right there as they're wheel-to-wheel down the front straightaway.
Cody's starting to utilize the apron in this 47 car. They're trying to use every inch he can to figure out as much speed.
Not a lot of time. 14 laps to go. Got a car down on the inside, about to pull it in on the turn 3 side. Boy, how about this group of cars? Everybody trying to hang on to it. Have one guy sideways.
O'Gara was sideways. They're everywhere.
1 and 2, pretty tricky. 3 and 4, Jim Anderson right there as well. Kyle O'Gara, as we got a caution out on the racetrack. The car that was trying to get down to the infield has stopped.
I think that's Billy Weiss.
Yeah.
He was hard charger. He was moving there. I wonder what the Gremlin is.
Michael Lewis, now your hard charger. He's up plus 12, 25th to 13th.
Selfishly, I'm really excited to see Trainer Bell and Cody go at it right here. I think, you know, all 3 of those looked very evenly matched. It'll be interesting to see how they fare on this restart.
These race fans are going to get a show here because this is going to get really interesting. But Cody's got a dispense of Christopher Bell here. I mean, quick. What do you got? You're only going to have about 13 laps to go. So you'll see them pace around here on your iBox speed shot down the front straightaway. But he can't, I mean, for Trainer, there's no video board. He has no idea really that Cody Swanson is caught up to 3rd.
No, exactly. I think these guys, I wish they had a choose cone. You know, I'm going to petition the all-star officials here because, man, that would be great to have some double file restarts and these things, especially this full of a field.
And if you're Christopher Bell, like we talked about, how aggressive do you get? I mean, your team owner, the guy who you're just kind of renting a car, if anything, from, is right in front of you. And how about Cody Swanson trying to go back-to-back, sweep the night in 2 completely different race cars?
Yeah, it is. It's an eerie feeling running double duty in cars like this. There's so much different. It's one thing when you're running a non-wing pavement midget sprint car,
360
Silver
to a
Crown
410,
car,
like in a dirt,
whatever, right? But when you go from a wing car to a non-wing car, it's even worse. You go to this car that has, you know, significantly less horsepower, and you're probably lifting earlier or pretty close to where you are in the sprint car that's traveling at a way higher rate of speed. So it something that you have to be cognizant of, that's for sure.
Well, Cody Swanson from 9th to 3rd. Dylan Welch, our infield reporter, picked him as his favorite to win. We'll see if he can do it. Christopher Bell, then Jake Traynor up front. They'll make their way to the restart zone, and we are back underway. Good start for Christopher Bell as he tries to get to the inside, down to 1 and 2. Bell trying to grab a little bit of power off the corner, but Traynor is really good. Now here comes Swanson trying to get to the outside as well. Traynor, Tanner, up just a lane a little bit.
Yeah, that's what Bell just can't quite carry as much momentum trying to run around the bottom right there. Traynor starts to open up a gap.
See Bell a little bit sideways back there in second. Cody Swanson's right there on the tail tank of the number 19, trying to make his way to the front. Sammy Swindell's got an issue down the front straightaway. He was really loose off into turn 1 and 2. We'll see if he can get down. He barely does. See if he can pull it into the infield, or if we'll have to have another caution. Swanson cannot get around Bell, and that's allowing Jake Traynor to get away. I don't know if Sammy's going to make it all the way back around. We'll just have to wait and see. Ryan Newman has started to reel in the 47 of Cody Swanson down the front straightaway. See there, Cody's on the apron. It actually kind of worked for him, Tanner.
He's trying it all. I think the problem is you get down there, and now if you have to close up this exit just enough, he's going to lose some momentum. And look at there, you got the 61 on the inside.
Newman gets sideways as he goes down into 1 and 2. Had to lift out of the gas as Cody was right there. Now we'll have to settle back in. Bell continuing to run the higher line in the corner, but boy, time is running out as Jake Traynor has just 7 laps to go to try to put her in victory lane. Bell continues to ride in second. Everybody single filed out on back. Michael Lewis, your hard charger so far, 16 plus 16 for the 9 machine. Jake Traynor's gap that last time around, 0.8 of a second. Cody Swanson took a swipe at Christopher Bell, but he just couldn't quite get there. Gonna have to be quick here with 5 laps to go for your leader. Battle is gonna be for second down the front straightaway. Swanson, bottom. Again, good middle corner, but it's just not good off the corner.
Things just don't have enough horsepower. You have to really carry a lot of momentum, and it's just hard to try and need that. You got to use every ounce of real estate on entry and exit that you can to keep those things wound up.
4 laps to go for Jake Traynor. Christopher Bell going to catch a lap car that Traynor already disposed of. He gets down to the inside. Might just be a battle for second here. Ryan Newman waiting in the wings if anything happens. With 3 laps to go. Traynor's lead, 1.1 seconds that last time around.
The 85 just got another position off turn number 2.
We got a car slow here on the back straightaway. Is that going to be enough for the caution? It is 2 laps to go. Car able to get it down. So it does look like we'll go yellow.
Stop right at the
caution waves with 2 to go.
Dakota Armstrong, the 88-0.
Wow. He's got the Dale Jr. 88 font on that machine.
Yeah,
don't tell Rick Hendrick.
As I said, the problem is there's about 4 of them in the field that have that same 88 on them. We should have got a breakdown of which color was which. But
Armstrong came, something went wrong. He went high off of turn 2, then came right down the racetrack. And that was it, as he has to bring it to a stop. Oh boy. How about this? We're going to have 3 laps to go when we go back green.
I'm telling you, choose cone. That's what we need. We need this. Let's just start them 3 wide, see what happens.
Yeah, with single file, it is quite the advantage for Traynor. I think I know where Cody's going in turn 1 and 2. He's probably going to go as low as he can.
That's what I'm curious to see, if he's going to try to sneak one here away from Christopher. But even when you saw Christopher trying to get underneath Jake, it just... These things are so momentum based that you can't scrub any speed off of entry or exit, or it just kills you for a whole lap. So that's the hard part, is even if you want to try to really sneak something by on the apron, I don't know. You might get one. I don't know if there's a chance that you'd even have enough momentum to try to then go make a run on Traynor, but we'll see what Bell could do here. He might have a card up his sleeve.
All right, so they will pull Armstrong down into the infield. We will get 3 laps of racing left. Jake Traynor and his teammate Christopher Bell, 1-2. Cody Swanson, Ryan Newman, Ayrton Huke, Chase Locke, Kyle O'Gara, Michael Lewis up to 8th. Dylan Q2 is 9th, and Ben Mkhitaryan round out the top 10. If you're Traynor, how defensive? I mean, you just run the top, don't you? I mean, that's really the best way to be defensive. They're probably not going to pass you on the bottom.
I think I don't know how you can put together a lap underneath him and get a big enough run to get to him and by him. Because even if you're side by side with him on exit, he's going to have the run and is probably going to beat Bell all the way back down into 3. So it's going to have to be something really aggressive to make a move here with as good as that 29 car has looked.
All right, well, lights stay on around the racetrack, so we're not going green this time. Gives Christopher Bell a little bit more time to try to think about how he could attack here. Again, want to thank Christopher for joining us in the booth tonight for our heat races in our A main. Great to have his insight up here, and I'm sure it helped him to be talking to you. It's just like old days. Back to 2013 it was.
It was fun.
I talked to Tanner here before. Tanner won a midget race or a USAC race at IRP the same night that Christopher Bell won his first ever NASCAR Capable Truck Series race back in 2016. All righty, here we go. 3 laps to go. Can Jake Traynor hang on? We are back underway at Owosso.
Christopher hung it out there on the restart, spun his tires.
Just doesn't have the power. Ryan Newman, everybody single file off the corner. Swanson going to give it all he's got. 2 to go here at Owosso, or excuse me, white flag. White flag waving in the wind one more time around here at Owosso. Jake Traynor going to go down the back straightaway. Took the lead off the start and hasn't looked back. Jake Traynor will see the checkered flag. He wins tonight's All-Star National Pavement Midget Series event at Owosso Speedway. Dominant performance by the 29 of Jake Traynor. His teammate Christopher Bell right there behind him. And Cody Swanson round out your top 3. They'll be on the podium here in just a little bit to chat with Dylan. Great race, fun race. Didn't really see lap traffic become too much of a factor. But 2 podiums tonight for Cody Swanson. He's got to be happy with the effort.
Yeah, no, for sure. That the 10 invert is tough to overcome, but man, it was fun to see those guys cut through that thing.
Take a look at your finishing results. Jake Traynor is your winner. Christopher Bell 2nd. Cody Swanson 3rd. Ryan Newman 4th. Chase Locke 5th. Ayrton Huke is 6th. Kyle O'Gara 7th. Michael Lewis 8th. And Dylan Q2 is 9th. Ben Mkhitaryan rounds out your top 10. Nathan Bird is 11th. Jim Anderson 12th. Chance Crum 13th. Desi Pedregon is 14th. Haley Papp is 15th. Kaylee Bryson 16th. Brooklyn Newman 17th. Jaden Rogers 18th. Keegan Weiss 19th. And Lee Pierce is 20th. 21st, Dakota Armstrong 22nd. Sammy Swindell 23rd. Billy Weiss. Dameron Taylor is 24th. And Trey Osborne round out your 25-car field. I believe we're going to send it down to Victory Lane. Dylan Welch is with your winner, Jake Traynor.
Yeah, let's catch up with him as he's got the helmet off here and taking all the safety equipment off as well. Well, hey, you were smooth sailing there, but then, of course, there's a late restart to just make sure you're on your toes. What was the most important thing you had to do there just to make sure you got away from the 19?
Of course, right? A green-white checkered. That's what everybody wants to see when they're leading, about to get the white there. Man, no, we were awesome. We got in there on turn 1 and got in the lead, and we're hooked up. I wish we could have done it with the sprint car too, obviously, but man, this field was just as good, and then some. You know, and when you got Cup winners and you know, Cody Swanson back there, the guy just walked the dog on us in the sprint car. So man, we were on our toes. I can't thank all my guys enough with Matt Seymour Racing and everyone, Rex, for putting on such a great event here. All these great fans. This place was banged out tonight. That was awesome to see. And man, it was cool working with Christopher and trying to hold him off there at the end. But No, I'm just super grateful to be standing here, and I can't thank everybody enough.
Well done. Congratulations. Jake Trainer, the All-Star Midget Race winner with Christopher Bell and Cody Swanson rounding out the podium.
A lot of fireworks, fireballs going off over there in turn number 1. That spooked Tanner a little bit. Well,
Yeah.
Dylan, what a race it was. A heck of a feature here tonight, both races. Your first time here and with us, and we appreciate all the work you did tonight. What did you think about what you saw here tonight from Owosso Speedway?
Yeah, great racetrack, great facility. I think we saw some great racing for sure tonight across all disciplines, right? The sprint car race had, I think, everything that you could want out of the main event with multiple grooves like we talked about because of the traction compound, and the midget race too. You know, they both raced, I think, differently, and they should as different race cars, and one's got that big billboard on the top, so certainly going to make a difference. But had a great time. It was awesome to be a part of this broadcast with you guys, and looking forward to my next one's Colorado at the end of August. So can't wait to get out there.
Awesome. Dylan, thank you so much. Great work here all night down in the infield. Tanner, heck of a feature tonight. Obviously, Cody Swanson picking up the victory in dominant fashion, then Jake Trainer picking up the victory here. Another solid race to add to the book. Now 2 races in here for the Race for the Million presented by Sunbelt Rentals. Great night here at Owosso Speedway, and what a facility.
No, exactly. Incredible facility, incredible night. Great time. Fun to see all the passing that there was in that sprint car race. It's unbelievable. You know, Wings get a bad rap for not having a lot of passing, and there was action all over the track. So that was fun to watch. Those midgets were awesome. That that was good to see. Trainer just that thing was so fast. So they two great races. Good evening, and excited to get to Berlin.
July 26th at Berlin, still here in Michigan. It'll be a twin feature event, so the winner of the first feature will then start at the back, and for every car they pass, let's just say there's a little bit of money involved. It's going to be more fun racing here down the line, and then we end it at Colorado National Speedway. Well, what a fun day it was. They had practice yesterday here at Owosso Speedway, and then today, 33 410s, wing sprint cars in action, and then 26 of your All-Star National Pavement Midget Series, and they put on 2 great shows here this evening. For everyone on our entire FloRacing production staff, we thank everyone so much for staying with us all night long. We can't wait to see everyone back in just a couple weeks, end of July 26th at Berlin Raceway. For Dylan Welch down in the infield, he's Tanner Swanson. I'm Blake Walker. We say so long from Owosso Speedway. Thanks for watching the Race for the Million, presented by Sunbelt Rentals.